Chicago, stand up. East Side, stand up. What's good, y'all? Hey, y'all. Welcome back to Skylife. If you are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. For all my faithful subscribers, hello. Moderators, hello. I'm sorry it took a while. I had to give me a cocktail real quick. Now, let me see. Let me go on here. Give me one more second. Look, one more second. Let me go on here to YouTube and let me do something real quick. But we're gonna have us a nice little laugh. For some reason, people just keep on wanting to make me come back to YouTube and say something. I hope all is well. Everybody doing all right? I'm about to come to the comments. Give me 1 second. Okay, hold on. Let me see. How do I change this? It looks like I'm on a different page. Okay, switch accounts. Okay, so go here. All right. Okay, let's see. We are going to talk about today, as you all see, the topic. Let me see if it's going to show up. Oh, yeah, it's showing up today. Okay. It's showing up. Give me 1 second. You got to go in here and set your set your tags once you start the video. And we doing injustice, okay? I'm not even gonna put it on the kill. So let's first start with the advertisements. For those of you who do not know, as you can see, I hope on the screen you guys can see that the thumbnail. I do within my business do thumbnails for people. So if you are interested in getting thumbnails created, I also create websites. I'm really not trying to do like a pay website, meaning like Shopify or anything like that right now. I just don't have the time. But a basic website, I do have time to create that. So if you're interested in thumbnails or having a website created, reach out to me on IG, or you can send me an email at Skywinds, and I will put it in the chat. Give me 1 second. Oops. Okay, can y'all hear me good? Let's see who's in the chat. Who's in the chat? Lady Tag, hey, girl. Yes, hit the like button. Miss Lady T, Justin Shelton, what's good? Okay, so let me put my email for the moderators if anybody needs it. SKYYEWINS@gmail.com. And I'm sorry it's so late. It was a lot going on, and I'm catching up with stuff. So, as you see the title, what was the title? R.Kelly Supporters versus Valerie Payton, y'all. Okay, so I was on a live yesterday, and for some reason, people were trying to tell me that, well, it's let me say this. Sky Life is different, as you all know. Sky Life is different from most bloggers and commentators. I like things the realistic way. Okay. So what you'll find is you'll find people, and especially on the other side, okay, that they listen to anything. Like they truly believe that what was in the transcripts. Let me see, did I put me on there? I wonder why it's not showing up. They truly believe what was in the transcripts is the Bible. Okay, regardless of if it was proven, if what whatever, I don't care what it is. If it is written on them pages, those people believe it. Okay, they believe in them transcripts. The transcripts are the Bible. Okay, so then they're really mad because they're like, well, this is then in black and white, basically. So then when the text messages came out, they felt like they felt like they didn't want to, believe in the text messages. They don't really want to. Well, some of them do. Let me be fair. Some of them do, but some of them want to ignore it. You see what I'm saying? And they want to do everything they can to try to refute it. Okay. So, hey, Robin Chapman. She said Valerie Payton is Juice's mother. I don't know who Juice is. I heard that name. Was that Kale's friend or something like that? Okay, so with that being said, I was on the live yesterday, and for some reason, people just do not. I guess they just don't comprehend certain things, because when you have a one track mind, you don't have the ability to expand and think outside of the box. Okay, so as you know, Sky Life, I specialize in that. Okay, and over here, that's why I want you guys to be thinkers. Just because somebody says something, I don't want you guys to automatically believe it. Okay, don't believe everything that is being told to you. Come up with your own, even as I speak, come up with your own theory. Okay, so when I talk to you guys, I'm talking to you from my perspective. Okay, so what I'm gonna try and do again, because we might have some new people in here that are not familiar with the Kale's case. Um, and for some reason, the whole thing with the star witness and the parents, while they understand part of the argument that the parents were responsible for Azriel, they can't apply it. Do you see what I'm saying? So you really have to understand, they really get mad at me because they just want to go off of words, and they want me to believe something that they can't even successfully apply in their own argumentative debate. Okay. And I like a lot of them over there. They speak well, they have great words, but they have no merit. Okay. Meaning, let me do my summary. Okay, so the R.Kelly trial in New York. Let me turn this TV off. Hold on, y'all. Okay, the R.Kelly trial in New York. You had the star witness, Azriel Clary. The young lady was 17 and like 5 or 6 months from being 18. And she met R.Kelly at a concert with her parents. And at that concert, someone gave her R.Kelly's number. Okay. She tried to call the number. She states she couldn't get through, and she found out later on that she gave her mother the phone, or the phone number, and her mother is the one that was conversating with R.Kelly. Okay, so with that being said, um, with that being said, uh, this is what people don't understand. At that moment, the mother was communicating with Kels via text message. Okay, R. Kelly asked the young lady, "How old are you?" Thinking he's talking to Azriel. Okay, it's the mother. The mother lies about her daughter's age and says that she's 18 years old. Okay, now again, 18 is the federal age of consent. However, Azriel was 17 years old. Okay, so the mother lied to R. Kelly and said she was 18. This is all alleged. Okay, this is we still don't know R. Kelly's side of this. I'm just telling you um what happened in also court, and what we found out from the text messages. So after she lies and says her daughter is 18 years old, I guess the conversation ensues, and R.Kelly states that he wants to FUCK. Okay, he puts out there that he wants to engage in sexual activities and tells that to the mother. I'm kind of like going forward. Okay, so long story short, the mother tells the daughter he wants to FUCK. However, I'm trying to make it business. Okay, so grown people, adults, and parents, if you can hear the sound of my voice, please listen. How do I want to describe this young lady? What reasonable woman, no, what woman would have their daughter go see any man, okay, any man after he has told her that he wants to engage in sexual activities with her daughter? And I guess I want to say, what woman of character, what woman of uh integrity would do that? I don't know. There's nobody that I know that would, after hearing that, send their daughter, their relative, whoever, their 17-year-old minor baby daughter into a situation like that. Okay? I don't know of one. Do you? Because I'm curious. Maybe I'm outside the box. Okay, so this is the problem with the other side. They want to act like, because of this, okay, let me put it like this. That's the fact. Okay. The mother knew. Oh, wait, I messed up the summary. Okay, so after the mother lied to R. Kelly and said she was 18, she then sent her daughter to an audition with him at a hotel in Florida. Okay, the daughter testified that they engaged in sexual activities at that hotel. Okay, at that time, Kels was under the understanding that she was 18 years old. The mother and the daughter lied, and she was actually 17 years old. Okay. But my point is this, and this is where I'm going to drill down, and I'm not going to move, and nobody's going to change my view, because you can't. The facts are the facts of the case, whether you like it or not. Okay. And what we're doing here, let me make it clear, because people for some reason think that bloggers and they think Skylife is supposed to free R. Kelly. R. Kelly has some attorneys who I think are very well equipped to do that job. Okay, there is no blogger that's going to be able to free him. All I can do, and all other bloggers can do, is bring awareness to the case to make sure the real facts of the case are out. Okay, and understand there's a moral aspect to the case and there's a legal aspect to the case. Okay, and there's also a common sense aspect to the case. Okay, and that's the part that a lot of people can't grab. It's just not one element, one level in this case. Okay, it's multiple moving parts, and if you can't catch them all, you're not gonna understand. But understand this: Skylife is well aware of what's happening in this case, and I do understand that people can't, they don't understand as I do. Okay, Skylife understands cause and effect. I understand sequential order, which is really a big thing that people in this case cannot grasp. You have a lot of people that are very educated and speak well, and just great educated people, but they can't comprehend sequential order, and sometimes not even cause and effect, because they're so blind with their own mission to have the victim mentality, and they want to save some of these quote unquote alleged victims. Okay. So, um, Welcome, serving for life. It looked like you. Are you new? Yeah, I think you new. Let me see. Robin Chapman. Um, Let me see what she said. Juice was one of the handlers that been with him since she was 13. Tasha K explained in one of her lines a while back who they all were. It was interesting. Well, you know what? I don't. Tasha K is a liar, so I can't put any merit into anything that Tasha K says. So, I mean, that's really that, you know, and in especially with Tasha K being one of the people who interfered with his case, you know what I'm saying? I can't really give her any merit or any credence of anything. Okay, she said more proof of a setup. The mother hurried up, pushed her daughter out there before she turns 18 instead of a wait. There you go. Exactly, serving for life. And welcome to Skylife. You're exactly right, because if she was, it wasn't that much time. It was only like a couple of months, and then she was gonna be 18. But no, they wanted to move fast, and they with this they and their what they try to say is their daughter threatened to, and all commentary over here is alleged, they threatened and said that, and this now, you know what, this was actually in the one of the interviews they did. They said their daughter threatened to kill herself, so that's why they went ahead and let her go. Okay, so who's the parent and who's the child? Anywho, um, so at that point, when you knew that a grown man, any man, okay, not even let's just make it broad. Any man tells you that he wants to FUCK your minor baby 17-year-old daughter, and you send her into that situation, you know at that point there is harm in the air. You know that is a potential harmful situation for your daughter to be in. And I don't understand what people cannot comprehend, because they want to come and kick back and say, well, the law says that they have the right not to be harmed. Okay. But see, people think if you have the right not to be harmed, okay, that could be the law. Okay. But and walk with me. You have the right not to be harmed. However, if you if you take your daughter and put her into that said harmful situation, you're accepting the possibility of the harm occurring. You rolling the dice with your daughter. I don't see what people don't understand. You know the harm is there, and you ignore it, and you continue to move forward as if you are not aware of the many potential dangers that could happen to your child. Okay? And the harm is based on what they saying. You see what I'm saying? Because if you anybody who don't know, Scat Life don't believe in the age of consent laws. Okay, I have no. That's not my. I'm not the police for that. So she goes ahead and sends her daughter to see him at the hotel. The young lady testifies that she engages in sexual activity with him. Now, what we found out in the text messages, the parents were on the scene, so they knew that she was there. Okay. And then within a week, the young lady was flying and traveling with Kels. Okay. Yes. Traveling on her own with Kels across the country as he was touring and doing whatever his music industry business was. Okay. So now you all could break that down however you need to for your own self. But to me, the mama was okay with this activity happening. Okay. Because she okayed her daughter to go. I don't know what else to say. So, let me see. There's something else I want. Okay, so let me finish the summary. So later on, going forward, and trust me, I'm going over. I'm missing a lot, people. I'm just trying to give a basic summary so I can get you to where my point is with this Valerie Payton. So, going forward, they supposed to be in Chicago at the, I think it's Lincoln Park Zoo. Yeah, not Brookfield, Lincoln Park Zoo downtown. And she finally tells Kels that she is 18 years old. I mean, she's 17 years old. Okay, so she also testifies that R.Kelly smacked her. And she ran ahead. And then after that point, he sent her back home with her parents. Okay. Now, at that point, this is when the people from the opposite side, okay, want to, that's when their brains get blurry or the brains come out of their head. I don't know where their brains go, but for some reason, they just can't comprehend this situation very well. They want to state that R. Kelly sends her home, okay, but when she comes back, he continues to have sex with her, okay. Now, I did miss a piece, okay. So early when she met him in the text messages, and prior to this point, there was conversations about her waking up with him, her being with him. The mama, I mean, I don't even understand why they want to play games. The mother consented for her to travel with him without a chaperone a week after she met him. So I don't get why it's somehow you guys, they get cloudy and their brains fall out when it gets to this point, because they want to act like none of these text messages, none of these events happened prior to this point. That's why it's really hard for me to even talk about this, because it's so stupid. Because how do you just sit up here and act like they was not together unchaperoned prior to this point? Okay, so and we're supposed to believe, and you all are supposed to believe, that the mother did and the parents did not know or think that they were engaging in actual activity. That's really the point right there. They want us to believe that. You know why they want us to believe that? Because it wasn't written in the text messages. Okay. Now, what was written in the text messages, the mother was telling her daughter what to wear. She was telling her daughter that he doesn't like older looking girls. He likes you because you look young. Don't wear such a high heel. Make sure you entice him. The mother said, make sure you entice him. Make sure you entice him. Entice him. That's the exact word she used. Entice him. Okay. So what is she enticing him to do? To buy her a unicorn, a stuffed unicorn bear, or maybe to buy her entice him to buy her a bag of popcorn. Let's see. I mean, what? Buy her a great pop. What is the daughter enticing? What is the daughter enticing him to do? Okay. I mean, people, let's just come on. Like, because it wasn't written, like, I don't know. I don't understand. I just don't get it, y'all. It's just some stuff I just don't get. But okay, so going forward, Let me see what else she was saying. Sit on his lap. Who tells they minor baby 17-year-old daughter to sit on any man's lap? Okay? Any man's lap. For whatever reason, unless you want there to be some type of arousal, actual activity, or something. You understand me? You want something to happen. But we supposed to sit here and think like it's nothing actual that's supposed to happen. It's just all supposed to be holy and up above board and non-sexual. You see what I'm saying? Come on, y'all. Take a ride with me. Okay, so I don't know. Do you all believe that? Do you all believe that the mother? Matter of fact, let's do that. Put a 1 in the chat if you all believe that the mother did not think that any actual activity was going on with the daughter. Put a 2 in the chat. Well, let me see. Hold on. The 1 would be you believe she knew she was trying to get her daughter to engage sexually with him. And 2 would be you don't think she was trying to get her daughter to engage sexually with him. So 1 in the chat, you guys, if you believe she was trying to get her daughter to engage, and put a 2 if you think she wasn't trying to get her daughter to engage, just so I can see where we at over here. Okay, so we got a 1. Matter of fact, I got to go back and read the 1 in the chat if you believe she was trying to get her daughter to engage. 2 in the chat if you think she wasn't trying to get her daughter to engage. Okay, so let me see. We got mostly 1s, all 1s. Okay, so y'all with me. We on the same. We riding in the same direction. Okay, so why, you guys, can they not comprehend that on the other side? Why? I mean, do they really? Are they that dishonest? Because that's being dishonest. When you're reading something and you're failing to interpret it the way that it needs to be interpreted because of your personal bias. Okay? That's all it is. That's being dishonest. That's all it is. Okay, so going forward. Also at that point where the mother and okay, so Azriel got sent home. Let's stay at that point. Okay, we're at the point where she says she told him she was 17, told Kel she was 17. He gave her a smack from Kentucky all the way to what? Let's send it to Philadelphia, and then sent her home. Okay. Now they trying to say that it was testified that R.Kelly, this is what she said, R.Kelly told her to go home and convince your parents to write a letter of consent to send you back. Okay. Now, parents, once again, people, we're at the moment of where their brains just stop working and they just completely slow down. And this is the part they like to jump over and use the big long phrases and the big words to try and make a point that's not even there. Okay, because the bottom line is this: when you are a minor, and some of you parents already know of your duties and your responsibilities, when you have a child, okay, until they reach the age of maturity, okay, which to my understanding is, I guess, in everywhere is 18 years old, you are 100% responsible for that child and their well-being, their health and well-being. Okay, to me, everybody knows that. I mean, that's something that is taught in what, kindergarten, who your parents are, who's responsible for you. I mean, if your parents ain't there, you know, granny is there, your auntie, your TT there, somebody is your guardian. You see what I'm saying? You know who your guardian is, and you know who's responsible for you, because you know who you got to take your little paper home to get signed, and that's going to be the person that's going to be responsible for you. Okay? Now, does everybody comprehend that? Okay, this is for the slow people in the back. All right. So you cannot separate the responsibility of that minor baby 17-year-old child from her parents. Okay. So regardless of what R.Kelly tells her to do, if the parents decide that they're not sending her back and they're not signing a letter, guess what happens, huh? Chat, tell me what happens if if the parents decide that R. Kelly can go to hell. I'm not writing no damn letter to send my child nowhere. As I read the comments, y'all tell me what happens if the parents say go to hell. I'm not writing no letter. Okay. Let me keep saying hi to people. Justin Shelton, hey. Okay, let me see. Oh, I got that already. Okay, serving. I'm just Lil Mac, hey, Lil Mac. Who got it? That's definitely the purpose of sending her home. He might well let her stay with. Thank you. Okay. Oh, you said that defeats the purpose of sending her. Okay, let me see. Hey, Sky, listen to the entire replay from last night today. She said, "Woo child, I hate I cannot get somebody." Okay, now let me tell you this. This the funny part. I wrote under that video on Angie's channel. Okay. Hey, Audrey M. Welcome. Make sure y'all subscribe. Cause I'm actually about to I guess the next live, I'm turning off the you gotta be subscribed to comment. I'm gonna turn that thing off. And people come out the bushes. If you new and you ain't been here before, come out the bushes, say hello. We ain't clicked up over here. We are a group of people, but we welcome others. So y'all come out the bushes. Okay, we got ones. Okay, let me see. Cause they want the narrative to foot. Yes. They want the narrative to fit their opinion. And it's pitiful because it's like, stop it. Asked her around she had lied about her age, the slap, and then the parents fabricated. Yes, and sent the back, fabricated a letter. And we about to talk about it. When the hell was Valerie Payton? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. For all we know, R. Kelly didn't know Adriel's real age until the parents started giving press conferences. Hello? For all we know, because she sure got some lies under her belt. Cannot give legal temporary custody. They must go to the court or do a power of attorney. This letter's made up. It's a lie. Boom. Boom. Well, you know what? I'm gonna comment on that. I'm gonna comment on that. Skylight I would like to come on and go over a few things really quickly with you. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. Let me get my commentary off. Okay, so okay, did y'all put in the chat what's gonna happen if R. Kelly don't want to write the letter? I'm sorry, not R. Kelly. If the parents don't want to write the letter, so basically it comes down to this: if the parents decide, okay, whether he told her or not to go home and convince your parents to write a letter to send you back, the parents have 100% control. Okay, if they say we ain't writing no letter, guess what? She can run away. You know what I'm saying? She can run away. But it's not gonna be what's the word, approved or under parental consent for her to go back to see him and be with him. Okay. Now, this is the problem too, because they also can't process the fact they keep wanting to say you can't consent to having sex. It's not about the sex, it's about the person being in position to do the act. Because Skylight keeps trying to explain to these people that she is only there because her parents put her there, people. And that happened at the beginning when she first met him. So, do you understand that when something happens at the beginning, that you have to do sequential order? Okay, that's when sequential order comes into play. All of the events after that, the same information applies to it. Okay, from what happened at the beginning, let's say something else occurs. Okay, you just add that on to the situation. You don't take it away. You don't try and delete it and act like it didn't happen. That fact still remains, and then you add the other facts to the situation as time goes on. Okay, it's called a timeline, people. Stay with me. Okay, do not let any of these people try and tell you anything else. And that's what I was gonna tell you, Stephanie. I was straight. This is the thing. They use big words. They try and talk great, but they ain't saying nothing. For the simple fact, I'm gonna break it down today. So it was a point of where, where was I at? Okay, at the point. So it turns out the parents create a letter and they state that their daughter is going to be under the guardianship of some lady named Valerie Payton. So they write up a letter. First, it's a torn out letter. Okay, that they wrote out, literally torn it out of a spiral notebook. Okay, and wrote the letter saying that their daughter was going to be under this lady's guardianship until a certain date. I guess it was December, from what I recall. Okay, so then later on, it was found out that there was a notarized letter that was created and submitted. Okay, so to my understanding, now she's saying Valerie Payton. To my understanding, I was told that Valerie Payton was supposed to be some type of worker for Sony. Okay, that she was supposed to work for Sony. Okay, now then, Audra just said that. No, who said that? Somebody. Was it Robin? Somebody just said that Juice was. Okay, Robin said that. Robin said that Juice was. Wait, Valerie Payton is Juice's mother. Okay. So my thing is this. I don't care if it was Sky Payton, if it was Justin Payton, if it was Stephanie Payton. I don't care who the name was, what the name was. I'm saying this. You all want somebody to believe that this letter was supposed to transfer the guardianship to another person, which is going to make that person responsible for the child's I guess bad behavior or the neglect or misbehaving after that letter was written with R.Kelly. Okay, which they're stating is going to add a person to the case. Okay, now look, you still the parent. Okay, and there's some negligence that's going on in that situation as well, because you still, as the parent, okay, to send your daughter off with somebody who you don't know, you don't have a background check on, a person that sends your daughter in harm's way, still falls back on you. Now, granted, some of the responsibility will fall on that person, but you are still the parent and you are the one that is transferring guardianship to this person. So that also still makes you negligent in that point as well. So you still ain't getting around the whole idea of negligence. Okay. Now, they want to say that this lady Valerie Payton is the person who has guardianship. And I'm talking to you and telling you guys that they argued me down and tried to give a whole soliloquy about how Valerie Payton would be the person who would be responsible for Azriel's misbehavior and her wrongdoings, and that wouldn't have anything to do with the parents, and that just would add Valerie Payton to the case. Okay, but this is the problem. Who is Valerie Payton? Will the real Valerie Payton please stand up? Valerie? Valerie. Are you in the chat, Valerie? Has anybody seen Valerie? Where's Valerie? Because you know what? She damn sure wasn't on the stand. She damn sure didn't get on the stand in this trial, people. Okay? She did not show her face. For all we know, Valerie Payton was the name of one of Kel's cats or one of his pets. It could have been his cook. Matter of fact, it could be my cousin. We don't even know who the hell Valerie Payton was. Okay, they say that the person worked for Sony. Okay, quote unquote. How come with the letter, it wasn't on no Sony letterhead? I didn't see any of no Sony executives CC'd or BC'd on the letter. So what are we talking about? When you talking to Sky Life, you can't talk with spirits and fairies, people. You need to have some tangible goddamn evidence. Trying to bring the transcripts out ain't gonna work, because we already know that there's lying testimony, and we clearly seeing that was a lying statement of events. And even if it wasn't lie, it wasn't proven. Okay, now there's two different not provens. It might have been proven legally, but it wasn't proven in the court of law with the Sky Life. Okay, you're not gonna sit up here and try and argue me down and tell me that because some lady named Valerie Payton, who we don't even know exists, nobody's seen her, we don't have no testimony. I mean, I don't even think she signed the letter. So what are you talking about? Like, what are we doing? And we want to act like this is a legitimate event that happened in the trial, and you all got the balls and the gallstone to try and sit up here and argue me down about a person that you can't even verify exists? Not on no day. Not on Monday, not on Tuesday, not on Wednesday, not on Thursday, not on Friday, not on Saturday, not on Sunday, not on no day. Okay? All talk, no beef. You know what I'm saying? Like people, you say, where's the beef? You bumping your gums and you ain't saying nothing. Okay? So, yeah, and think about it. When I gotta bust myself, me and my friends out. I ain't gonna just bust, as other people did it too. Okay, you know how this is like kid 101. Kids do this. What the parents did is what kids do. You know how, like, when you were a teenager and then you say, okay, mama, I'm about to go to the mall and then we finna go watch a movie, but y'all really in the hotel room drinking with a bunch of boys and playing cards and stuff. You see what I'm saying? That's all they did. They deflected. I'ma say, okay, or I'll be like, okay, well, I'm gonna go over Keisha's house and then we're gonna go to the mall. But really, I'm going over Keisha's house, but I'm really about to go to the motel and we about to have play cards and have drinks and stuff. Like, come on, it's the same thing. But you people over there want to fall for the kitty move. That's a smoke screen. We're gonna send you to the left. It's like a it's like a cross up. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna send you to the left, but I'm really going to the right. You see what I'm saying? But see, the people over here, we caught the cross up and we went to the right, you know what I'm saying, and provided the defense. But everybody from OCOB, they went to the left and you know what I'm saying, stumbled and fell on the ground and fell on their face. Because they can't process this stuff. You're not about to sit up here and tell me about a damn person that you can't even prove exists. Hence, how are you even proving the goddamn event existed? Are you all understanding? I know y'all understand. I know y'all get it, but why these people can't get that? I mean, you want to follow this fake narrative, and I mean, and really standing on it, y'all. I mean, it was really said with merit, like it really has some credence. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm really supposed to believe that. And also, this is the other deflection that they have. Let's go here too, because there's multiple deflections. Okay, you also have the deflection of trying to use Valerie Payton or the smoke screen. Okay, Valerie Payton, aka the smoke screen, to act like she's not directly going to see R.Kelly. Okay, they're trying to put a midpoint in there to then go see R.Kelly. So she's going with Valerie Payton, but she's going with Valerie Payton so Valerie Payton can go with her to see R.Kelly. Because understand this, people, and I got to do the ghetto clap. Understand this, people. R.Kelly is the artist. R.Kelly is the celebrity. Okay, that never changes in the equation. Matter of fact, let me put my banner back up. Y'all don't piss me off. Who is Valerie Payton? Who is she? Okay, So back to what I was saying. Where is, I mean, are you all falling for the okie doke? Like I said, it's like a virtual cross up. They want to send us to the left again. No, we see the cross coming and we ready for it. You still going to see R.Kelly. I don't care if you send her to Valerie Payton, then you send her to go with me, then you send her who in the chat, then you send her to go with Lil Mac, then you send her to go with Stephanie, and then she go work with R.Kelly. Sweet people. Button. Beloved. She's still going to be with Kels, okay? So I just don't understand how they really want to use this Valerie Payton person as a diversion, okay? They're trying to use Valerie Payton as a diversion piece to make us think that she's still not going with R.Kelly, but she still winds up with R.Kelly, okay? Now, also, my thing is this, and they argue me down about this. She was going to do her music. That's why she was traveling with him. That's why she was going with him to do her music. They were working on music together. Okay, now I need my long-term people. Yeah, my drink is good. I finally went and got me some coconut 1800. I guess that's my second or third favorite drink. Okay, so this is the other thing. Sending your daughter back. Okay. Now understand this. I gotta put y'all in this. I gotta bring y'all to where I'm at. Your daughter was already with R.Kelly. Undocumented with the letter. Okay, with your consent, not consenting to have sex, consenting for you to be there with him. Okay. And if the sex happened to happen, so be it. That's just the casualty of war. Okay. That's how we have to say it, you guys, because if we say it that she consented to the sex, they're gonna be like, no, you didn't see that written in the text messages. It wasn't there. Okay. Even though it was, like, it's all in how you comprehend it. But you know, we'll play the game they're playing. Okay, so they sent their daughter with him. No document needed. Okay, she was traveling with him, moving around with him. I guess you would still call that living with him. Okay, traveling with him as he was going around the country. All right. Then there comes to a point where all of a sudden your daughter has come to you and she's like, Mom, Dad, I need you to write a letter so I can go back to him. Okay, now tee up right there, people. You want Skylife to believe that these parents, okay, and I already told y'all, Angelo not dumb. I don't think he's dumb by any means, okay? You want me to believe that the parents at that point, their daughter came to them and said, Mom and Dad, I need you all to write a letter so I could go back to be with R.Kelly. And the parents at that point didn't ask a question. They didn't say, well, how come all of a sudden we need a letter? They just you want me to believe that they just wrote the letter and found this Valerie Payton person out, just out the blue. Well, we'll pick Valerie Payton. We don't know if that name was suggested to them. You know what I'm saying? There was some conversation there, people. But you don't even want us to infer that there was a conversation. You want our brains to just stop and go by the narrative you're providing. R.Kelly told her to go back and convince her parents to get a letter wrote. And the parents just did it. because they just love R.Kelly so much, they kiss his behind and they do everything it says. He says, stop it, stop it. At that point, people, there was a conversation. And you could not tell me that the parents were like, why do I have to now write a notarized letter? Especially with Angelo being street smart. Okay. They not about to write a letter that is about to put them in any type of illegal jam. Okay. At least not immediately. Okay. And not at an immediate onset. Okay. So trust and believe, when they was developing that whole situation, there was a conversation there, and they were like, why are we writing this? And it might even been a conversation that they had with some attorneys, their attorney, his attorney. We don't know, people, but understand there was some conversation. So understand that this is not above bar. This is not above board. And this was not done with a clear, healthy conscience, okay? Especially when we already know at the beginning of this here thing, they are the ones that told her to lie about her age. Don't forget that part. Okay? You cannot take that part out of the equation. At the beginning of this, they told the daughter to lie about the age. Now the daughter tells the age, gets max and come home, and you want me to believe there was no conversation with Azriel and the parents, and possibly even Kels at that point. Okay? Stop it. Stop it. Also, if she was waiting, if her whole point of going there was to create music, and they were making an album and a single, and she was working on her talent, tell me where. Send it to me. Matter of fact, email it to me, skywinds@gmail.com. Show me in the transcripts where she played a clip of a song for her parents, for proof of concept, for proof of work, proof of activity that her and Kels have been working on a song. At that point where Kels smacked her, sent her home, and you want your parents, because they want us to believe this. The parents wrote the letter again because they still at this point again wanted their daughter to work on music with him. Okay. Now we already know months have gone by. Many moons and many months have gone by at this point. And you want to tell me that all these months, all this time, that Angelo, not even him, was asking for a sound bite, a clip? Give me an ad lib. You see what I'm saying? That he didn't ask for none of that to prove that y'all was actually doing some work, people. And let's not forget, on Dana's live, when he came on there, when I was saying all of y'all not even happy, what's the problem? He said because he did not give his daughter, Angelo is mad at R.Kelly because he did not provide his daughter any independence. She doesn't have a song. She don't have a record. He didn't leave her with anything but a wet behind and a hard penis. That's it. That's why he's mad. But you all want to sit up here and let these people play with your man. Please don't. I want y'all to think. That's why I have this channel, because think over here. I just gave you all multiple instances of how they want to spin it, and they want to spin you away from the facts and the possibilities of what had to occur. Because you are not gonna convince me that they said R.Kelly told her to go home, convince your parents to write this letter to send you back, and they just wrote the damn letter without no conversation. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. You're not going to make me think that this was, they had no thought of any of her daughter having sex. But my thing is this: if it was about the music, then you failed to even get proof that there was music being done. You didn't even get proof of that. Okay, so once again, there is a element of negligence, because you failed at that point. You should at least you should have got some proof of a song, a clip, an ad lib, something, that some type of work that they were working on. At least that's what I believe a good parent would do. That's what I would do if I was the parent at that point. I'm going to ask for something. You got to show me something. Show me why I'm sending you back. Okay? Because understand this, if you ain't doing music, sweetheart, beloved, you doing something else. And I'm going to know what is it before I send you back. That's sky life as a parent, okay? And you can't tell me that they was not inquiring about no damn music. You can't. Okay? You cannot. Now let me go back and see what y'all say. Ooh, y'all going in this chat. Let's see. Ooh, Lord, hold on. So don't drink the Kool-Aid, people. Well, don't drink the lime Kool-Aid. Drink the cherry Kool-Aid. We don't like lime. Let's see, cause they want, yes, they want the narrative. Yep, they fabricated a letter and sent her back. And that's what I'm saying. Where is for all we know, Valerie Payton don't know nothing about none of this, people. Do you understand? And then I answer the question also. See, we're going to go through a series of thinking questions. Why didn't the prosecution put her on the stand? Huh? I'll wait. Y'all hear me smack? I'll wait. Why didn't the prosecution put her on the stand? Why she wasn't subpoenaed to court? Why did we hear nothing of this woman? Huh? You know why? Because it was a decoy, people. A freaking decoy. They knew that they was writing this letter to some anonymous person, even if it is a Valerie Payton. You didn't prove that she co-signed on this. It was not proven that she co-signed to accept this your daughter. And if this girl, this lady Valerie Payton worked for Sony, if Sony is taking on an intern, where's the documentation? Where's the contract? Where's the legal letterhead and the BCs and the CCs and their signature on the letter? Huh? Where is it? We don't know. Think, people, think. Now this is okay. Now this is what you're saying. Okay. She's saying first off, a letter cannot give. Okay, yeah, you did say you wanted to come up here. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let you come up and we're gonna talk about that. But I'm gonna say that people. I have been in situations where I have wrote a letter to get temporary custody. In case you got to take somebody to the doctor, take the child to a doctor or something like that. So I did have a letter written from parents to give me temporary I can't remember if it was guardianship or it was something they called it. I think it was guardianship. Just for a time being while I had the child in case there was some type of emergency. Okay. So that I did have experience there. Okay, give me a second. Audra. Again, that part because I never heard Robert confirm any. Right. Hold on that. Enlighten me what he verbally knew about the letter. No sometimes the minor will be in foster care and parents. Absolutely. Where he knew about the letter or not, the letter has even less validity than that falsifying. What? Why he's advancing prosecution and these judges allowed it? That's not in question. We already know what they biased. You know what I'm saying? We knew the judge was biased. We knew the prosecution was biased, and we knew that the judge was biased. I mean, we already understand that. That's not in question. Him work with. Oh Lord. I'm gonna get them legs next. The letter wasn't even notarized at the bare minimum. The power of attorney must be known. No, the letter, it was a notarized letter. She doesn't exist. The Max said she doesn't exist. I'm about to put the link in there for y'all to come up and talk about this. The Mac, where is Valerie? He's saying that exists. Again, I look for them. She is a real person, but for all we know, she is she's my cousin, y'all. I'm letting y'all know she's my cousin. I ain't want to let y'all know during the trial because I know y'all have been like, well, dang, how is you a Kel supporter and your cousin is Valerie Payton? So I'm letting y'all know now so we can we can stop the mystery, okay? Then they are okay with the subject being yes, they okay with this person being missing. They are okay. You got and argue, Stephanie. You heard with how they was talking to me. Argue me down over this Valerie Payton person. Argued me down. Stephanie, hold on, zero proof, zero evidence. The parents said Valerie Payton. Okay, that's where we got it from. Why wasn't this info verified? All of this. That's what I'm saying. Somebody said she worked for Sony. That's what I'm saying. Come on now. Where is the Sony letterhead? Where is the internship form? I mean, come on. Make it legit, y'all. That's why I told y'all like that. I want to come on here. Okay, hold on. Now, Audrey, don't come up here. We don't do myths and fairy tales over here. We only do real facts of the case. We don't do soliloquies and all that other stuff. So make sure that when you talk, it's hard and it's to the point. Touch can't say they gonna make a survival to make it. I hope they do make it. They ain't gonna make a movie off of this. Yes, they need to, but it needs to be a real one. Eager to hear your commentary. They mention her on the text messages. Says Google her. I still don't understand know how the parents can pass their child off. Thank you. Over to a couple of strangers, Jay. Even if they mention her in the text. Well, that's right. I don't care if she was in the text messages. I don't care what. She was not on that stand. Make her real. Make me know that this lady accepted responsibility for Azriel at that point, and she blew it and let her go and be with R.Kelly alone. See, that's the whole thing that's why she wasn't on the stand, people. Do you understand? Because if she got on the stand, they would have to clarify. Okay, so if Azriel was with you, Valerie, how did she then get into the hands of the monster, Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly? Come on. That's just a one basic question that was going to be asked. Do you think this lady's about to take the fall for these parents? No. She was going to send them under the jet plane, under the Titanic, under the ocean. That lady was not about to sit on that stand and take an L for these people that she probably didn't even know. Think, people, think. Okay, let me put this in there. Let me see, invite. I'm going to put this in there, but I'm going to keep on reading what y'all saying. Okay, control, paste. All right, the link is in there. Let me see. Valerie and Alice could be friends and could have kept the letter away from R.Kelly. Either way, in the Florida, you must give guardianship via POA or going to court and filing the temporary. Okay, but this is the thing. Even with that, to my understanding, R. Kelly was back in the go, so she would have to be dealing with how Chicago and Illinois would call it. Because remember when she got when he allegedly smacked her from Kentucky, they was in Lincoln Park in the go, so they would have to deal with how Illinois says the guardianship and all that stuff would have to play out. Hey, Audrey, what's going on?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me? Hold on.
Yeah, you real low. Make sure you turn all
Oh.
background noise down.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it sounds better.
Okay. Um, I listened to that interview. I'm actually like 4 hours and 57 minutes in. I didn't expect to listen to it. Like I skimmed through it through like an hour and a half, and then I just let it play. You know, because I was doing something else. I just let it play, and I I didn't like how they, you know, were treating you because I can understand now your logic, right? Because I've heard you on other interviews, right?
Hmm.
Other lives. And I was like questioning you. I was like, how is she a supporter? But she's saying this. So that's why I let that video play because I'm like, why is she saying that it's wrong for him to be with someone that's a consenting age, but there's just a large age gap, right? Because my mother was 21 years younger than my father. 21. He
Hmm.
was okay. So
Well, you understand that I don't agree with the age of consent.
I
That's what.
understand. Like
Okay.
me, I
That
never liked dating older men, right? But
right.
now that I'm older, I think it is smart for a woman to date older men because number one, they typically are ready for marriage, right?
Okay.
But that's just me. You know,
Well,
I
I'm
always
trying to
thought
get
that
you.
I
Hold on
always
one
thought the same
second.
way you thought.
Hold
Yeah.
on one second. I just want to make sure you understand because you were
Mhm.
saying you were questioning like, well, how she is supporting when she says this. That's just my
Right.
personal view on things.
I understand, but you have to
Okay.
understand too that other people are listening
Uh-huh.
to you say these things. And if
Hmm.
you go back and listen to like the last half of that interview,
Hmm.
it's like you guys are saying, okay, he should be in there because he was going with underage girls. That he there's his age gap, so he poisoned their minds. He tricked them. He may not have had sex when they
No.
were 17 or 16 or 14, but he had sex with them when they were 18. He did enough poisoning until they turned of legal age. You see what I'm saying? And there is a video up by Sheriff Grady Judd, Polk County Sheriff. He even said that if R. Kelly was smart enough to where he didn't have sex or get her to move in with him until she was 18, then he couldn't touch R. Kelly. And he stated he doesn't need Azrael to come forward to press charges. He only needed the parents or a witness. That's the reason they can bring up Aaliyah. If you're dead,
Wait, you
someone has
going all
killed
over the
you.
place. Hold on a second, because you went
Right.
from we're saying that he needs to be in there
Follow me.
because
Follow
we never
me.
said that. We
Follow
never,
me. What
huh?
I'm stating is you, the victim, do not have to come forward. All you need to take the stand is
Right. She was already a witness in the case.
a witness to what they heard or what they saw.
Right. But I don't
Okay?
understand your point.
What I'm saying is anyone can take the stand at a trial and they can lie and say, I saw this or I heard this.
Right. We know that.
Okay?
Okay.
So that's why Demetrius can take the stand. And that's another thing too. You guys are talking about him. Why would he come with
Wait. Hold on. Right now, we not. You gotta stay on
okay, so
topic.
let's stay with the letter. Okay? So with this
Okay.
letter, I mean you guys took this long the letter is not even valid. First off, it's not notarized. So you're saying I could just write a letter and hand a child off to someone in another state, an underage child, a minor,
Yes. But
that's
you
not
also have to
notarized.
understand. Hold on. Understand this also that there was a notarized letter. There were two letters. There was one that was written and was torn out of the notebook, and then there was another letter that was written that was actually notarized. That
Where is
came
that
out
letter?
later.
It came out at trial later or where?
I believe it was in trial.
Okay, they say there was a letter, but did we anybody get a copy? Because the one she
I
put
mean,
on
we
Bell
saw it.
Team.
It was a letter. It was two letters. It was one that wasn't notarized, and it was one that was.
Okay, so the one that presented at trial was notarized, but before then, there was no notarized letter because if there was, it would have been on world news on Gail King's show. So
No,
you
there
guys
was a
mean to tell me that you don't believe that people can manipulate evidence and lie and plant evidence? that this letter is really notarized, that it's real, that it was there in 2015, that it
I'm
just
saying
you
it
skipped the
could have been
Galatine
planted.
show in 2018, but now it's at the trial in 2021, 2022.
Well, let me say this. I don't know when the letter was written. I just remember that there were two letters that came out. Now, understand this, in Illinois, and I've experienced this, you can write a letter out. You have the parents write a letter out. Let's say I'm doing a mentorship program and I have their minor daughter and we about to go to Chicago or some other city or Tennessee or something like that. And they're gonna write a letter saying that the child is in my I can't remember how they wrote it. Basically under my guardianship in case of emergency. Meaning that if there's something happened, knock on wood, we get in a car accident, I have the authority to say, go
Parental
ahead and do
consent.
surgery. Okay.
That's different. That's not you living, you're changing your address. In the state of Florida, if you move somewhere and you're there for 10 or more days, you have to change your federal government issued ID with that new address.
Okay.
So you can't tell me, okay, I wrote a letter in September of 2015. This girl wasn't turning 18 until December 30th of 2015. 3 months.
Okay.
She can't legally go to Chicago. Even if she was 18, she couldn't go there and stay there without an ID, a
Okay. Well, that's
federal
good to
government
know.
ID. That's
Okay.
anywhere in the United States. That's why they check you with it when the police pull you over. They ask you, "Do you live here?" If you don't live there, they can take you to jail.
I mean, but if you saying I'm visiting, because in the letter
No, if
it
you've
was
changed your address and it's been 10 days, right? And
no, 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 no,
you're
no. You
not at
guys,
that address on your
it,
ID, you can go to jail.
but this is what I'm saying. In the letter, because I can't remember the full letter, it
Hmm.
basically stated Valerie Payton has authority, guardianship of my daughter until December 30th, whatever, 2015.
But my
So
point
in
to
that
you,
being stated, it's showing that it's temporary and it's showing that it's not permanent.
that's the thing. It's
Hmm.
not legal. It's not legally binding in Florida. You cannot hand your child off to someone by a letter that you simply signed. It
Oh,
must be notarized and it must be a power of attorney. Or, and that's the only way to skip the courts is to do it as a POA, a power of attorney. Or you have to go through the court system. It has to be
okay.
filed with the clerk of court.
Where there
I
was two
look it up.
letters. Okay, there were
Okay,
two
I
letters.
understand it. That's what they're
Okay,
seeing now. But when
right.
Gail King was out, that was not the case. So we can't say that, and we can already tell that number one, the trial is biased, and that it's a kangaroo court because he should not have been tried. He cannot get a fair trial by an impartial jury and an impartial judge nowhere in the United States. So they were not supposed to try him at all to begin
True.
with.
I
But
agree.
that's where we should come in as a people and break this down bit by bit. Okay? So I understand what you're saying with the age gap, right? Well, my father was 21 years younger than my mother and they were in love and they had everything in common. People his age had nothing in common with him. My mother was wise, very, very smart. Okay. My father was a Capricorn, had a seventh grade education, but ran a business, employed people, paychecks. Okay. So you cannot say, and he didn't have any type of learning disorder. Okay. So you cannot say that numbers matter. R. Kelly can outlive Azrael and everybody else. My father didn't need anyone to bathe him. He walked, he never used a cane. He was 91 when he died. Okay? He outlived my mother. She was very sickly, even lived on dialysis for 11 years. So you cannot say that that there's an age difference. Mentally, they probably jail perfectly. You don't know what two people go through. So the age thing, y'all have to get it out of your minds. And if you keep saying it, you're tainting the jury. People are listening to us speak, right, on these platforms. People want to hear what we think because clearly the jury didn't get any of this. Okay? But if we're confusing them, they're not going to get it. They're still not going to get it. So regarding this particular letter, let's step
Well,
back
hold on,
for.
wait, time out, because you said a lot. Let me interject.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When it comes down to the difference in age, I don't think you're kind of comprehending my point.
I
It's
comprehend
not
extremely
really
well.
is
I believe the same way, but
you're
that
not
don't mean nothing.
you're interpreting in the way that I interpreted it. The thing is
Mm-hmm.
this: it's not about because somebody was a certain age and they were able to run a business and they were doing well because they didn't have an education. Blah, say Skippy. It's about in my opinion, understanding psychology, that when you have somebody where there is a severe age gap and you're trying to tell me that we're going to have a so-called says healthy relationship and it's going to be based on something other than sex, that
That's your
you're
opinion,
compatible.
though. In
That is
psychology,
my opinion, and that's what I'm trying to
those
explain
books
that to
were
you. That's my
written.
opinion
Those
based
books
on
were
psychology.
written by individuals,
You said by what?
by people. Books are written by people.
Right.
It's all made up by people. The psychology, all of that is made up by us. We create those books.
Correct.
Okay? So for you to say psychology and all of that, common sense, okay? Experience tells me that's a lie. Okay? I'm giving you a real life example
You can give me a real life example
because you haven't
because
been in that experience. It seems like you have to
no, I
experience it
have been in
yourself.
it, and I rejected it because once again, like I said, let me explain to you this, and you probably might not be aware. Many guys come to me, many ages, many races, single, married, come be a part of a threesome, come be a part of a duo. Okay, all of my life I've experienced this. So when a young guy is coming to me in my basic conversation with this young guy, okay, now everybody's experience is different, okay, but when I'm having a
Absolutely.
conversation with this young guy, number one, our conversation, our intellect is different. We don't even have, we're not discussing the same topics. You weren't even born when the people that I idolize were living. You weren't even born based on the music I was listening to. You don't even know some of the historical facts that were occurring because you were not even here to see them.
That's your
Now,
opinion.
if some people don't have intellectual relationships, so if you're just with somebody, um, and being a couple, and you have that, everybody is not doesn't need to be stimulated in the mind. I happen to be a person that is. Therefore, I prefer somebody closer in age so we have something in more experience.
Have you
Okay, now of course what I'm saying does not go for all people. Nothing is 100%. If
have
you experienced it, that's great.
have you
I'm glad
ever
it's working out for you.
have you ever been with an have you ever been with an older man?
No, I'm not about to date nobody older than me. No.
Okay.
Older, I'm saying like way older. No. Uh-uh.
Mm. But you do see, because men do tend to develop mentally. They're not usually ready for certain things that we're ready for.
That's true. They're less mature.
Right. But there are some women that are just as immature, you
And
know?
that's what I'm saying. If it works great for them, and this is my thing, and that's what I'm trying to get you to explain too. If it works for R. Kelly, then great. I'm not the police for that. When you ask me my personal opinion, I give my personal opinion. I'm not the police for the age of consent. I'm not the police for dating somebody way older than you. I'm not the police for dating somebody way younger than you. You see what I'm saying? That's not my fight. That's not why I'm here. So that's what I just want you to understand that when I'm saying that for me and understand on my channel, I speak for me. I
Hmm.
don't speak from anybody else's life experiences or choices. I speak from my own. So for me, that doesn't work. But if it works for you,
But I
I,
get what you're saying, but you have to step back and listen to your lives. Listen to yourself speak about R. Kelly. If you're
mhm.
saying this is wrong, you know what I'm saying? then, and that's the problem right now with the case. The reason I think he was convicted is not because of the video, is because they can't even, first of all, tell if that was him. It doesn't look like him to me.
Wait, we
There
talking about the New
are other
York
men on
trial. New York trial. New York trial.
right. There are still two other men on the tape. Okay, and I don't know what happened in all these trials. I didn't read all of the transcripts. I only pick up bits and pieces, like I just picked up bits and pieces of your last interview, right? So what I'm stating is what
Well, okay, well, wait, time out right there.
is
Okay,
the
I'm not an easy study, Audra.
mhm,
Okay, while you might find some bloggers that are one dimensional, Sky Life is not. Okay,
I
so
get
you really have to follow me for years to know me, my perspective, how I speak, and how I relate things.
okay. So
Okay,
then, why then are you guys not trying to break down the main things that convicted him, which
what?
is the marriage to Aaliyah and the videotape, and this 10-year long sexual relationship with Rashonda Landfair? Why not stick to just debunking that? Because this letter, right? I've already pointed out, boom, boom, it's not notarized. Even this Valerie Payton didn't sign it. We don't even know if she got the letter. Is it even filed in the clerk of courts in Cook County or anywhere? You know, now you look at the marriage license. Aaliyah didn't sign it. R.Kelly didn't sign it, and it's printed in all caps. What's the easiest way to forge someone's documents? You're going to do it in all caps, right? And even that, why then do we have Judge Ann Denley, Bun Jean, Steve Greenberg, all of these people allowing this marriage license to even be brought into the courtroom?
Okay, so let me okay, and I have to go based off what you said. You haven't been following and you only get bits and pieces of what's going on, and I could tell by your question to me, because at this point we are 4 or 5 years in, and I've went over all of that. Multiple bloggers have went over that. There is not a part or anything that has happened in this case that has been brought to our attention that we have not gone over. So what you would have to do in my situation is, I mean, you just wouldn't be able to catch up from.
But
You could
then
watch my lives. You
if
could
you're
probably go
saying,
to Angie's
I get what
channel.
you're saying. You're saying, okay, we've already covered that.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
I
So let
get
me
that
explain.
marriage
Let me
license
finish. Let me
fake.
finish.
I get that.
So the
Then
reason
why?
why, let me finish. The reason why we're doing this letter, because if you watched, and the live was long. It was 11 hours long. If you would have watched Angie's full live, Matt, come back. I'm about to bring you up in 1 second. If you'd have watched Angie's full live, they attacked me yesterday and they tried to argue me down about Valerie Payton. Okay, so normally when there's a situation where they try and walk me down about a situation and they tried to make Valerie Payton a profound person, and they tried to make this letter a profound issue. So that's why we're on here today, to debunk the letter and to debunk the whole issue around Valerie Payton. You understand
Okay.
why we're here?
So then let's go back to the letter, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys said that she needed this letter to go back to R. Kelly. When was she ever in Chicago before the letter?
She was in Chicago when she told R. Kelly that she was 17 years old.
When was that? What month in
Oh,
2000?
I don't know. I don't have that paperwork in front of me. But prior
But I'm
to,
saying, did you read it somewhere and you just forgot the
it's in
date?
the transcripts.
Okay.
Everything I said was either in the transcripts or in the text messages.
Okay. So let's then go back to April 2015, right? The
Mm-hmm.
text messages, right?
Okay.
So in April 2015, we know she's skipping school. So he doesn't even know that she's in high school. Okay. And she's presenting a fake ID that shows she's age 18. See, the Dolphin Hotel is not just a regular hotel, it's a resort style hotel in downtown Disney. You
But
have to go through security checkpoints just to get inside of downtown Disney. You can't just go to any hotel down there. You got to first get through the gates, and then you can go to the hotels. So she had to show her driver's license at the security checkpoint while sitting inside of her car, or they would have told her to go back. You can't come in here. You got
Okay.
celebrities coming through there. You got famous people in downtown Disney. They have to secure downtown Disney. Anybody just can't get through those gates. I'm just telling you. Okay?
Okay.
So if Adjul came there in a car by herself, she had an identification showing that she was at least 18 years old,
Okay.
driving by herself. Because in Florida, I went to jail for this. You have to have someone 21 or older to, first of all, drive you, unless you are there on like school, work permit, something like that, right? You can't
Mm-hmm.
just go in there with your restricted license, okay? So
Okay.
she had to have shown them something fake, or her mother was in the car behind her or beside her or something.
Well, the mother was on the scene. She
Okay, so
was
then
there.
her mother was on the scene.
But we don't know if the mother drove her there, or we
Mhm.
don't know if she went alone like that. We see, this is the thing. Over here, all we can state are the possibilities. I don't say
You guys
anything
are
in
going
fact.
off of the transcript, which is off of the lies. He has the right to remain silent,
Yeah.
right? He's the defense. So his attorneys are not going to say, okay, R. Kelly was married to Aaliyah, because he didn't give them consent to do that. If he did, he would have to take the stand and testify. His attorneys can't testify on his behalf. So when you guys are reading this transcript, know whose point of view these statements are being made from. Not from his point of view, because he has the
We
right
already
to
understand that.
silence.
And we
Okay.
would and understand over here, we don't even believe in the transcripts. That's OCOV.
But that
OCOV.
was your conversation last night, was based on the transcript. He flew her back. He needed her to
No,
come back.
no,
She never went
Alva.
to Chicago.
No. My conversation, and understand I do speak on the transcripts, but I also speak on events that have happened, interviews that have occurred, and also now the text messages that have been presented. So it's a lot of moving pieces. I don't just speak on the transcripts because in the transcripts is a lot of lies. The transcripts only state what happened at trial. They don't state what actually happened in the case and the facts of the case. They just tell you what happened at trial. So you have to be able to incorporate the text messages, events that have occurred, interviews that have happened, um, panels we've been on.
But
Like
he was
it's been
convicted based on what happened in trial, not interviews they did out here. Okay? So let's go back
no,
to April
no.
2015.
We talk about everything over here because it's
I
not
understand
about.
over here, but I'm saying on the trial, he was convicted based on these people's testimony on the stand, and because his defense allowed it to happen that way.
Right,
Okay?
we already
So we as
understand it.
a people, we need to be able to help the jury, help his defense put this together and say, no, we're not allowing you guys to carry his case like this. You can't construct his case like this, because number one, it's illegal what you did. You made a kangaroo court.
But
Okay?
that's what we're doing. We already have done
Exactly.
that.
But you
That's
have
what I
to
don't
do it
understand.
in such a way, because when people are listening to you, Sky, they think, okay, she's against R. Kelly or she's a pedophile herself. And
That's
then you
probably that might be what you think
But listen to
because
what you're
clearly
saying. You're saying, okay, R. Kelly is innocent, but I don't think he should be messing with under, you actually said that he had sex with Adriel when she was 17. You actually said that. You actually believe he had sex with Adriel when she was 17. You probably believe that he had
I
sex with
did not say
Rashonda Landfair.
that. I did
I
not
just
say
listened
that.
to your interview.
I did
You
not say
said that
that.
they fucked at the Dolphin Hotel.
I said that is what she testified to.
Okay.
Then see, this is the thing,
Either way,
okay?
either way,
I don't
I'm
know. I don't know what your point is, but I'm gonna have to drop you down because I'm not getting it. Because I, what you trying to accuse people of, you all off base. We've
okay.
covered all of this.
Let me
What
finish
do you
making the
everything
point,
that we
and
are
then you
doing
tell me
is in
if
support and even in this live, I said earlier, I don't know if you heard it. The point is to bring awareness to the trial. We are not responsible, and that's what you probably don't get. I'm not responsible as a blogger to free him. R.Kelly has lawyers. That is their responsibility to free him. So if you don't
What are
understand
you
that
trying to do?
concept,
What are
you
you
don't
hoping to?
understand it.
What are you hoping
Now,
to do?
as a blogger, we are supposed to bring awareness to the case, to the inconsistencies that are going on in the case and outside of the case, and the statement of facts around the case. So, with you trying to say that you believe, you have to understand the young lady testified that she had sex with him at 17.
But
He's convicted because now
you
you
have
want to
proof
go
she
to the
did.
transcripts. He is convicted because they had enough evidence to show proof that she had sex with him at the age of 17. Do you understand that? So it's not about what I say, it's about the evidence that was provided.
Okay, so then what evidence was provided that he had sex with Azrael anytime in 2015?
Her testimony.
Okay,
She
what did her
testified.
testimony?
That's when I was telling you I'm speaking on the transcripts. But also outside of that, they're saying that they had mobile communications. I don't know if they had an iPhone, but her alone getting on that stand saying that when she went to that Dolphin Hotel, she engaged in activities with him is enough.
Okay, so
That's
that's what I'm trying to get to right now. Okay, with the Dolphin Hotel, her mother called Polk County Sheriff to the Dolphin Hotel. Remember?
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
It's in the text messages, right?
okay, right.
And you got Sheriff Grady Judd. He's bigger than the police captain. He's the sheriff of the entire county of Polk County. Sheriff Grady Judd, pull up that interview. Have you seen that interview yet?
What interview?
Sheriff Grady Judd and R.Kelly. Put that into your YouTube search. Sheriff Grady, Grady, Judd, Jud,
Okay.
and R.Kelly. He speaks on it.
He
Now, this
speaks
is
on what?
2015. He speaks on what happened at the Dolphin Hotel in 2015. Because
The
Azrael,
sheriff does?
yes,
So the sheriff is saying he was there?
the sheriff is saying that his officers went to the hotel and the girl said she was 18 and
Okay.
that no crime had been committed.
Okay.
Now, later after the fact, 2018 or whenever these parents started giving these press conferences, right? And going to the news, trying to try this case in the news, instead of pressing charges on R. Kelly in Polk County or in Florida, right? Why didn't they press charges? Because they couldn't. And the sheriff, in his press conference, he states, no one is above the law here in Polk County. If
Wait, why didn't
he
who
said
press
he
charges?
arrested, I'm sorry,
Why didn't who press charges?
the parents. He said that he didn't need Azrael to come forward. He didn't need a minor or anyone to come forward, but the parents. All he needed was the parents. If they want to come forward and press charges, but the parents never did. So how then could the federal government even press charges against R. Kelly for something that never happened in Florida?
For something that never happened.
He
What?
never had sex with Azrael in Florida. Had he had sex, that was the whole purpose of Alice calling the police to the hotel room to set R. Kelly up. You guys aren't listening. You aren't
No, 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 no.
text messages.
No. She already, this is what you have to understand. The young lady testified,
But that's
okay,
after
that
the text messages.
she was there with him. Okay. She was in the room with him and had sex with him. So I don't see how you feel that because she called the police to have to go to the room, that proves that he didn't have sex with her. Like I don't understand what you're saying.
So Sky, okay. The police came to that hotel where they supposedly had sex, right?
Uh-huh.
Did they have sex before the police came or after the police left?
She testified before and after.
Wow. And why didn't the police arrest him?
Because she came to the door and he asked her was she 18, and she stated she was 18, and he asked for the ID and she showed the ID.
Showing that she was age 18, right?
Okay.
The same ID that she would have needed to even get into the Dolphin Resort Hotel.
Okay.
Okay. The checkpoint, I don't know if you've ever been through like a toll booth, right? But the checkpoint to get into downtown Disney, the first one, is like a toll booth.
Mm-hmm.
You have to actually show your ID and all that. Get in there, right? You
Yeah,
got
you've already explained it, but I'm trying to understand how you are trying to tell me that it that proves he didn't have sex with her at that point.
I'm not saying he did not have sex with her
Uh-huh.
because we haven't heard his side of the story. And even if we hear his side of the story, we still got another side, which is the truth, right?
Right, but I'm trying to understand what's your point. What's your point right now?
My
What's your
point
point?
is, in your last interview, you stated that he had sex with her when she was 17 and that he knew
No,
about
no, no, no. Say it right now. I said that she testified that she had sex with him. I said it again in this live. You got to listen now. You got to listen. And the thing is, you can't spin my words. I'm not a person who words you can spin.
I listened to you
I
for
stated that
hours.
she testified.
You were tired. I know you were getting tired, because the conversation went.
Even if I said she had sex with him when she was 17, people that know me and know my commentary and know the case, you have to say that because that's what she testified to. I don't see what you can't
You were
comprehend with
also
that.
saying that it was okay for him to have sex with 17-year-olds because you were like, where I come from, my cousin had a baby. This and shoot, I know people like that too. Who doesn't? What happened in the 80s and 90s was the crack epidemic. You either were on it or you were selling it, and your kids. You know what I'm saying?
Wait,
So
what?
everybody went through that.
Wait
Everybody,
a minute.
and I'm
Audra,
not
I
saying
can't with
everybody
you
had a
today.
teen pregnancy,
I
but
can't.
somebody
So
had someone in their family with a teen
so
pregnancy.
so you telling me I was either on crack or I was selling crack during the crack
No,
epidemic? That's
no,
what you
you
just
were a
said.
teenager
That's
during
what you
that
just
time.
said.
You were a teenager, so it would have been either somebody in your family was either on it or sold it.
But
That's what
wait, I don't. You losing me because what is
I'm
your
saying
point?
is your
Go
conversation.
back to the point of where you trying to say that I said she was 17 when she had sex with him. And what I said was true. My cousin did have a kid when she was 16.
But
I did have two friends that were pregnant in high school. What is your
yeah, but that
point?
man was testing you on that interview. He was saying, Sky, you were all over the place. He was being
What
very,
man are you talking about?
I don't know his name. Let me go back to this interview. His name is either Robert, yeah, Robert Keller. I think that's his name.
Uh-huh.
So he stated that basically you were telling him that it's okay for R. Kelly to have sex with underage people because of the people that you knew were having sex with underage people. You see what I'm saying? But instead of you sticking to the point where is the proof that R. Kelly ever had sex with Azrael when she was 17? Where
Okay,
is
you mixing peaches and berries.
okay?
Okay.
So okay,
When I
let me
talk
just forget
about
about that interview. Let me
my
just ask
own
you. Let me just ask you
personal, when you
the
see
proof.
you weren't able to keep up, Audra.
So you're
Okay.
saying there was no proof that he had sex with
Hold
Ashley
on.
when she was
Hold on.
17.
Hold
You
on.
just
Because
come off of her testimony.
it was a long interview, and by you not knowing me, you don't know what I'm talking about. If you ever hear me talking about my own personal experiences, and during that time in the interview, we were talking about the age of consent. Okay. So when I tell you that I had a cousin and two friends that was pregnant at 16, that's me again telling you I'm not the police for that. And I was also stating that during that time, those parents, even my cousin, her mother was not trying to lock up the boyfriends to of the fathers of these babies. So who am I to judge? And who is the government to come in and also judge it?
Okay, so
Okay,
your
so that's
cousin's
what I
mother.
was saying with that.
Okay, your cousin's mother, was she on drugs?
No, why would she have to be on drugs?
I mean, she allowed a teen pregnancy in her household. She didn't know where her kid was. You see, a responsible parent is supposed to be on top of those things. So when you're
Okay,
saying that
wait,
you
hold
got
on,
to
hold
think
on, hold
about
on,
the
hold on, hold
rest
on,
of
hold
the
on, hold on,
United
hold on,
States
hold on, hold on,
listening to what
hold on,
you're saying,
hold on. This is what you have to understand. And I'm trying to find the best way to explain this to you.
I totally get where you're coming from. You're saying
No,
this
no,
is
you
where
don't.
I
You
live.
don't.
Where I come
Because if for you to say that statement, it's profoundly ignorant. And I'm trying to see how I'm gonna respond to it. Because this
I
is
know
the
what you're
thing.
saying. You're
No,
saying
no,
in this
no, no, you
neighborhood,
don't.
this
Because
neighborhood
understand this.
is
I'm a,
supposed
let's use my cousin for an example. My cousin was 16. She got pregnant on prom. So you asked the question, was her mother on drugs? So you trying to state that in order for her daughter to be pregnant, she had to be on drugs and not of her own sound mind and incoherent to let her daughter go on prom and have sex and get pregnant? Like, do you hear what you just said?
you stated this is where you come from. That is called dysfunction.
How was that dysfunction when her daughter got pregnant with
See,
a
and then your
boyfriend?
mind, it's not even wrapping around it. That it's not right. You know what I'm saying? See, that's where those
Okay, but
men
if
were
that's
trying to
what you
go.
believe,
And
you
you're
have the
saying,
right to believe that. You can't project your thoughts on me. I'm
go
not the
back and.
police for that,
But
Aldrin.
what I'm
So if
saying
you
is,
want to be the
you were
police
saying.
for the age of consent, then you got a lot of work, sugar. I'm gonna
But
let you know
that's
right
what I'm
now
saying.
because
The age of
what?
consent
Hold
would
on,
not be an
hold on.
issue if you
let me
guys
let me
stick to the
explain to you.
fact.
Let me break something down. So there's gonna be a lot of people in Chicago that are on drugs or either selling drugs because it's millions of girls, it's millions of teenage parents
But it
in
doesn't make it
Chicago.
right. That's what he was
So
trying
so
to
you
tell you.
okay? So
It
understand
doesn't make it right.
it's not
And that's
about
the
it's
reason
not
R.
about
Kelly
where
was
I'm
convicted.
from. You need to be the mayor of Chicago, and you need to control the community and the culture of Chicago. You're not gonna try and
No,
minimize it
but
and
you
make it
can't
my
say
problem
that
because it's
and
not my
then this
problem.
man is serving 30 years. Y'all can't play with it and then act like, even if you support him, that means you think he's innocent. So part of him being innocent is
That
saying no.
doesn't mean that. Audrey, let
So
me
you're
explain
saying you
something
want
to
him
you.
to get out, but
And
you really believe
I
that
can't
he had
I
sex.
can't I can't continue this because other people need to come up. But I wish you well, but you really have to expand your mind and you have to
You're
be able
telling people
to
that he had sex
hold
with her
on.
at
You
17.
have to be able to understand me, understand my commentary. You also have to understand Chicago because real talk, you really could have been one of the thoughts in the case because you don't have the mindset to understand that the culture of the city pretty much dictates who the people are that come out of it. So, and for you to try and minimize and understand that anybody who went through the crack era was either on drugs or selling drugs is
Not
completely
every,
naive.
but
Like,
the majority.
I ain't no majority, girl.
You can look at the
Were
U.S.
you even
You
born
can
during
look
the
at
crack era?
you can look at the demographics
Were you
and know
born during
what
the
the
crack
majority was
era?
up to.
Were you born during the crack era?
I lived it. Yes, I was around it.
So were you on drugs or were you selling drugs?
No, I wasn't even. No,
So why would you ask me that if
I
you
didn't
aren't
say that
if you
you
wasn't on
were.
it? Help me,
Scott.
help me make
And
this make
Scott, you
sense.
said that you've been in the street, so that don't mean nothing. That's not where I'm going with this
No,
conversation.
no, no. You
And see, you won't let
Audrey,
anyone talk,
Audrey, you
so
can't
I
jump
can't make
around on
my
me. You
point.
you just told me that
Scott, I've been trying to make my point. You
you
keep
just
cutting me
said
off.
anybody who lived through the crack era was either on it or selling it. So which I
Scott,
asked you which one were you, and
uh,
you say neither. But
Scott,
for
that has
me,
nothing to do
I
with this
have to be one of the
conversation.
people that was on it or selling it.
Scott, that has nothing to do with this conversation. We're talking about the
You
letter
brought it up.
because the letter and what happened in April 2015 and the text messages do not state that he had sex with her at 18. She can take the stand and say whatever she wants to say. But those
Sweetheart,
text messages come out at trial.
sweetheart, let me explain something to you. Do you understand that testimony is evidence? You got me up here sounding like Angie. Do you understand that if I get on the stand and I say that Audra was selling crack during the crack era, and I saw her give a quarter key to Ray Ray on the corner, do you understand that that's evidence?
That's all they would need to convict me. What your word?
Right. Okay. So what are you saying? You trying to tell me that in my commentary, because
You just
I'm
said it. You just said it. See what you just said? You said I saw Audra doing this, that, and the other, right?
right.
That's your testimony. But could your testimony be a lie?
Yes, it could be a lie.
Exactly. So that's what I'm trying to tell you now. Like you said
We
up there, you
already
said,
know that she's a liar, Audra. That's what I'm saying. I don't know
okay,
where
I
you
get
coming from.
okay,
Like,
so you
if
won't
you
listen to
sit
what
up
I'm
here,
saying.
if you
You won't
believe,
let me
that's what I'm
finish.
saying. You have to know me. And I'm gonna ask you this, because I gotta bring Lil Mac in. I'm gonna have to drop you down. I'm gonna ask you this. Stick around, and I need you when you talking about Skylife, you have to open your mind, sugar. Okay. I'm three-dimensional. And you have to understand, I don't believe the transcripts. I don't believe Azriel, and you give credence to Robert Keller clearly, and you I think you glorify them, and you think that they're smart people.
Glorify
And
who?
I guess Robert Keller and the other guy that was over there,
I
but
don't
you
glor-
you have to
you're
understand the
going
case,
crazy.
and it's
Hey, can I interject real quick?
okay. Go ahead, Lamac.
Um, I think the point Miss Audrey is making is that we gotta stop using the okay, if my cousin was 17 had a baby by somebody that was 18, that don't make it right or make it wrong. I think the point she's saying we gotta stop saying it because if we giving light to that, we giving light to saying that it's okay for R. Kelly to do it. I get the point what she's trying to make. On that, but I don't. But somebody being on crack and doing the crack epidemic, having a baby, anybody can have a teen pregnancy. You can be a straight A student in high school and have a 4.0 GPA. That doesn't mean the fact that a lot of that stop you from having a kid. You just made a mistake and had sex. Like I know my girlfriend mother and my mother and all them. They all had babies at a young age. My mother had my sister, but she was 18.
She's saying
And
it's
some people
dysfunctional. So you come from a dysfunctional household.
that doesn't make that's not necessarily the case. Just because let's say for instance if Sky is I'm Sky's son and I'm 16 and I go out and get my 60-year-old girlfriend pregnant, Sky could be a great mother. I just made a mistake and got her pregnant. That don't necessarily mean that you're on drugs or your mind ain't right. You can't do that. Like that like saying stuff like that, like you
Well, hold on.
cannot
We about to get back to the point. Okay, let me just say
okay.
this.
Yeah, I thought we was on the
Yeah,
Valerie Payton situation.
we're not about to get thrown off. Let me say this, and I need Lil Mac and Audrey to understand this. I speak on life experiences, okay? And you all have to understand, I'm not gonna stop doing that. And once again, I'm not the police for age of consent. I'm not the police for older people versus younger people. So understand, when I happen to share my life experience with you guys, that's to get you all to understand things that I went through and to help you understand my rationalization for saying the things that I say. Okay.
We
Now,
all
you could not agree with it. You can agree with it. But the best thing to do is just take it and listen to it. And once again, I'm not saying what R. Kelly did was wrong or was it right. I'm telling you what I will do and what I won't do, and what I believe is morally right and morally wrong. I'm not that passes no judgment on anybody. Do
I
what you want to do. Be free.
I completely understand, right?
I know you don't understand because your conversation dictates that you don't. But I gotta drop you down because we got to get back to the point of talking about the letter and basically the whole, because you completely took me somewhere else. We got to get back to Valerie Payton. Okay. So thank you for coming. I just want you to take time, listen to the whole interview, and just learn me,
So where are you going with the letter?
learn our learn. Go to
Let
Angie's channel, go to Dana's channel, and listen to my commentary.
I
What do you
did.
mean? Where am
That's
I
what I'm
going? We've
saying.
already been
You're
on here.
always bringing
I've
up.
already talked about it for an hour. I've already did an hour worth of commentary talking about where I was going with it. You want to hear from the beginning?
No, I wasn't.
Okay,
I
well,
wasn't here from the beginning.
it's too much to you. You're gonna have to just listen because it's too much for me to go back at this
But
point.
what I'm saying, let me just say this one thing so I can finish, right? When she went to that hotel, the police arrived, right? The police would have had something to say to R. Kelly. They spoke to R. Kelly, right? There would be a history of this call, a report, a call record, a 911 call, something, right? The government is supposed to pull that evidence, okay?
Not to cut you off. I know where you're going with this, and you're absolutely right with everything you're saying about the sheriff and she's presenting the ID when she was 18. When all that come into play, his lawyers did him a disservice when it comes to that because you're making a great point of what you're saying, but then it's like you're going off the deep end and taking us a whole nother place. Just stick to the topic of what we're talking about. You're on point with what you're saying, and I'm in
But
total
she's
agreement
not
with what
though.
you're saying.
She's not,
Yeah,
because the bottom line is this: regardless of whether, and that's what I'm saying on this channel, you got to think, regardless of whether the police came, they didn't come. That does not stop her testifying that they had sex. The only way that you will be able to stop the testimony of her saying that she engaged in sexual activity
uh, uh,
on that date was for him to not to for a plane ticket to show up that he was not there. Other than
but
that, you are not stopping that testimony unless you got a witness to come and refute it. There's nothing you can
that's what
do.
I'm getting at, Sky. If she brought if Deborah Cannon would have presented that police officer, and he would have testified that he seen the ID saying that she was 18,
Right.
and Alice Clary and Angelo Clary, if Judge Adana would have let them testify, and Cannon would have crossed them, and he would have said that they told him that R. Kelly that she was 18. That would defeat the whole purpose of the case of Jane Doe number five
No,
because
no, it wouldn't,
Exactly.
because they already knew that she lied about her age. That you have to understand that once Azriel testified that at the age of 17, she engaged in activities with him.
but it
It
would have tweaked her testimony would have been invalid then because she would purge herself. If she's sitting there saying she slept with this man at 17, and then you showing the ID that say you're 18 or otherwise, look, that right there would have tricked the jury mind. Say, hey, she lying.
Mhm.
Like that
And
would
they
have
witness
helped.
already knew
support
That
she
would
too.
have
lied.
helped the case though. That
She
would have helped the
admitted
case,
that she
guys.
lied, though. That's what y'all not understanding. She admitted that she lied about her age, but that doesn't change the fact of her saying that she did it. Do you all understand that her saying the act occurred does not, all the stuff around it? Like, I don't see what y'all trying. I don't care if
Okay.
the police did
So
come.
basically, you're saying that we're gonna accept the fact that she admitted that she lied. Okay, when she said that she was she lied not only one time saying she was
She
18.
did
Now
lie.
she doubled back again and said that she slept with him at 17. So are you lying about your age? Or are you lying about when you slept with him? Like, how will we know? Like, how can we take her
Exactly.
testimony credible when she's sitting there saying, okay,
Because due to the
listen,
date,
Scott, she's presenting an ID saying that she's 18, and then on her testimony she said that she lied and said she slept with him at 17. That's not a credible testimony, and that man shouldn't have got convicted off that testimony. I know Angie and them like to say that testimony is evidence, but that's not no clear evidence. If they would have brought that damn
Police.
police officer in there, a known well person of society, and saying he's seen the ID saying this young lady was 18, it's no way here R. Kelly should be charged with Azriel Clary because not only she
it's what you
lied,
missing. I'm gonna tell you what you're missing. Okay, let's say the date. Give me a date. Let's say it was
April 2015.
okay. Let's say April 2015. The girl's birthday when she would have turned 18 was what? December
December.
29th.
30th.
Right.
Okay, so look, people, this ain't hard. If she said April, what date?
I don't know the date, just the
Okay,
April.
let's just say April 20th. Okay, April 20th, 2015. If you just go by, do the calculation of her age. If she was 17 at the time, we don't, all that other stuff y'all saying is irrelevant because based on her age, she was 17, whether she presented an ID that she was 18, whether she presented an ID that she was 22. Her real age was 17. Do you all understand that?
Okay, so Scott.
So the fact that
Hold up.
she said that
Mhm.
at that time she had sex with him is what stood. That's
Okay.
what went on the record. Do y'all understand that? And do you get that?
Can
But
I
I
share?
get that, but
Okay, so help me
she can
understand
sit
your
there.
point.
She can sit there and say that all the time, but she ain't giving no verified answer when she slept. But she can say she slept with him at 17.
Exactly.
But she
That's
can
the
lie.
point.
That's what y'all don't understand. She lied.
So basically, she lied.
We
She
don't
lied
know
to
if
get
she lied or
away.
not. Let's say she did lie. Guess what? He's still locked up though, because you can't change her evidence of lying. That's what y'all gotta understand.
So
Whether
basically, you
I
saying
don't believe she
so
was telling the truth. We can't say when she did it, but the fact that she said she did it at that time sent him up the
listen,
river.
Scott. Listen, Scott. Listen to the point we making. So you sitting there saying that if he would have bought the cop in there to verify her age, then that if Judge Anna Dunn would have brought the parents in, and they would have testified and understand, and Deborah O'Connor caught them in the lie when S.A. Anslow gone and said they had sex at 17, but they can't corroborate the story because you got the police officer saying that he seen the ID of 17. Not only that will show that the mother and the parents lied, but also what's my Azrael Clary. Then you got the text message to confirm that he never slept with her during none of that time, and the Dr. Hotel
Exactly.
incident never existed.
The
That's the
text.
point we're
This
trying to
is the
make,
thing.
guys.
This is the thing. Now
But
I'm not a legal person. It could create reasonable doubt. Okay, let me say that. It can create reasonable doubt. But and however, that's not what happened. Okay, so we could talk about the possibilities of what could have happened to create reasonable doubt. But what actually happened is that girl went in there and said what she said at the time she said it. It was not the parents weren't brought into court to testify. The security guard, I'm sorry, the police officers
yeah,
were not brought into court to
this
testify.
was ineffective
Valerie
counsel come
Payton
into
wasn't
play.
brought into court to testify. So that's what
And this was,
we could talk about that, but that's not gonna stop her testimony that was put into record. Do y'all see what I'm saying?
yeah, I get that. Don't get me wrong. I'm following. I'm picking up what you putting down. I'm just trying to make it seem like, oh, okay, that could have been a way that could have proven his innocence, like you said, it could have created a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
But if the text message would have got in,
Yeah,
Judge
I
and
agree
done
with
would
y'all
look
on
at
that.
things. Yeah, that's the point I think she was trying to make, and I don't mean to go back and forth with you and debate you and hold you up. I was just trying to make
No,
that point.
no.
Oh,
I
go ahead.
appreciate it because I'm just trying to
Yeah.
understand because the thing is
I was
this.
just I came in to try to know what I'm saying and mediate what y'all saying because y'all both on the same page. It's just y'all
No,
got
we
different ways
not.
of looking.
We not
I'm talking about
because
I'm talking about towards the case, not towards of y'all life experience and all that about what we talking about the case. I'm not saying
I have
the
to
other
disagree a
stuff
little
y'all was
bit.
going on.
We not
Okay.
on the same page even with the case because the thing is this. It's multiple levels and it's not, this case is not just the transcripts because she mentioned that earlier in the transcripts. It's not just the transcripts. This case is transcripts, text messages, interviews, phone calls.
But the interviews wouldn't
But
be
the
valid.
interviews, yeah, that's the same point that kind of defeats the point that you was making about what we were just talking about when you talking about the interviews, though, child. They ain't none of them played a hand in court.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
it's okay
But
to,
you have to be, this is what you have to be able to do. You have to be able to, okay, understand all the times when when Angelo was speaking. Okay, he was on the documentary. He did interviews with, I guess, Gayle King. He did interviews with Shabazz. And I guess he was sitting on some Gayle King, maybe some other people, but he also did one on YouTube with Dana J. Okay. So and that was to me the most profound, because that's where most of the information came in. And in that interview, he explained why he was mad at R. Kelly. He explained what was a little bit of because he talked. Did you hear the interview that Dana J had?
Oh, most definitely. But I
Okay, so
think the
that's what I'm
point
saying. I'm
she's
talking
trying to
about
make.
interviews like that. I ain't talking about the documentary. I'm talking about real interviews where this man is speaking, where Tim Savage is speaking, and you really getting to ask them real live questions. That's what I'm saying. You have to be able to take into account what you hear from them and apply it to what they lied about in the documentary. Apply it to what Azriel said in the case. You see what I'm saying? It's not this
Yeah,
case ain't one.
that by doing that, they're gonna bring awareness to everything. Yeah, but she's getting to the point of how it was that gonna help overturn this case. That's the point she's trying to make.
Okay, the
But
point is
all
this.
that all that helps though. All that helps everything by you expose Angelo for the lies that he told and all the lies that Alice
Yeah.
told. All that helps. I'm just trying to get us somewhere where we all on the same page.
What's it week? But that's the thing. She's gonna have to, like, even today, she said she wasn't at the beginning. So everything that I explained in regards to bloggers bringing awareness, and that the attorneys are the only people that's gonna free them.
Right.
That
Right.
only thing we could do is provide awareness.
You're right about that. And actually, for all of the interviews that they have given, his attorneys were supposed to present that as evidence, right? Because we can look at the YNW Melly case, right? And they're bringing in what, Facebook messages or something, you know, Facebook, I don't know, Instagram. You wrote this on
Mm-hmm.
Instagram. You know what I'm saying? Now, you got these text messages that the government themselves scrubbed from their cell phone companies, right? Which it happened in April 2015. So Polk County Sheriff here in Florida could have scrubbed those messages. And when
Diane.
they called the police would have realized, okay, you all are lying. You know, this
Right, but this okay. So wait, we got to get back to the topic at hand. Okay, look, Diane Let even said I was pregnant at 17 as well and ran the streets. My mom wasn't on crack either. And understand this. This
doesn't
was
mean
funny.
your
See,
mother
this is
was
what I'm saying.
I was using it as an example
Well,
that
no,
we
but see
all
you,
come from the
know,
same.
because you trying to stereotype me because you trying
No,
to
you
Yeah,
use
yeah,
stereotype me
you.
though.
Hold
You said
on,
that I would
let
have
me
been
talk now.
beside
Hold
and
on, let me talk. Because when you try to say, Scat, you said you ran the streets. I did.
I said that.
Yeah, you
No,
said, Scotty.
you said that you had.
Yeah, but understand when I
Mhm.
say that,
You're
I'm
trying
not.
to relate to the situation. I
I'm
know what you
not.
were trying to do. Yeah.
Who was R. Kelly supporter? Get them out of there. Who was
Mhm.
that? I don't. That's probably Buddy. Y'all, somebody block them. Block that R. Kelly supporter. Okay, this is what I'm saying. When I tell you that, you came up with your own understanding of what that means.
No,
And
you're just relating to the situation. Let everyone know. I
look,
know
what she
what's
look.
going
I
on.
got
You know.
there's a subscriber that said I was pregnant at 17 as well, and I ran the streets. My mom wasn't on
But
crack
that
either.
wasn't the point I was making. See, when you started talking over me, you took it to a whole nother level.
Okay,
I'm trying
okay.
to get
I'm
you
gonna give
to see
you.
that
I'm gonna give you one more.
we're
Okay,
African
I'm about
American.
to give you another sentence. Go ahead and clear it out, and then we going back to the topic. Go ahead and explain
Okay.
real quick.
I'm African American. I'm here in Florida, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're in Chicago, right?
Mm-hmm.
All across the United States. This happened to our people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that your parent was on crack or something, but as a people, we have been broken since slavery. It's gotten worse and worse. We saw what happened at the BET Awards. But what I'm saying is that the jury isn't made up of us. The
But
jury,
wait, you losing me. Cause explain to me. Cause this is really what I want to know.
I get what
When
you're
you
saying.
trying to
I get what you're
say,
saying. I get what you're saying.
I
but
understand. I know off
I
rip
get,
they
I
was
get,
lying.
I
That's
get
why
what
I
you're
don't
saying,
watch.
Sky.
help me
Yeah.
understand this. When you say that it's dysfunctional for my
Now you're
cousin will be
getting back off
16.
subject. I only said that because the people watching that are going to be on the jury don't look like you
Hey,
or
yeah,
I.
they gonna stereotype us, Scott. That's what she's trying to make. I think the point she's trying to make is I don't know. I get what she's saying, but the point that she made was kind of far off. But she's trying to say is that when you go into the black community and you sitting there saying it's all right for a 16-year-old to get pregnant, and you keep saying that okay, my cousin, that other people that's
They
uh
gonna look at all
non-supporters, they're trying to figure out the case, gonna take that and run with it, saying okay, he's guilty. We
guilt.
gotta. She's saying we gotta be mindful of what we saying.
Yeah,
Am
yes.
I correct? Yeah, that's all. I think that's the point
That's
she's
but
trying
you
to
but
make.
you but
But
even
but
in
see,
saying
yeah,
that,
I get. Hey, Scott, I get why you would take it that way, why she put it, yeah, because
But
she
Scott,
but
I
it's
basically
not.
trying to the
Understand
stereotype.
this.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
this is my thing. Okay, hold on. This is my thing. Whether I feel it's right or wrong, her mother okayed it. Her mother didn't try and get the person locked up. Okay,
wait,
two
I get,
two two points. I'm not the police for that.
but the
So
jury don't look like you or
understand,
I. We get it. I didn't even watch Surviving R.Kelly. I know I've ripped. They was lying,
right?
right?
But I'm saying this. Listen, I need you to listen because I need you to understand this. So when you hear me talk about that stuff, and you, as well as whoever's going to be a listener of mine, has to be able to comprehend that that's a fact of life. And this is something that's happening whether we like it or not.
I
I
know
don't
that,
care if
but
it's the
Scott, I
jury or
said
the
it don't look
judge.
like us.
If you go into Chicago, that's what you're going to find. Millions of girls who are pregnant
We
at an
get
early age.
we understand that, but what I'm
Okay,
saying,
but hold on.
people
Let
on
me
the
finish.
jury
You're not
don't look like us.
listening. You're not listening. Your mouth is open and your ears are closed. You're not listening. Understand that it's not dysfunction unless you are allowing the government to dictate it as dysfunction.
It's just for
Because, like I also said in the live, my grandmother had my mother when she was 19. They back in the day, they also got married at that age. So things that have progressed over time as history had moved on, that's when all these laws and judgment was applied. So if you are a supporter of the government being a dictator of the laws, that's on you. But you can't change how what happened in history and how we progressed to this point. Okay. Now, we got to get back to the topic. Now, if you want to stay up here and talk about it, you can. But we going back to the topic. I need everybody to stay on topic. We going back to Valerie Payton. We going back to this commentary about this
Let's
letter.
get it. Let's
And
get it.
I
Let's
want to
get it.
know, why do the people on the other side sit up here and act like, one, that the girl Azriel could have went back to R. Kelly without the parents' consent? Why do they try and act like there was no conversation between Azriel and the parents for her to go back? And why are they trying to act like why, when they get to that point, they just, for some reason, they just get, their brains just go away. And let me
Scott,
bring
can I?
up Cece Love. Oh, let Cece say something. Cece, what's going on? Cece?
That's Dean Bella. This is girlfriend page. That's Dean.
Oh, Dean, go ahead.
My fault, Sky. What you call it? Now I'm just taking my lady to work real fast. My fault.
Oh, okay, no, go ahead. You came up here. What's going on?
Nah, what's up? Now I was just seeing what's up with y'all, whatever the case may be. You talking about the
Oh, yeah, we
now?
talking about Valerie Payton and how the other side is trying to make her basically a valid person in this trial, and they basically trying to use her as a scapegoat to
I,
act like the.
I but
Go
remember,
ahead.
Sky, we speak about it yesterday, like yesterday morning. Remember, I was saying, yo, how do we even know this lady even exists? Because
Thank
my
you.
thing is like, yo, y'all subpoenaed everybody and their mother in the world, but y'all ain't subpoena her.
Thank you. Thank
Like
you.
that, that don't make no sense right there to me. Like everybody else got subpoenaed. That would have been the main person y'all don't want to get subpoenaed. Cause
Yes.
like
Right.
if she got some type of like she like a basically the liaison to the situation where she's the one that like could convict R. Kelly or could set R. Kelly free. Cause she the
Period.
one that could probably tell you full detail. Like nah, like yeah, me and Rob spoke such and such. He knew her ass was 17, or nah, he didn't know she was 18. And it's like, y'all don't, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, she the one that they was saying have parental consent over her, whatever the case may be. So that just makes no sense that why she, you know what I'm saying, go unscathed, and then, like, well, this imaginary person go unscathed and then
Right.
just don't get subpoenaed, but everybody else do.
That's another thing I was trying to say in the chat too, was even if Valerie Denise Payton came forward, right, whether she confirmed the letter or not, her testimony really doesn't mean anything because the letter itself should not be allowed as evidence, period.
because it's not valid.
Exactly. You cannot
I get what you're saying.
custody of a child to anyone
Right.
with a letter like that. You can't. You just can't.
And
Not
can I pick it back off that real quick? And
Was
my
the letter
thing is,
notarized? Was the letter notarized or anything?
it
Yeah,
wasn't
it
even
was two
notarized,
separate letters. There was one that wasn't, and then there was one that was.
but the one
okay,
yeah,
okay. Let's say the letter was notarized, right? Why didn't neither the prosecution nor the defense subpoena the lawyer or the judge, whoever, to verify that letter? And then not only that, what purpose does the letter serve if they give consent? Don't Angel always say parents can't consent? So
Well, no,
what's
the
the
parents can't consent to sex. The purpose of the letter was to deflect. Because the bottom line, and this is what I was saying earlier, make sure all y'all go back into the beginning of my live and listen to what I said. The letter was a deflection, because the bottom line is the girl was still being sent back to be with R.Kelly. So whether she sent her to Valerie Payton first and then to R.Kelly, she was still going to R.Kelly. You see what I'm
okay,
saying?
okay. So let's get to this part, right? The TSA, the airport, right? How did she get her ticket? And then when she turned 18, how did she get her government issued ID? Because when you turn 18, you got to get new ID.
I
Even
don't
when you
right?
understand
change
what
your
you're
address
talking
for
about.
10 days, you have to get new ID, right? So did she fly back to Florida to get her ID, or did she get a valid government ID while she was in Chicago because she took her birth certificate and her social security card with her?
What does that have to do with Valerie Payton and the letter? I don't understand.
It has a lot to do with it, right? Because okay, they can say this letter is real, right? They could have had it notarized, blase, blase, but that still doesn't even mean that R. Kelly knew anything about the letter. For all we
That's
know,
not the
Valerie,
point. The point is whether the letter is real or fake. Valerie Payton wasn't on the stand. That's my
okay,
point.
but listen to
So
this too.
whether it was valid or not valid,
Exactly.
they can't prove that she is even a person. They can't prove that she agreed to it. They can't prove anything because the lady never testified in court. That's my point.
Okay, so then let me ask you, this letter, was it brought in as evidence at the trial?
To my understanding, it was, but I'm not
So
sure.
so Alice didn't have to testify, but she signed the
The
letter?
parents weren't allowed to testify. The mother and the
That's
father were not
hearsay.
allowed to testify.
They can't bring
And
that letter in.
that's why he got convicted based off right there. All that stuff that judge didn't let in that hurt his case.
Yeah, and
If Valerie Payton signed that letter and that letter got notarized, the person that notarized the letter should have been subpoenaed.
yep,
Valerie Payton should have been subpoenaed.
yep.
All that stuff
Parent,
they let out caused a detriment to that man
I'm
right.
just
getting
trying to
convicted.
find it because I remember somebody, and I might even have it, y'all. I'm gonna have to look and see because I think they sent me both letters, but I'm gonna have to look for it. But I remember in the first written letter, Valerie Payton did not sign off on that.
But either
So,
way, even if they present the letter or not, right? His own defense should have stopped that right at
oh,
the
it's a
door.
lot
You
they
know what I'm
should have
saying?
did.
But
Yeah,
this is my other point. Whether the letter came in or not, and everybody testified, yes, the letter is real, blase. That still doesn't mean that R. Kelly was even aware of the letter. Valerie Payton could have been Azriel's homegirl from college, and they could have said, "Let's set
right.
him up." You know what I'm saying? So Valerie could be all with it too.
And not
So
only that, it's a lot of stuff that probably went on Miss Audrey that R. Kelly wasn't aware of.
Right,
That's just one of the things. That could have been.
right.
It's several other things like Demetri Smith. I know. I fall back. We going out. We supposed to be sticking on the Valerie
Yeah,
Payton.
stay
Well,
on the
oh,
stay on course.
let me make this one
That's
last.
another conversation.
I know it's going to be a little bit hard for y'all to get it, but let me make this one last point. So let's say everybody testified this letter is valid, it's real, and R. Kelly knew she was 17 in September of 2015. She had just 3.5 months to go before she turned 18, right? So let's say they testified this is true, but you still have to figure out then how did she get through TSA? Did her parents buy the ticket? Who bought the
Yeah,
ticket?
her mother confirmed that she bought a plane ticket.
All right. Because so if the
So
mother
she should
bought
be charged.
right, so if the mother bought the ticket, then we still don't know if R. Kelly even knows who bought the ticket. You see what I'm
Well,
saying?
it really
So he's
doesn't matter.
still
But see, this is the thing.
right. It
And
matters. Let me finish. Let me finish. It matters because he's still thinking that Azrael is 18, handling her own business. Now, my
Right.
last point.
no, no,
Let
no,
me
no,
finish.
no. That's not what reasonably what would be inferred, because you have to understand
But
it's
he's
at the
texting
point of she's
Azrael. He's
stating
thinking he's texting Azrael. So why wouldn't she get her own plane ticket?
that's not the
And then,
point.
but the
You
mother never in the
see,
text
hold
message
on, hold
never
on back, hold
confirmed.
on back, hold on back. You can't go into the weeds. Don't go into the weeds. I don't like the weeds. The point is this: she was 17. She testified she was 17. She told him her age. He sent her back. He talked to his attorney. The attorney said the parents had to create a letter to send her back. Okay. So what would reasonably be inferred at that point is that he knows she's 17. And so we would reasonably infer that he did confirm that a letter was created and received and probably even reviewed by his attorney, because he does not want to go and get into any trouble with this young lady more than what he's already in. Do you see what I'm saying?
So you're
Not to say that
saying
that's the fact, but that's what reasonably would be inferred.
okay. So they're stating that she flew out to Chicago, but then they flew her.
We don't know. We don't know about the flying or none of that. All we know is she was there with him. She told him, and then he sent her back. We don't know if she went by plane, train, automobile. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Don't
Right.
go
And
into the
that's what the
weeds.
parents said on Gail King, right? They said that exact same
I
thing.
don't believe nothing that happened on Gail King.
Right.
So yeah.
That's why I'm trying to get to my point where they can say whatever they want to say, but they need some type of proof, a plane ticket, a debit card, a receipt, something, right? So the best thing we have is then the government ID that she had to get, that she had to acquire when she turned 18. You see what I'm saying? She was turning 18 in December of 2015.
Okay.
So when she got that government ID, how did she get that government ID? Did she take her birth certificate and her student, her restricted license from when she was 17 and her social security card to Chicago, or did she fly back to Florida to get a Florida driver's license and all of that?
Why does it make a difference?
Because
Because she was 17 during the whole time she was doing it. So basically, she still lied about. Well, yeah. It don't make no sense.
it,
Yeah.
it's gonna
It,
it's gonna tell where she resided, because if that letter stating, "Hey, we gave her permission to stay with Valerie Payton," then there would be something on record stating that she was at Valerie Payton's address. Because remember, you can't stay somewhere more than 10 days without updating your driver's license or your federal government ID.
Okay, wait, hold on. You got to come out the weeds. Okay, okay, come out the weeds. Okay, this the thing. We already assume that the first letter, the whole thing was a, and I
Made
in
up.
my opinion, the
Hmm.
whole thing was a smoke screen and a decoy.
Yeah.
Okay, this letter was created to as a smoke screen, so when it all came out like it has come out now, they got a document stating that we gave guardianship to somebody else. Like, hey, we sending you over here, but you're really gonna be with R.Kelly. So the fact of when she got an ID, all that stuff is irrelevant because the bottom line is once she turned 18, she's 18. We don't care about her ID. We already know she possibly had a fake ID. We already have to infer that she told him she was 17. He sent her home however she got home, and they sent her back still at the age of 17. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right, but
So it's
the
really no need to go into the weeds any further about her
import,
ID.
the importance of going into the weeds about that is that they're trying to keep it hidden from him that she's not 18, that she's 17. He didn't know, for all we know, he didn't know that she was 17 the entire year of 2015. He didn't know about this letter with Valerie Payton. You see, he didn't know about her age until these interviews started coming about in 2018 or whenever Timothy Savage and Angelo and Alice started going.
But see, that's what I'm saying. I can't do that. I can't do the
I know what you're saying, but what
yeah, I
I'm
can't
saying
do
is
that.
at
I can't do
trial,
that.
in preventing.
Even though while we still don't believe
Mhm.
everything that was done, you can't go too far off of bounds. We have to do what reasonably and psychologically what will possibly happen. Unless you have some type of, we can go with a million notions of what could have happened,
But we
but
just
you have
know
to kind of
that
stay on track. Do you see what
at
I'm
the
saying?
Dolphin Hotel, she presented identification that she was 18.
Right.
In Florida, that's the age of consent, 18. The police believed her.
But that doesn't, this is what you're not understanding.
Okay.
Regardless of the age of consent, okay? If her birthday, if this happened on April 20th, 2015, and her birthday was not till December 30th, 2015, technically and in all right, she is 17 years old. Whether she got an ID that's saying she's 18 or it's saying she's 28,
So
she is
then they
still
have to
physically
prove.
eight. She's still physically 17 years old. Do you understand
So
that?
do you think that they proved that he knew that she was
He did
17,
know.
or you're thinking that she just
He did not know that she
okay?
was 17
But
until
it's not. But the law states it's not an excuse though.
Yeah.
right.
Like when
There's
you go,
no
yeah,
excuse. He's
yeah.
supposed to know
Uh-huh.
the law, like you saying. Lil Mac is giving you law now. The
Yeah, but
law,
she fooled the police too. So, and
yeah,
But
she
you
we
messed
understand
up
that.
though.
the
Yeah,
the the TSA, she fooled Walt Disney World, she fooled
yeah,
all these people.
yeah. But that's still, and we've and trust me, we've argued all these points you're saying. That's what I'm saying. You just got to go back and watch. We've been through all these scenarios you giving. We've been through them. Like she fooled the police. She fooled him. I mean, she had a fake ID. Who we don't know who else she busted that fake ID out on. And it's a lot. That's what I'm
So
saying. It's a
then
lot of moving pieces. But let's
the
go
only
back
thing we got
to
to go off of are the text messages.
what do
That's
you mean?
that proves that he did not have sex with her when she was 17. Because okay, I'm just gonna make this
You
point. The text messages were happening in April of 2015. The police were called to the hotel April of 2015, right? She fooled the police, but according to her, she also told R. Kelly at the Dolphin Hotel that she was 17, which is the reason they had to get the letter, right? So she
no,
told him.
no, no, no. She did not tell him that she was 17 at the Dolphin Hotel. No.
She didn't tell him
She
because
told
she had
him
to go back to school in August or September like that. She had to go
she,
back to school. And he,
she
according to her testimony,
See, you
he
have
snapped
to
her.
understand the timeline of events.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
trying to stick with that. The April
Right, but that's
2015.
what I'm saying. You're gonna have to go back to the beginning of this lab. I give
Okay.
you I give
Okay.
you a
So
brief little rundown real quick, okay?
no, no, wait. I just need one thing. What did she tell him after the police came? Did she tell him that the reason they're here is because I'm 17 and I have a fake ID? Did she tell R. Kelly
No,
at
she
the hotel?
said he asked her, was she 18? She said yes. He said, are you sure? And she said yes. Now understand this. This is what was testified to.
Hmm.
This is not saying that Skylight believes that this happened. This is not saying that I believe that any of this occurred because the text messages don't even show that any of this Dolphin Hotel stuff happened at all. Okay, I'm telling you what was testified to. Okay, so I gotta talk in disclaimers now. So she testified that he asked her, was she 18? She stated yes. He said, are you sure? She said yes. He opened it. She put her clothes on. They put their clothes on and they opened the door for the police. He asked her name, asked her age. She said she was 18, asked for her ID. She showed the ID. They gave it back to her and they told R.Kelly, if you need a security guard, look us up, and gave them cards.
Mhm.
And that's just a little brief of what happened. Okay.
So
Now,
when did they tell him that she was 17? When did she tell him that she
later on down the line, months later on down the line,
Facts.
when she had to go back to court, I mean, go back to school.
when it comes to that part, the hotel part, I look at her statement she was given on interviews, not what she later said at the test at the trial, because she flipped, right? We all know she flipped because of Tasha K. That
Yeah.
was witness tampering. So she should not have been allowed to even take the stand, first off. But regarding just the statement she gave and combine it with the text messages, the statement she gave before the trial with all of these other interviewers, right? She stated that the police came to the room before they had sex. The police came. They were not, she was not even there to have sex. She went there to sing for him.
No, 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 no.
But I know what you're saying. What's in the text? I'm sorry. What's in the transcripts? Right? I understand that. But what about her? What she's been telling all of these other vloggers over, ever since the parents were coming out, right? So that's the Dolphin Hotel that the parents tried to set her up, and the other piece to that puzzle is the text messages that state, "Hey, he's giving you what, over 20,000, and you still haven't had sex with him, right? You still haven't given him your body, right?" So
Mm.
you got those two pieces of information, that all of the interviews she's given before, you know, that's where I was going with that, and where I was going with the identification is her concealment, continuing to conceal the age, because she could tell us that, hey, he knew she was 17 at the Dolphin Hotel, or no, she didn't. He believed I was 18. Okay, so you were concealing your age then, and you kept it concealed even in September of 2015 when this so-called letter came about, which we can look at the letter and know it's not valid because it's not giving you temporary custody, right? Giving Valerie temporary custody, it's not legal. So we have to then, I'm just debunking the lies behind this letter, and then you go into the real ID that she has to get when she turns 18, or was she still working off of this fake ID, right? So when she turned 18 in December of 2015, where did she go to get her real ID? Did she come back to Florida? Did she get it in
That's what I'm saying. That's where you losing me. I don't see where that makes a difference, because
Chicago?
if she's 18, she's 18. There's no need to hide and conceal it. And you have to, this is what I'm saying. This case is difficult because while it's a lot of lies and innuendos, you have to be able to follow some type of a reasonable timeline. So you have to be fair at some point and say some of this stuff has to be true in regards to, there had to be a point where she told him she was 18. Whether it was then or not, it could be in question. You see what I'm saying? You have to have some type of reasonable timeline. But
Could
the
have concealed it. Everything she was doing was concealing it. She was skipping school. She lied to the police. She lied to Walt Disney
right, but
World.
I'm saying we already know that. That's what I'm saying. What is your point?
Right. I'm saying she got the plane ticket, and then her driver's license, her government issued ID when she turned 18. He probably didn't know that she didn't have it to begin with. Now, let's see, because I mean, you can be in a relationship with someone and not ever look at their driver's license, you know?
We not saying that he knew.
Okay, but so
You know what's so
we're not
crazy?
saying that he knew, but we need to at least say, okay, this says he not only did he not know, but he did not have sex with her? The text messages and the police coming out, you know.
We don't know what happened.
But you have to think, put yourself in his shoes. If the police came to the hotel and I gotta ask you, are you really 18? Are you really 17? And you show the ID to the police, okay, I can either feel comfortable with that as a man, or I can be like, let me look at your ID again. You know what I'm saying? Because the police could be starstruck too. They'd be like, oh, this R. Kelly. Okay, it says she's 18. Okay. But if R. Kelly, I might say, let me look at your ID again. Or, you know, are you really, and because she said that in her previous interview, she said that she told him that she was 17, that her parents tried to set him up, that her ID was fake, that she told him the truth at the hotel. Am I the only one that saw that?
I mean, it could have happened, but this is my thing.
What's that trial?
Even if she saw the ID and it said 18.
Yeah. And being that she said that she told him the truth that she was 17, that's what threw me off about the letter, because I really didn't look into the guardianship of the letter until the interview I just saw of you and that other guy, I just listened to that, and he mentioned guardianship. I'm like, dang, I just think back. I was a part of Guardian of the State at one point when I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? Because my people were a part of that epidemic, the crack epidemic, right? So I had to go and get in custody of other people, and I saw what happened, right? Because it was up until I was in my teens. My mother didn't get out until I was.
Okay, so hold on. Okay. So now I'm understanding better. So you projected your experience onto us.
I was telling you about the letter, that the letter isn't even legal without it being notarized. And if she's giving temporary custody, it's got to be either a power of attorney or.
But I already explained to you there was 2 letters. Okay, but hold on, because you going all over the place, and we going back over the same stuff. That's what I'm saying. I can't deal with saying the same stuff over and over again. We this is the thing. We, even if she did an interview with whoever, there still was a point where even if she's saying she told him, she didn't testify that she told him that.
She said my parents were trying to set you up. That's what she said. She told R. Kelly at the Dolphin Hotel. This is before she flipped on him.
Okay, but I'm saying that's not what she testified to.
I know that.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. We have to put together what she said compared to the.
We'll never be able to put together what she said. All we can put together is that she's a liar, and we won't be able to put together what she said because she lies. That's what I'm saying. So we can't go into the weeds and say, oh, she said this then and she said that now. We'll be on here all day. But go ahead. You said, is that Dean Butler? What was you gonna say?
Yeah, it slipped my mind because Audra was talking. Damn, I forgot what I was really.
Lil Mac, you got something to say? I'm trying to catch up with these comments, y'all. I'm sorry. Don't Bruce forget and Robert Jr. was at.
Oh no! Oh yeah! Now I remember what I was saying. It was going back to about checking you could be with somebody, and I was like, see, like I feel like men and women are different, cause like not for nothing, a lot of females I didn't dealt with on the first day, they didn't went through my wallet. You got what I'm saying? Just check it out. Like, females I feel like females are curious. You can tell a male anything and a male he gonna believe it. You got what I'm saying? It's just like, all right, I didn't had pill bottles in my room, and my baby mom she was my baby mama before my girlfriend or whatever case may be. She dead. When I went to the bathroom, she dead. Went through and searching up all the pill bottles just to make sure, like, you get what I'm saying, just to see what it is. So it's like men and women are like totally different in them scenarios. As I said, like, not for nothing, you could have told R. Kelly anything, and not for nothing, he'd have believed it.
Right.
Well, this is the thing. And and see, now I gotta go again with life experience. Sky Life is talking about life experience, making a comparison, okay? In my life, guys would ask me my age, and I would tell them. Never have they been like, let me see your ID or let me see your birth certificate. Never. And even if they did ask, they weren't getting it. Okay,
I agree with you, Scott. That's what I'm saying.
that's just it.
Men and women are totally different in situations.
Yeah. So I'm
And
saying, even
usually,
if she told him that,
yeah, it's usually if you're in an intimate setting with the person you're with, y'all might look at each other's picture. You know what I'm saying? But no one really asked for ID. But either way, in this particular instance, at when the police came to the hotel, my point is, in R. Kelly's mind, it would have clicked something ain't right. Why is your parents calling the police here? So
he
at
don't
that
know if
point,
they
I
called
would
the
say,
police.
huh?
How would he know she called the police?
Because she told in her previous interviews, she told us that she told R. Kelly that my parents tried to set you up. They
Right, but
sent
that
the
doesn't
police
mean
there.
that she told him that she called the police, that her parents called the police.
That's what she told the other interviewers, that her parents called the police. They text her. They text her phone.
I'm saying that does not state that she told R. Kelly that her parents called the police at the time when it happened.
Yeah, that's what she said before this trial. She actually said it out of her mouth in interview that her parents tried to set R. Kelly up.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
That she
I'm
told him,
saying,
yeah,
are you stating that
mhm,
in the interview she said that I told R. Kelly at the hotel that my parents called the police on you?
yep, and they tried to set you up. So when I saw that letter, the Valerie Payton letter, I was like, okay, so he knew she was 17 and he didn't touch her. Instead, he got this letter to give her permission to come. So I thought that he knew she was 17 at the resort hotel
So right, so that's
because
what I'm
the police,
saying.
because of what Adriel told him. She
Right.
told the police left, right? So, but because of that letter made me think that okay, he knew she was 17, right? But he did the right thing. He waited until she was 18 to bring her into his household to cultivate her as an artist. That's what I was thinking at the beginning.
And
Okay.
what are you thinking now?
Now I'm thinking that the letter is a total fake because of what it takes to give your child custody, temporary custody to someone.
No, 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 no. Don't go there. Don't go into the weeds. We can't do weeds over here.
Mhm.
Do you believe that at the time she was at the Dolphin Hotel, she told R. Kelly that she was 17 or not?
Now I'm gonna have to what they said in the chat. I'm gonna have to go back and watch all of her previous interviews again and listen to exactly what she said again. But I thought I heard her say that
But why are you
our
using
child,
her? Why are you using that
as opposed to
and
the
not also
testimony,
adding in you? But that's what I'm saying. You can't, with this case, you can't use one piece. You have to use
the test.
her in her interviews,
Mhm.
her testimony, and the text messages all together. You see what I'm saying? You can't do one thing.
But at the trial, we all know she flipped. Tasha K witness tampered. That was witness tampering. We know she flipped. We saw the big fight, the blow up, and she's calling Joycelyn her man. We all know this girl
Right,
flipped.
but this is what I'm trying to explain to you,
You know.
and this is personally to you. Each person in this case, whether it's me,
Hmm.
Dean, Lil Mac, you, me, we all have to have a basic understanding in this case. Whether you believe he at the time when she was at the Dolphin Hotel knew she was 17,
Right.
or you believed at the time he still was under the guise that she was 18.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, and going forward, do you believe this Valerie Payton person? Do
I
you
believe.
believe when they're saying that he told her this? You see what I'm saying? You have to have a basic,
Right.
reasonable, let me add
Okay.
that in, reasonable understanding of this case.
Right.
Because
So
you can be a Kel supporter. Understand this.
my last point is Sheriff Grady Judd. What
Mhm.
he said. That's what puts the nail in the coffin for me. To let me know he didn't have sex with her when she was 17. And the text messages. Those two pieces of information. And I can talk
How
about her
does that
previous
interview
interviews.
change anything?
Okay.
What are you using from him?
Sheriff Grady Judd. Pull it up. He actually asked the parents to come forward to press charges, and they wouldn't because they knew she was 18. She wasn't having sex with him when she was 17.
No,
So
that
how did they
doesn't. That
skip all
doesn't. That
around?
doesn't. You can't. You can't come to that conclusion based on that information. That the parents
Well,
not
the
the
interview.
parents not agreeing to come forward to press charges doesn't dictate whether he did or didn't have sex with her when she was 17. How are you inferring that?
Pull up the interview. That's I say pull up.
Even if, okay, that's what I'm asking you. I'm saying in the interview,
Hmm.
even if what you say, you're telling me what you're saying. You're saying that he asked them to come and press charges
Right.
and they didn't. I'm letting you know that with that being said, that still doesn't indicate whether he had sex with her or not when she was 17.
Right. So I believe what the parents were stating is that he did not have sex with her when she was 17, but that he took her when she was 17. And the sheriff said if he took her to make her his girlfriend, whether they had sex or not when she was 17, that would make him illegal to do that. He can't have a relationship with her or have sex with her until 18. The sheriff said if he was smart enough and she was smart enough to wait until she turned 18, I can't do anything about it. But he said, I do not need her to come forward. All I need is the parents, just a witness, right?
Okay, so what you're saying will prove more of the setup. That still doesn't prove whether they had sex. That proves that if the parents at that point did not go ahead and press
Press charges.
charges, we could reasonably say that that's because they knew that one, they were setting him up, and that two, that they still want their daughter to be with him, and if they press these charges, that's going to interrupt the motion.
Well, they called the police at the to the Dawson Hotel, right? But now years later, now they want to go on press conferences. Years later, now we have a whole new sheriff, and the whole new sheriff is telling them you can still come forward and press charges. The statute of limitations are not up yet. You didn't press charges in 2015. Okay, here goes 2018. Let's press charges now.
Right, but that still doesn't. My point is that still is not proving that if they had sex at 17 or not. That when she was
But it
17 or
does
not.
make you wonder why didn't they press charges in Florida? Why are
That's
they
the
going
only
around?
thing you can question. That's what I'm saying. You
Yeah.
can't make one thing be something else. We can question why didn't you press charges, but we can't take that and use that to mean something else. You see,
Mm.
not over here we can't. Now maybe on other channels we could play
Are
around
you
with
able
facts.
to bring that interview up and share your screen with that?
No, we could watch it because I don't like doing, because I don't like nobody striking my channel. But what I will do is watch it, and if it's something that I'll be able to play, then I'll play it.
Okay.
But Lil Mac and uh Dean Bala, y'all got something? Or do I need to pose a question?
My point is, like, how would this help his situation with him being okay? How can we prove that he slept with her at not at 17 but at 18? If we just going by a testimony, how can he get that conviction overturned when it comes to James on number five? That's my question to all y'all. What can we do, or what can he do, or his attorneys do to, know what I'm saying, to overturn that situation of her saying a testimony about her saying she was 17? Because based on everything, information that we gathered, we obviously see that she's lying, but y'all saying that just that by law that even though she's 17 and he didn't know she was 17, he had sex. That's not gonna, you know what I'm saying, have to get his case overturned. What is that Jennifer can do to debunk that and get that, you know what I'm saying, throw it out? That's my question.
Okay, so that's why I was saying there's certain things you have to accept in this case, whether you like it or not. Okay, so when let's say I make a statement and say, it was testified to that he states he had sex with her at 17. Um, you have to look at what is in the appeal at this point. We went through the trial. We all know all the crazy things that happened. Now we're at the point of the appeal. Okay. So what she filed an appeal on is what she's pushing to try and either get his time lessened or get a retrial, etc. So from what we saw in the appeal, now I haven't finished reading the whole thing, but I saw three things, and it was she's challenging the structure of the RICO. She is challenging the actually four things. She's challenging the jury being tampered in regards to them watching the documentary. She thought that they was biased. She's also challenging the ineffective counsel, saying that he had bad attorneys. And she's also, it was something about the failure to expose. She was challenging something with the herpes law. Now, with that, I'm not really abreast on exactly what it is, but I think she was saying like they tried to either use an old law that wasn't, um, I guess, effective at the time. But those are the four topics, the 4 points that I remember from the appeal. But I am gonna read the appeal just so y'all know. But so in response to your question, if within there, I don't see her. She might bring up. So I mean, she might just say that as a narrative to state. I mean, she kind of has to say that when she met him, he was lied to. You know, that's probably gonna come up in her statement. But she's gonna be pushing what she put in the appeal to answer your question. Does that help?
Yeah, I got you. I was just trying to figure that out. Yeah, because I think that's how we was getting at, and also they're referring back to Valerie Payton and like how would that help the situation.
Oh, that type of stuff won't be. And see, that's the thing.
Yeah, I know it won't help in this part of the appeal, but I'm just saying
Yeah,
like,
we could
yeah,
still talk about it. See, that's what I'm saying, because that's why this case is so difficult, because sometimes we talking about what's gonna free him. Sometimes we just talking about the inconsistencies and the bullshit that happened in the case. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we just, you know what I'm saying, just kicking the bobos. So that's what I'm saying. It's like it's hard to pick up what somebody is talking about. I don't know. It's just so confusing, y'all.
But I get what you're saying, like him, whether the age, it's not even in Chicago. I heard that 17 is consent, anyways,
It
right?
is. Yeah,
And they got him on this RICO or this human trafficking mess.
correct. That's why the
Her
age of
age
consent is
really
18.
doesn't even matter with that, right? Anyway,
No, it matters. That's why he convicted. Is because she was
yes.
17 and the age of consent for federal is 18.
Then they have Geronda and Rashonda. Oh my God.
Well, with them,
I wasn't focusing on
they're the
that
same
Azrael.
charges. All the ones you convicted of, they
See,
lied
see,
about it.
Scott. Remember me and you said it yesterday. We was like, yo, the New York, I think he gonna get. The Chicago one, I feel like it's gonna be the one that's gonna be like they gonna probably like, you might gotta fuck around and sit for them 20 years.
I'm
No,
trying to
I
understand
think he can get off on Chicago too.
what you say, Lil Mac. I can't hear you.
I think he can get his case in Chicago overturned too.
You sound like real low. You away from the phone or something?
Oh my bad. I said I think he can get his case in Chicago overturned too, because of the fact of the restitution situation where Rashonda, the main witness, she lied, and then you got to look at this too. He was acquitted of obstruction charges, and then and they never
I
brought in
can't
a
hear
valid.
you. What you doing? You like moved away from the phone. Can y'all hear him?
I
Oh,
was,
I'm sorry. Can't you hear me now?
yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, okay, go ahead. Say that
Oh,
again.
Dean was saying that he thinks that New York gonna be easy and the Chicago gonna be difficult. I think both of them will be overturned because of the Chicago. You gotta look at this. He was acquitted of obstruction and of a tape. They not verify the tape that he had of this to show that it was him on the tape. I heard they used photo images or something like that. And then you gotta look into the fact of the Jane though in the case names and lied, and she was trying to seek restitution. She all to So basically, she changed the testimony to get paid, so that she can use that too. It's a lot of holes in that Chicago case that can get overturned. I think that to me that might be even more easy than in New York.
I like your argument. I like your points, points of reference on that. What you think, Bala? I'm
Oh
calling
my,
you Bala Dean.
now
What's
my
your name? Dean
Deem. Yeah,
Bean.
Deem.
Dean.
Like
Deem.
Kadeem.
Deem. I got you. Okay.
Yeah. Now what you call it? My
All
thing, my internet went in and out. Just can you repeat
you gotta look
what
at
was
this
said?
too. None of them people in New York and Chicago were like all of them got immunity, and none of them gave a valid testimony. Like they lied too. Like the Chicago case to me was even to me. I think it's more weaker than New York. But the only reason New York gonna be difficult because it's a RICO.
Mm,
But Chicago, it was just simple. It was basically the state case all over again.
Yeah.
Only way they can convict him if to me is if they got if they had a scraped image of him. You know what I'm saying was sleeping with that young lady at a young underage because all like they like with James on number five, all they got is Rashonda testimony. So they claim they got this tape, but this tape is not valid tape.
all right. I'm gonna tell you why I think the New York, even though it's a RICO, I get what you're saying. That's one of the hardest things know to beat. The reason why I feel the New York gonna be easy is one thing I peeped that Judge and Donnelly said, right? And it stood out to me when she said this. She said, "This ain't a matter of about sex. This is a matter about how you treated these young ladies or young women." All right. My thing is, all right. Let's just say he was treating them foul or he beating them, whatever the case may be. That ain't nothing but domestic charges or whatever the case may be, right? You saying like so it goes to it makes me to think, all right, do y'all even really think he had sex with some of these women at the age they say they was? Because if you're saying this is not about sex, because the whole thing is these women are supposedly saying they were underage when they had sex with him. So if it's not about sex, what a case may, but it's about how harsh suppose he's treating these women. But the whole narrative that y'all trying to push is that oh he's a rapist, that he likes fucking on little young girls.
Don't use the R word. No R word.
Oh muffle, Scott. It's like it's not adding up to me. Like you get what I'm saying? Because that's one
Okay.
thing
Well,
that no, I'm saying that's one thing that stood out to me. She said this ain't about sex. It's about how bad you was treating these women.
Yeah, and two, that's why I wasn't focusing on the Azrael part because I think that's why he wanted us to focus on the BOP just to get hers completely thrown out. And then when it comes to the other women, how you know what I'm saying? Like the proof, it you know what I'm saying? It wasn't there. It was just their testimony. And the one girl, Geronda, she went into the house when he wasn't even there to take pictures, random pictures. You know, it's all fabricated. So I understand now why he's focusing on the BOP because I guess it's like what you said, um, Sky, is that it doesn't matter whether he knew her age or not. He still had sex with her when he was 17. So I guess that's why he's focusing on the BOP
no, no,
rather
no,
than
no. Stop saying that I said that. Stop saying that I said that. I'm saying she testified that she had sex with him when she was 17. That's what she
You
testified to.
know,
I'm not saying that.
yeah.
I
I'm
was watching
saying
the live, and when Angie was speaking on the Rico, and she's right. Like it's effed up as it is. One person can be charged as a Rico, but the Rico case. That's why I say I think he can get his case overturned in both New York and Chicago because the Rico case that they got up on is so weak. Like for certain stuff, like they sitting there saying that he threatened Faith with a gun and all that, but like that that's like they didn't prove to me they didn't prove that he even threatened her because how can you threaten someone to come back to a testimony saying that she wasn't trying to be with him And then he got convicted on July case based off a phone call that it was interstate commerce on the phone call that it didn't even prove that he had a conversation with her. It like to me, the prosecutor didn't even prove that he had a relationship with Jerome Payne. And then you got Azariah Clary when this situation when she lied and it's a lot that it can be untangled in that RICO. And the RICO is just a way to secure a conviction by the party. It's an easy way to convict somebody. Uh, with the predicate, you only need what like two of the acts. The predicate, I think I might be saying on the predicate acts. It's just a messed up way. They knew that a lot of these statute of limitations of the stuff like the bribery with Demetri Smith, you know what I'm saying, wouldn't stick if it was just a state case stuff. So they needed all this stuff intertwined. So that's why they had to get, you know what I'm saying, Azariah to come in and flip and get her to testify because if she would have testified on the defense, that would have killed the key witness. That would have killed the whole purpose of their case.
Okay,
So
well,
they
see,
needed her to flip. So by him explain, I'm gonna get out. I'm in the weeds. I'm gonna get out of it. Bringing that D, by him bringing
no, I
that
can't take no
DOJ up.
weed.
By him, yeah, I'm gonna make this brief. By him bringing it, I think that's why he always bringing up the DOJ and the BOP officer because he feel like strongly that uh, BOP and Tasha K played a role in his conviction, even though some people say that it's not going to have no merit in his appeal process, but he needs to keep spreading because that might be something where he can get into the case. You know what I'm saying? He can keep searching and keep digging. He can get all the information he pertains to. I think that's why he's so highly on that BOP officer. But yeah, back.
I hear what you're saying. Then don't bring
Who
in.
who is this who is this Jeff V in the chat? Like, ain't nobody even going off there. We ain't even talking about like that. We just saying that that's what he's using. It that BLP app doesn't have nothing to do with the case. We know that. Like, I
Well,
can't stand these anti R. Kelly people keep coming over thinking that we're just using that as an excuse to get this case overturned. Duh, we know that. Like,
hey, let me hold on. Let me add. Hold on, because I didn't even see what somebody said. So I'm trying to catch up with. Are y'all blocking these? Did y'all block this Nor to the? Hold on. Let me see what's going on. I got to get my other phone. I hope y'all blocking these people coming up in here. Block all these people. Hold on. Let me see.
we know, like people know, like they so ignorant. Like we know that's not gonna get him a new trial. I'm
Wait a
these
minute. Who said that? Somebody said that.
some just who is this Jet V person? Like I don't like these people, man.
Okay, thank you for blocking Stephanie. Good. Block wait. That was Justin blocked him. Okay, let me see. Who was this person? Nor um that's yeah, we know Just B was over here before. Do y'all see this person? Nor? Maybe y'all don't. Hey Angie, what's going on? Let me say hi to some of the new people in here. Y'all blocked that R. Kelly supporter person. I
They
think
say
she did get
they
them.
say
Okay,
Nori.
Alvira, Diane Let, Sierra Lee. I think y'all some new people. Make sure y'all subscribe. Come up out the bushes too. If anybody in the bushes, come out the bushes. I put the link in there in case some more people want to come up and talk. Let's
No,
see.
I
Just V, what's
definitely
going
block him.
on?
Honestly, this mess
Is the solution because he was listening.
it's all messed up
Um,
because it's like you can't even provide proof that you know if it's just what she says. Yeah, I had sex with him when I was 17. Anyone can say that,
right,
and
but see, that's what you gotta understand.
yeah,
Even as much and understand, I hated it. I hate the fact that somebody can give a testimony on you and it could go for evidence. I
mm,
hate it, but
Right.
that's what I'm saying. There's certain things you have to accept with this trial.
That's why
And
when said
That's
huh?
the
yeah,
that's
facts.
why the
That
feds have easy conviction rate.
inform.
I
Yeah.
can't hear you, Mac. You got like an echo
It,
or something. What you
now
say?
he was saying basically that's why it went fed, and I 100% agree because it's like in a state case, a lot of these women, I mean, a lot of these females' testimony wouldn't be able to hold up.
Hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
so it's like informants, like in the drug case, they could say, um, you did this, and you know what I'm saying. You go get life on a conspiracy because he said you were there, or you did
Okay.
this.
See, and also, Audrey, see, I need you to go back and read Stephanie comments. See, that's what I'm saying. You gotta. I'm glad you're here. I just need you to stick around, listen, and learn me a little bit more. And because Stephanie is letting you know exactly what I was saying on the other lives, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not one dimensional. Okay, so it's very hard to, and I do understand that sometimes it's confusing when I speak, but that's why you have to know me as a blogger. Everybody can't follow me. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
you'll learn, and I'm glad
Yeah.
you're
It
learning.
it just seems like now, like I'm just like, how is Bunjin gonna get him out of this? So she would have to be a real pro at this appeals, right? Because what we're thinking should get him off,
It has
it
nothing to do
doesn't.
with a damn thing. See, that's what I'm
You
saying.
know.
It's different conversations, and that's what I was saying earlier. You have a conversation of freeing them. You have a conversation of talking about the appeal. You have a conversation of just everything that went wrong with the case and should have happened, woulda, coulda, shoulda. That has nothing to do with what actually happened legally. You see what I'm saying? Or you could just talk about what happened in the transcripts. I'm saying it's so many levels to this case, but what I want to make sure everybody over here understands is what happened and why it happened. And like you're saying, good question. And even Mac asked that. We talked about that. Whatever is in the appeal is what she is arguing. There's some type of injustice, and that's what she
And right, and
believes.
for the record, we
Yeah.
know that the DOJ and all that not gonna get him a new trial and a new appeal. It's gonna help he's doing that to try to get information to see like where did it go wrong. That's my take on it. He know what his attorneys put in his case and in his appeal process and all that. So ain't nobody even thinking that we passed that though. We the reason we speaking on the DOJ because it was a violation of this man's rights. And if it's and possible, if it come out that Officer A did something in this case, it could help, but not right now. Everybody see we see that it's not going to help. We see that right now, but he ain't got all the information pertaining to that. That's just my response to this
Okay.
lady just in the chat, and I apologize for getting upset with her, but like I just thought she was just one of those regular no crazy. It's okay to have people that disagree with you, but I thought she was just one of those
You
goofies
thought
over
you
there. But I
you thought
apologize to her.
you thought
I
you thought
apologize, just be.
you
She
thought
said
she
she
was
come in
part.
peace. I'm sorry.
You
Yeah,
thought she
just
part.
be she disappeared for a minute,
Lil Mac, you
but
thought she part of OCOV.
Yeah, I
she
thought
is
she was one
part
of
of
those.
them.
Yeah,
She not a
I don't
Kelly
like them.
supporter. She is part of them, but
Like,
I'm saying she
and I
been
tell you
around.
the reason. And I tell y'all the reason why I don't like them. It's like
Wait, what happened?
it's information about chaos like right there in their face, and it showed that it something ain't right, and he ain't do this,
Yeah.
and they would avoid it and not look at it like they just want this man to be guilty. He's not guilty of everything that they're accusing him of. Even if you feel like he's guilty of something, everything that these people say from the New York case to the Chicago case, he's not guilty of everything that they're accusing him of. And you see that these people been lying. You see the inconsistency in all these accusers, but they still want to hold on to the fact that he's guilty of something. Like I don't like that pisses me off. Like it's like y'all don't get this man the benefit of the doubt of nothing. Like I don't
Well, yeah,
like
but
that.
see, that's why you have to if I don't know if you saw what happened yesterday, you got to stand your ground because as much as they were trying to tell me you don't make sense, what you saying don't make sense, this ain't that don't you got to understand. That's what I'm saying. If you don't have a basic understanding of this case and can argue the points, your points, whatever they may be, they gonna boot you off the stage. They tried hard to try to legitimize Valerie Payton and to act like because this letter was written to Valerie Payton, that was a deflection that they were sending her to Valerie Payton and not R. Kelly.
That
You
he
see what I'm
knew she
saying?
was
You
underage. Yeah, they were
you
trying
got to be able to understand they're running off what the transcripts say, but also you might have just also a legal stance. That's what I'm saying. You got to understand where people are coming from and what they arguing,
Oh,
because
I know.
what
I've been
happened
doing this
legally in
for
this
years
case
now.
is not what's going on morally, and it also has nothing to do with the statements of fact. Now, this is what I
I
want to say to y'all. Oh, well, go ahead, Lamac.
I want to speak on the transcript part. Like, I don't pay them no never mind because they only point out bits and holes that's going to benefit the prosecutor. They never go back and look at what Deborah Cannon said on the cross to combat that. And for example, like they never bring up the fact that in Deborah Cannon's closed argument, he stated that Jerona Pace was a obsessed fan. R. Kelly never had any type of sexual dealings with her, and all that came from Bubba Ruby Chris. Like, how can y'all sit there and say that this man was sleeping with this young lady and she have no proof? Only proof that they have
No,
it.
wait. Look, hold on, I'm sorry to laugh. I'm looking at these comments. Look, when she said, look, Audrey, when you said that thing about crack, boy, you got people like Stephanie even said, I was pregnant at
to.
17 and my parents were not on crack. I was just fast.
No,
You
I
sent
was
people into an uproar.
I was saying that they see it as dysfunction. I had to say it the way I said it to get your attention, but they're seeing it as dysfunction. Okay,
I
I
mean, they
I
are, but and that's why
you
you
know
got to know me. I tell them to kiss my ass. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't
yeah,
care what people think. That's one
but
thing you
they're the
go.
ones on these juries, and I want you guys to look. There's another case. This Caucasian man.
But
He's
wait, hold on, no,
killed
no, don't
someone.
do that, don't do that, don't do
But
that.
what
Let
I'm
me let
saying is,
Max finish what he's saying, and then
okay,
I'll let you
okay,
finish. Go
go ahead.
ahead, Max, because I interrupted him.
Dang, what I said? I forgot. Just that quick.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I was talking about how the OCOV people act towards us like towards kids like, and then some of them don't do that. Now some of them like Atmos Love, like I like him, like he's fair, like, but the rest of them like they just he gives of everything. Everything that he say, this it's like they take everything that these accusers say and these alleged parents say like his word is bond. And like I and like dang, y'all ain't
That's
looking
how
at what
they
we
have to
looking at.
come off, because they have to try to. You got to understand, and that's why I'm saying you got to understand psychology. If you, I don't know if you all, and I'm just have to use this as a reference. The boxer Mayweather, he would always say he beats them psychologically before he physically beats them in the ring. They are trying to come and as if everything I'm saying is right, my point of view is right, and what you're saying is wrong. So, and if you notice, by them trying to co-sign and saying, yeah, yeah, and you right, and she ain't saying this right, and she not grasping this, that's trying to mess with your psyche. That's why you got to stand ground and know what you believe in and know what you understand in this case, and you have to be able to fight for it and articulate your point, because they will try and screw you up psychologically, so you self-defeat yourself. That's why I'm telling everybody here, you have to have a basic understanding of this case, and what a reasonable basic understanding. That's what I'm saying. You can't be in the weeds with some flown off cockamamie narrative. It has to see, this is the thing. You have to be able to, like, let's say there's a middle line, that's the transcripts. You have to be able to go up and down, what they call the straddle the fence of that line in your argument. You see what I'm saying? When you start going too far off, that's when you get crazy. But you have to
Right.
be able to, you see what I'm saying? You got to stay along that fence.
And another thing, Ty, they never answer our question. If this
No, they
man
can't.
like underage women so much, why they had to lie about the age? And
Thank you.
I can bring up four accusers that lied about the age in the New York and the Chicago case. You got Jane Doe number five, Azrael Clary. You got Jerona Payne. You got Lisa Van Allen, and you got the what's the other chick that was in the Chicago case, but they did not find her guilty. Well, the one that said that she met her at the expo. Not Heather Williams. Not dang, what's her name? what's the thing? The look light skinned chick. She came out like right after surviving R.Kelly. She real
Oh,
skinny.
Ebony.
Not Ebony. Dang. Tracy Sampson. She lied about her age too, cause she's sitting there saying that she was 17 at the expo, but she really was 18. And then then Jennifer brought up that if he did have sex from Chicago, if she was 17, it wouldn't have made a difference because that was the legal age of consent. So that it's like four or five accusers lied about the age. So my thing is for me, we got to look deep into this. Like, how do we know that these women been lying to him about his age? He probably thinking because you really can't tell between a 17-year-old and an 18 and 19. So he could have a preference of he liking 19-year-old girls and 18-year-old girls, and you got some of these accusers coming up in here lying, saying they 18, 19, 20 when they really 16, 17, and 15. Because they could have been lying about the age to him. So it's possible that this man does not like underage girls at all, and he just got a bunch of these women that lie about the age because I just named you four people that been lying about the age.
Yeah.
People
I,
don't look into that.
Rashonda Landfair, I watched that video, and I don't know if you guys are up on artificial intelligence AI, right? But that video, now when I go back and look at it, yes, I still watch the video. Okay, I go back and look at it. I looked at it several times, right? Um, it now looks different, and it's playing a
Don't be
song.
saying that, Audrey.
It's playing a song that's modern, a modern day rap song or some song over it now. Whereas before you could hear his voice, where someone taped his voice in there. Now they recorded over it with a, and when you look at the images, they're trying to make, because I kept stressing um about the penis size of the other man compared to the one man, and that the other man pulled out, whereas the man with her ejaculated in her. I made those differences, right? And now when you go look at the video, there's like differences where you can barely tell. Like it sort of like weeds out the video a little bit in that body area. I can't explain it, but it
Okay,
doesn't
wait,
look
hold on.
the
Let
same,
me let me
and
let
it
me
doesn't
read this
sound
real quick.
cool, you know.
Okay, Alvira said they used the letter to prove Kels knew she was 17. However, aha, I see what you're saying. However, his attorney should have done a little more homework on this issue of the letter and if there was a fake government ID. Okay, that makes sense. They
Yeah,
used the letter to prove that Kels knew. Okay, okay, I'm with that.
yeah,
She
like
told him in Chicago.
yeah, like how she was able
I
to
think
fool
in
the
the
police,
text of
how she was
evidence
able to fool
she
Sony,
was
and then
even
fool
with.
TSA, the airport.
This is a good question too. Are there any text evidence that she was even with Valerie? She did not tell Kels that her parents called the popo at the hotel. She came out with that on Gail King.
No,
Okay.
the police spoke to him. The police spoke to him and offered him security. Do you ever, if you ever need security where you're in Polk County or in this area, call us. The police talked to him.
Mm. Look, he just said after this, Kels will do us. We'll be asking for IDs and we'll do a background check. You got that right,
But we
Jay.
really don't know that. But we really don't know that she slept with him at the
Sorry, we
hotel,
have
though.
the same.
We don't know.
I,
We could have slept with him when she was 18. So we really don't know that answer. If we just gonna go by what she's
Don't
saying, to
forget
me, they
about
didn't prove that she slept with her at 17.
no, and let me address that. We're not forgetting the BOP. The BOP is critical because once again, the facts of the case, and that has to be brought to everybody's attention, whether it's gonna free him or not. We definitely gonna talk about the BOP.
Yeah, and a
And
woman
that's
scorn gives her motive to lie. So she wasn't supposed to be able to take the stand. I think that's where he's going on
on
my.
top of that, if the case was filed with so many damn lies, who's to say that even more lies will be revealed as well as watch this thing go down? It's not over yet. That's right, Daddy V. Y'all know Daddy V?
No.
Welcome, Daddy V. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let's see. We lost Lil Mac.
when you guys were reading the transcripts, did you guys find it funny that they were stressing this decade, this 10-year sexual relationship with Rashonda, and they didn't really talk about the tape?
They wanted to increase their chance. Hold on. I think they lied because I think they wanted to increase their chances with him. But Rashonda and Aaliyah proves that age doesn't matter to him. What? That doesn't prove that. And let me tell you why it doesn't. Okay, this is her comment. I think they lied because they wanted to increase their chances with him, but Rashana and Aaliyah proves that age doesn't matter to him. Let me tell you how naive this statement is. When was, and I'm glad I got a little Mac up here. Mac, when was the Rashana trial and the whole thing with the Aaliyah marriage? If
He
it, if
got he got
what
indicted. He got indicted 2002, and the trial was
Oh,
2008, and the Leah marriage was 1995.
2000 what?
2002 he got indicted, and then
Uh-huh.
the trial was on 2008,
Married
Okay. And what was the Aaliyah information?
and Aaliyah was 1995.
94.
Okay, so
So
this lady just made a statement of something that not only happened 20 years ago, but also 30 years ago. So, and that was my whole commentary before on another live. Just because something happened to he made an incident could have occurred 20 or 30 years ago does not suggest that he's following the same pattern. Like you can't who holds a person um stagnant that long? Like you're not giving him any ability to change. And the fact that he's even asking these women their age proves your theory wrong. But why would you even argue something that's 20 and 30 years old? Like that's just insane to me. And they believe that.
Right.
They believe that what she is saying. They act like because something happened 20, 30 years ago, oh, that's who he is and that's who he's going to be. You're not the same person that you was 5 years ago. I'm not the same person that I was 30 years ago when Audra's telling y'all I ran the streets. You see what I'm saying? So give a person a room to change. But see, you all are so biased against Kels, you can't give him that special grace that everybody wants. Nobody wants to be looked at the same way all of their life. I hope that I am a way that, and in the next 5 years, actually the next year, I hope that I'm somebody different. I want to achieve and move forward. That's what I'm saying. Their logic is just illogical to me.
It's
Like
kind
they
of
right.
want to hold him
And then
accountable for something.
let's speak on the Rashonda thing right real quick.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Let's say that did went down like, and you got the mother. The same thing with Jane on number five right there, letting this go along. Who is we to say to convict him and hold him accountable when them parents didn't even do it? Y'all sit there and got money and stayed here for all this time. This let me know that this man did not do this. I don't care what black person in America know will sit there and let a grown 30-year-old man sleep with their 14-year-old child and not do nothing about it and continue working with him for several years, stay around this man, be in this man home living with him. I don't know nobody that live with a violator and the accuser and all. It's no way they make R. Kelly out to be like this just straight up
like he got
person
people
like you can't right like
casted in the spell.
passing them out right like and then if people keep talking about that serum on the tape, that young girl on the tape. I seen that tape years ago. You cannot even verify that is that R. Kelly. You don't even know who the chick is on the tape. And then you got if people talking about Rashonda testified. Did you know that she got immunity for some crimes that she committed?
right.
Okay,
Uh,
well let me let me explain this to you. Um uh and this is another thing with the Rashana trial. Um the way that they, from what I seen, and I really didn't look at every aspect of that case. I looked at specifically what was going on with her. And there's still a little bit more that I need to look at, but I was really looking at her testimony and what they were doing in this case. So they walked Kels down basically in the Chicago trial when it came to her. So what they did was they used locations. If y'all remember in that trial, they were bringing different people up and saying, "Is this the studio? Were you here during this time? What date was this room looking like that? What date was this studio when it had this? What date were you there? Do you remember they were doing that?"
Facts.
Okay, so by them doing that, and that's what I was trying to explain to you guys, the same thing with Azriel. Technically, her age was 17 during that time span. So this is how they walk Kels down. They were getting people to identify the dates and times of the specific rooms. And then if you have a tape that's looking like that same room, and then you say, okay, what's her age on this particular date? And it's showing that she is a particular age at that date, on that date, they walk them down. Do y'all see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how they got them in that
Yeah, we
particular
see what you're saying.
situation. Plus her testimony. But I'm saying they use that other stuff as evidence to show he was
Then
on
another
site
thing,
with
Sky,
her at that
they
time.
didn't let them authenticate Jennifer authenticate that tape. They just went off
Right.
her testimony, which because she
Now I
won't.
agree with that there was some questions in regards to because I didn't like any of that with them saying it don't have to be the original tape and all that. I don't like all that. But that's it's legal though.
That's
To me,
because
to me
black.
that don't make no sense either, Scott. It's like it's either like not for nothing, cause like it just don't make no sense to me. Cause like basically somebody could just make up saying anything and it's like all right, it just goes like. So me, like everybody else, when you see in a child pornography case, they actually have the actual tapes.
But this is hold on, let me say this to Just
But
B.
But V,
It
but
in that
doesn't.
case,
Hold
they
on, y'all.
lied
Hold
about the
on. Let me
tape.
let me
They
interrupt. Just
convicted
B.
Miss V.
This is the whole reason why you all have no grounding with Geronda and Azriel, because they both lied about their age. And those are the two girls that you have no leverage with because they lied. There's no way around it. So I don't see your point in trying to act like that's a legitimate proof that he likes to sleep with underage women,
See,
because it's not.
that's
They
why.
had they provided him with their real age and he continued to do it, we wouldn't have a conversation. Okay, we wouldn't have a conversation.
Yeah,
So
that's
And now
you have no
they
standing.
lied about
But go ahead. I'm
this
sorry.
and
What
that.
was y'all saying?
Go ahead. Dean one.
Yeah, Dan. I'm sorry.
nah, I was just saying like it just I was just thinking about with the tape. It just like you get what I'm saying. Everybody else situation. All right, even if you going back to the 2002 2008 trial, y'all allegedly or whatever the case may be had the actual hard copy or something. You feel me in that form, in that format or whatever the case may be. Now it's like yo, y'all don't have nothing. But y'all gonna say, yo, this is the actual tape? Like it just makes no sense to me. Like
I don't like it, but see, legally they was able to get it in. But I'm sure that that's gonna be because they didn't bring in the information that was put in for the Chicago appeal, right? We didn't get that information, correct?
I don't think they did they submit it yet. I don't think they
Yeah, I
did.
thought it was submitted, but didn't they submit it?
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. I
Why
think they
we didn't
probably.
see it though? Keller, where you at? Keller, come here.
I
And
was
and Lil Mac, Keller, Just V is Keller's girlfriend. He was telling me don't block her.
I was gonna say I understand where Just V's coming from. That's why I was
Oh, I
focusing
see why
on
she's like that. Now
Geronda.
she drunk the killer juice. She good, man. Everybody ain't gonna think the same. I ain't talking about that.
Yeah.
But they wrong though. Y'all wrong though.
I understand where Just V's coming from because that's why I was focusing on Rashonda Landfair and Aaliyah, because those are the two. That's the main reason that I think the jury convicted him. Her being 14 and Aaliyah 14 when she met him.
That was in Chicago. You
Everyone.
talking about two separate childs.
No,
She's trying to bring up Geronda and Azriel. So she's trying to state that because of them two, that he still likes to sleep with minor women. That's the
I know,
point
I
I'm trying to
know. That's what I'm saying. We have to debunk the Rashonda Landfair and the Aaliyah. So there are
But
Demetrius
every,
Smith
it
is
depends
a.
on where
Mhm.
you at in this in the states. Rat 100 was telling this R.Kelly too. Okay, if she was a minor at 16 in the South, that's legal. If you're 17 in Chicago, that's legal. So you still got to go by the age of consent just because he had sex with a 17-year-old. But yeah, on federal level, it's illegal. But if he was in
Okay,
Chicago
Hold
on
up,
state level,
but
hold,
it's
Well,
talking
you
about
know, we're
hold up,
gonna
no.
have to
hold
debunk
up,
it
Lil Mac.
because what reasonable
you got to bring the
person?
age of consent
Lil Mac, who you talking about right now?
I'm just saying though, like, when the young lady come in and said he like it don't matter what age, but like you got 17, 18, or 19 year olds in certain cities, that's illegal. Not saying it's right, but if y'all got a problem with
Um,
that, if that man, hey, if he didn't break the law, if he did sleep with a 17-year-old, he didn't break the law. If in Chicago he didn't break the law, you got a problem with that. You got to take it up with the law because he was in the with of his law. If he slept with somebody that was 18, that's legal everywhere. You gotta look when you're dealing with stuff. You gotta look at laws. You can't call him a pedophile. So I'm saying people are Scott. You can't call him that
Yeah,
because
but they charged him with it, so they're saying he did do it. We have to debunk it. Like with the Rashonda, why didn't Sparkle come out and say, you know, my niece was in a decade-long relationship with him. He was with her on this tape when she was 14, and he's been with her for 10 years. See, he's a pedophile. You see what I'm saying?
Don't say that word on here.
No, I'm saying
Don't,
Sparkle
right?
never
Don't
said
listen to me.
anything.
Listen. Don't use the p
Yeah,
word on here. The p word and the r word. Don't use
okay.
that.
So Sparkle, she never claimed this 10-year relationship. This is our first time hearing about it. Is at this trial, right? So where is this decade long? And when the evidence that they pulled, if you can call it evidence, are text messages from 2018, 2019, not text messages from 2002, um, from 2008 on. You know what I'm saying? The cell phone companies keep your text messages on file for at least 7 years. And I've
Facts.
been, you know what I'm saying? So even back in 2019,
What do you mean the decade long relationship? What I don't understand what you're saying.
Rashonda, when they were asking her questions on cross examination, when Jennifer Bunjean was questioning her, and when David Mc, I don't know his name, McDavid, I don't know,
Daryl McDavid.
Daryl
Hmm.
McDavid, when his attorneys were questioning him, if you look at the way he asked the questions, they asked the questions like, um, you were in this 10-year relationship, right? And then Bunjean would ask the question, according to you, you were in this 10-year relationship. But they kept asking the same questions about this 10-year relationship. So when I was reading it, it made me think even Bunjean was a plant.
I'm hearing some feedback. Why it's like something is like
Facts.
staticky.
I hear exactly what you're saying too, Scott.
I don't know what that is. Okay, now wait. What are you saying again? Now
Yeah, so they were
you
focusing
saying Bonjean is a plant?
the way that the questions were asked because David McDermott, whatever Daryl McDavid, his attorney, were asking the same questions about this decade-long relationship with Rashonda, but no one had ever heard about this before. And Rashonda even said, "We have text messages, but they never produced those text messages from the time that she's talking about, which is during the 2008 trials." You see what I'm saying? They only produced text messages from 2018 and 2019 when she's asking him, "Are you okay about the surviving R. Kelly?" You know what I'm saying? There, it
When
was
was the text messages between R. Kelly and her? I don't understand.
Rhonda. The only text messages they produced were recently, right before he got arrested, and like the tail end of 2018, the beginning of 2019, when he was arrested. he was communicating with Rashonda, but it was
This
her.
was in the transcripts.
Yeah, this was her communicating with R. Kelly.
Right, but I think I'm missing the point again. I need you to get to the point. What's the point?
So they didn't prove that that she was in a 10-year relationship with R. Kelly, but they kept asking her questions about it, and she would only have to answer with a yes or no answer instead of her explaining, describing what happened. You
But
know,
she was in a relationship. I don't understand what you're saying.
and I've heard Daddy Lolo and other people say that he was in a relationship with her for 10 years, according to the transcripts, right? But what proof did they have that that relationship actually took place? You see what I'm saying?
Because he was still talking to her in 2019.
Okay,
She
so
was
what
she
about
still.
Sparkle?
Now I don't know if that was a relationship or not that long,
Right.
but she still it appears based on everything that has come out that she has still been in communication with him up until
But she's
2019.
his goddaughter. The text messages, the messages sounded like daughter, father. You know, it didn't sound like a sexual relationship. You know,
But you didn't hear anything that I just said, did you?
yeah, you said because they were in communication, that was their.
No, when I was talking about how they walk Kels down, did you hear any of that?
You're talking about
For Rashana,
the
about how they walked them down? You
the
didn't hear me say any of that?
you're talking about how they use pictures and you know.
Yes. Did you hear any of that?
Yeah, I heard that. I heard what you said. Yeah,
Right. So that's what I'm saying. You
but
can't you
even
can't you still got, like I'm saying, you gotta straddle the fence. See, over here you gotta be fair. You can't do the weeds over here, and you gotta straddle the fence. I can't let you go way off somewhere
okay.
that's
So then,
not even,
so
you
then
see
let's
what I'm
talk
saying?
about this. What's her name? Sparkle, Stephanie Edwards. She always said that my niece was 14 and a half years old on that tape. She knew her niece's exact age because of the hairstyle. She started this hairstyle when she was 14 and a half years old. Okay? But the tape didn't come out till in 2001, 2002, and it was supposedly made in 1998. So how do you remember this hairstyle? You know what I'm saying? Plus, why would
You're
Sparkle
not
claim?
listening. You're not listening. The information I gave you answers the questions that you're asking me. The way that they walk them down and use rooms and site information, they were able to validate her age based off of that. So that's how they were able to tell her age. Do you understand what I'm saying?
On the tape, on the video. But
On
I
the video, even outside of the video, during that era, do you see what I'm saying? During that time span.
right, but
Because
they
whether
didn't
she
prove.
was 14,
Yeah,
16, whatever age you want to say, she still was under 18. So
right,
you that's what I'm saying. We're not gonna swap cherries for bananas.
right. So the other side of that, they didn't hire a video forensic expert regarding the video,
Yeah.
right? So that's one thing. They could say, okay, she was 14. They could say she was 12. According to Kerry Kelly, the interview he
No,
had with
no,
Wendy
they didn't
Williams.
have a forensic the judge and a lot of forensic expert in the Chicago trial and in the federal court. But in the I don't know if they did I think they did in the 2008 trial because they proved that it was a
I don't
hold on his
believe
death.
there should be an age of consent. The feds, the heckler,
Mm.
Rashonda with the lab R.Kelly. Yes, that's why they went to the lab to live with R.Kelly. That's how they calculated the relationship.
Yeah, like how, like they're saying he was married to Aaliyah, but here goes he married Drea Kelly in 1996, but they saying that he married Aaliyah in 94, but 93 is when it 12 play came out. So Drew
It was a falsified document, and see that's
I know,
that's the
I
crazy
know.
part about the travel. See, they want to use this is the problem.
Mm,
They want to use a marriage to confirm sexual activity, and those are two separate things.
yeah.
But see, that's how they try to trick you. If you sit up here and argue with them about that, they want that's when they want to say, well, when we try and infer something, they won't let us do it. But they want to infer that because he married her, he was having sex with her.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm standing firm and saying, no, if I can't do it, you can't do it. If that doesn't, him marrying her, even though it was a fake marriage, that does not mean he was having sex with her. It doesn't.
It
And
doesn't
they
mean that
can't
he
prove
even married
otherwise.
because he didn't sign it. It's in the same handwriting. They didn't hire a handwriting expert or handwriting
I
forensic.
mean, there was multiple things wrong with the whole process, but I'm saying that's the bottom line is it was a
But you
fraudulent
know that
document.
that shouldn't even be evidence, right? We know it's not even filed with Cook County Clerk of Courts, but what is filed with Cook County is Aaliyah suing David Orr and suing their Department of Health in 1997 when she turned 18. Why would she sue a county government that she never lived in? Because you sue when someone has fake documents out about you,
Well,
right?
no, the information was it was filed. It just
Understand?
turned out that it was done in an
If
illegal
if
manner.
it were filed, you can pull it up, and it would say sealed. You can't
So
pull
it
it up,
was pulled up and it was annulled. That's what
even
I'm
if
saying.
you.
They annulled it. So if it was annulled, that lets you know something was processed. But
It
my
was
thing
never
is this.
annulled. You can't pull it up. Pull up the case. You can't pull it up. It never happened. That's
Right.
why the only thing you can pull up with Aaliyah Halton on it is where she's suing Cook County David Orr Clerk of Courts and suing their Department of Health. That's like your vital statistics. That's the department that houses death certificates, marriage licenses. She sued whoever for this falsified information. They couldn't produce it to her because it wasn't real. If you look at the marriage license, it doesn't have the signature of the bride and groom. It has to be in cursive.
Right,
You
but I'm
can't
saying
print.
I understand all that. That's what I'm saying. I
Yeah,
can't do the weeds. I can't do the weeds. The bottom line is this: there was it was a fraudulent marriage license.
right.
Okay, we
So why
already
did they
understand
let
that,
it
but
in
it was processed because the person who it was given to, I think that person was somehow in charge of doing it, and they processed it. But technically, even in the fact of her being underage, you can't marry an underage person without the consent of the parent anyway. So I'm saying there's multiple reasons why it was not legitimate. But I'm
Yeah,
saying for it to be annulled, it had to be processed. You see what I'm saying?
it was never annulled. That's what I'm saying. It was never even filed. I looked it up. I went to Cook County Clerk of Court. The only thing I found was her
You
suing the
can't
government.
file it because if it's annulled, to my understanding, it's not going to show up at all.
It's gonna have a case number though. It's gonna show something. It's gonna show a
I don't
record.
know.
Yeah, it's got to.
Yeah, nah, she right about that, Scott. Like, no matter what, if it's a node, she's still gonna have a docket number.
Yeah, a paper trail. And another thing too, if they're saying, okay, he left his wife Drea Kelly, whom he married in '96, and remember this 12 play tour. I actually went up and dug this info up because I'm not a super fan or anything, but 12 play came out in '93. He's on stage with Drea Kelly. I don't know what year it is, right? But according to Demetrius Smith, some things he knows and he's telling the truth on certain things, like how he was going with some of his dancers, and if you pull up the video of him on his concerts in like '93, '94, '95, when his brother was on stage with him, Carrie Kelly, those dancers are full figure, curvy women with breasts. They're not flat like Aaliyah, right? And he was dating his dancers and Drea Kelly at the same time until he settled on Drea and let go of the other dancers. So from '93 to '96, they get, I guess they get married in '96, right? 2 years later, they have their first child in '98, right? And that's the drama with um, Sparkle about the album. And this tape come about, but it doesn't surface until what, 2002, 2001.
Okay,
And
wait, let's go back. Okay, because y'all telling me she is right about that. The
mhm.
bottom line is this. The paperwork was processed because, so you all are trying to tell me there was no annulment? Like, what are y'all telling
No,
me?
the
Let me
court
see what
said
y'all
that
trying to
she
say.
got it annulled in the state of Michigan. That doesn't even make sense. She's from Michigan, but she
Right, but
came
I don't
to
understand the point.
she
Get
went to
straight to the point, because
Chicago
I don't.
in
What are y'all saying?
1997. Pull up. I got the case number. You can pull it up. Aaliyah Houghton. You can just search her name, Aaliyah Houghton. She actually sued the county government of Cook County. She sued David Orr. She
For what?
sued him for having this false document. But there's a process you got to file, right? Anything you're doing with your county government, you got to go through the clerk of court, right? You got to have a paper trail. It's got to be stamped by the clerk of court for you to be heard before a judge, right?
Uh-huh.
So she had
You're
to
right.
sue
What a
David
court.
Orr, and she had to sue the Department of Health to get her day in court about this document that's surfacing the entire world, MTV News, what's her name? Vive magazine. You know what I'm saying? This marriage license and marriage certificate, and that's another interview you guys gotta listen to. Is Turi with
No,
Vlad.
no, 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 no. Don't do
I'm
that. Don't
sorry.
do that. No, no, no.
Okay, okay. But what I'm saying, this
So
marriage
what? I
license.
don't understand. So if she's suing him, then
Mhm.
there has to be a document.
Yes,
So what are
There is
you
exactly.
one.
talking about?
He Bob
So
played on his, I think he played on his live. Yeah, on his live one time.
She what?
yeah,
I think when she talking about the document, I think he have it on his live with she sued David Orr. The Big Bob had that
yeah,
thing on his live before.
yeah, yeah. He did. Yeah, and the Department of Public Health, David Orr, she sued. And myself, I called and I asked for a copy of the motion to dismiss that was filed May 5th, 97, you know, and it's on microfilm, so it's a very old document. So,
But
and
see,
I
this
need
is my point.
a
Back to my point.
copy.
There, if she can't sue him for something that wasn't filed. So
That's what I'm trying
if
to tell you. You have to produce a paper trail, right? If someone she has to get something from them stating, hey, this marriage never happened, right? So there's a process you have to go through, and what she did was she had to actually sue him. So what I was trying to get was a copy of all of the documents Aaliyah submitted or her attorney submitted, right? One being a copy of the certificate. There's a certificate filed on July 24th, 97. There was also a motion to dismiss filed on May 5th, 97. And that was filed, I guess, by the Attorney General on behalf of David Orr.
okay,
And
but you're missing my point. That's what I'm
mhm.
saying. I can't do too much of the weeds. If
Okay,
she's suing him
she's suing the government.
because there is a fraudulent marriage
Right.
license,
That's
then
not
there
an
is
annulment.
a fraudulent marriage license. So
Right.
I don't understand what you're saying beyond that point.
So
That's
there
what
would
I'm
be
saying.
no need for an annulment for a marriage that never took place because you couldn't even search. You can't search for, there's no annulment on file. There's no marriage certificate or license on file. So where did MTV and Vibe magazine get those documents from? The owner of Vibe magazine back then was, what's his
Get
name?
which documents? The
Marriage license. See, MTV.
if you're because I'm saying it again. If she is suing David Orr because there's a fraudulent marriage license, then there's a fraudulent marriage license. I
Right.
don't
But wait,
understand.
hold on. If it was really fouled, she would not sue him. She would have filed for an annulment. But there was no need to file for an annulment because this marriage certificate was never this marriage license was never filed. That's what I'm trying to get through to you. It was
It
never
was filed
filed.
because you're saying
It's not on
this
record.
is what I'm saying. Whether it's on record or not, there is if she's suing him
Mhm.
because there is a fraudulent marriage license. If it is in the grasp of David Ord's agency, that means it's there.
She would
It
have
it it it
annulled
it
it.
it it it, it, it exists.
She would
Okay.
have annulled it. But instead, it was not there for her to annul. Like if you go down there to the county and say, "I want to annul this marriage," they're gonna be like, "What marriage?" Okay, so ma'am, you're saying that there's a license out there, it's surfacing the entire world, MTV, Vibe, BT, everyone has this. Then you need to sue the government. So her attorneys did this. Her attorneys had her sue the government
Okay.
because to sue them, you're just asking for information. You're
Right. And
asking
so
for
she sued
information.
him,
You're
and
not
then
actually
what
suing
happened?
them. Say that again.
She sued him, and then what happened?
That's what I need. I need the documents so we can see the outcome of the case, what her attorneys filed, all of the motions they filed. We need to actually look at that, right? But I couldn't get that. I couldn't get through to anyone in clerk of court. So I left voicemails. No one got back to me. I even called the police. You know that lady Kim Fox, her office. I called New York. No one calls you back when you're asking about R. Kelly. They're supposed to have those documents. If Aaliyah sued the
Well,
government,
you would have what you would have to do is you're not gonna be able to call. You're gonna have to put in a FOIA. If you're trying to get something like that, you're gonna have to try and see if it's FOIAble. That's the only way you're gonna get it. You ain't about to get nothing from no phone call. That's not how that works. You got to put in a FOIA.
I don't know exactly how it goes down in Cook County, right?
You
I
got to
feel
FOIA it. I'm telling you,
I,
you got to put in a freedom of information request.
okay, so here where I am, I call around to different counties. I do other things, right? So usually I everything we can do online now. I might have to get a password or set up an account for that particular county, but I can see even family records online. I may have to pay with my debit card to get certain information, but I can see documents online. I don't have to, you know what I'm saying? Like you call, they tell you how to do it by phone and the internet. I
Okay,
can,
but understand this, and this
mhm,
is another thing that I'm saying.
mhm,
If you have a controversial situation, 9 times out of 10, it's not gonna be accessible to the public. Just like you saying, if they're saying that there was this marriage that was illegal, didn't happen, did happen, whatever.
mhm.
9 times out of 10, it's not going to be sitting out there for people to be able to access and see.
Right, but the case number will come up, but the documents will be sealed. Like I can show you cases right now that the documents are
I'm
all
talking about
sealed.
this particular case. That's what I'm saying. So,
Right.
and that's what
But
I'm saying. I got to get out of the weeds with this. The bottom line is this: if she sued for it, then there's something was there. Okay. Whether or not it was, no, don't know. Could have been a lie, but I don't see I just don't see the point.
okay, so let me finish up this last part about the timeline, right? So 96 he married Stria. 98 they have their first child. 2000 their second child. 2002 they have their third child. But remember, this video was made sometime in 1998 or so, they claim, right? It surfaced in what, 2001, 2002. And then you have 2002, he and Drea have their last child, right? And they're still married, still living together. But supposedly, he's in this 10-year relationship with Rashonda while his wife is and his kids are still living in his house, are still going on tour, even with Jay Z. And they want us to believe that he left his wife, Drea Kelly, a woman that he gave up other dancers for this girl, Rashonda Landfair.
Who was saying he left his wife for her?
That's what they said at trial. That's was that was said during cross examination. That he left Drea Kelly, that he broke up his marriage to be at Rashonda Landfair. They
I
had
mean,
a
they might
sexual.
say a lot of things at trial, but I still don't see how that changes the facts of life or anything. I don't see the
that
point.
that just gets to what your guy was saying about these relationships not even ever occurring. He was never in a relationship with Rashonda Landfair. Else
And you
we would have
basing that on
heard
what? What are you basing that on? Because he was married to Drea?
that, and we would have heard about it from Spark.
That doesn't, because he's married to Drea. Have you ever heard of infidelity? A man cheating?
Okay, and I'm telling you, we would have heard about it from.
No, he wouldn't have heard about it. I lived in Chicago and I did not know that R. Kelly was married until, when did I know? I don't know if it's when these trials occurred, but
Okay,
we didn't know.
so
R.
then
Kelly did never publicize that he was married.
we have to use our reasoning skills, what we know
And
versus
yeah,
what.
so if you use your reasoning skills and you know that he did not release to the public that he was married, that does not mean that he was not dating other women.
I knew he was married.
How you know it was married?
He said it in interviews. He carried a ring. He had children. He talked about being married.
That was after the fact. Because I'm letting you know, people in Chicago did not know he was married. And we people saw him at concerts, everything.
Okay.
And
Well,
later
you can
on,
however you want to see it, but the
but
thing
I'm
is,
this is what
he
I'm saying. That's
intentionally.
neither here nor there because him being married has nothing to do with him dating other women. That's what I'm saying. That's not a
It
valid point.
doesn't. Men cheat. Women cheat too.
Right.
It doesn't have anything. But my point that I'm trying to make is that they said at trial that he left Drea Kelly. The whole reason he divorced his wife, because he did divorce her, was so that he could be with Rashonda Landfair.
Okay.
That was said in cross examination, and with between Daryl McDavid, attorney, questioning Rashonda.
Okay. But what's
You
the
see what I'm
point?
saying? So no, it just gets back. I guess his name was CC Love, or someone was saying, how do we even prove how how did they even prove that he was in a relationship with these women? You said the text messages, so I'm just saying, hey, let's listen to what we kind of know, you know.
Because I just explained to you how they proved that he was with Rashana. I don't know about these other women. Like I don't even know. But I'm letting. I was specifically. We was talking about specifically Rashana.
So then, you being a supporter, how would you, is there anything that you feel that we can say or do to help his case? Or are we just not doing anything? Or
Which
I
case
know
are you
we're just
talking about?
talking right now, but and that's why I was trying to mention the case of the Caucasian guy up for murder, and he has all of his Caucasian.
Wait.
What I'm saying is they're
You can't
supporting their
triple talk
people,
me. You
but
can't
we're
triple
not
talk me. You
supporting.
asked me a question, okay? And you talked about Rashana. Then you asked a question. Then you went to the murder man. I
No,
don't
what
know
I'm
what's happening
asking
right now,
is, what's your
but
point? Are we helping him get out or no?
let me explain to you what we're doing right now is helping him. Do you comprehend that?
But how are we helping him if we're just
Because we're bringing awareness now outside of you and your input. We are talking about the facts of the case. We're talking about the inconsistencies of the cases. We're talking about the inconsistencies of the trial. We've talked about the appeal. We've talked about the Rashana case. We've talked about Azriel. I mean, we've talked about multiple inconsistencies that occurred in both trials. So the main thing and what people don't understand is if you don't bring proper awareness to what actually happened in the case versus what the media portrayed versus what the transcripts say, because the average person that wants to learn about the case, they're gonna say, boom, let me read the transcripts. The transcripts are only gonna tell them what happened in the trial.
not just the transcripts, the discovery too.
Right, same thing.
Discovery.
When I say transcripts, I'm talking about all of that crap, the motions and all that crap. That's
But
when I
that's
say
where the
transcript.
defense went
So,
wrong
do you
because
understand that?
they missed a lot
So,
of
what
the
we're
stuff
doing now
in the
by
discovery.
discussing the case in a proper way, not going down into the weeds, making stuff up, but actually coming up with legitimate things that occurred in the case. That's how we helping people because they're understanding that what the media portrayed him to be is not correct. that this is what really happened, or even to give them another option
Okay, so
to
you're saying
believe
you're saying that the transcripts is what happened. So Rashonda did say
what
that
happened
she
in the
was in
trial. What happened in the
the
trial?
transcripts is the trial. I'm not talking about the discovery. We're talking about the trial. Rashonda said on the stand that she was in a 10-year sexual relationship with R. Kelly, and that they used the Godfather as a disguise, as a guise, okay? But they were actually in a sexual relationship, and that he left Drea Kelly, he divorced Drea Kelly, kicked her and his kids out to be with Rashonda Landfair. That's what she testified to.
Okay, but what's your point?
It doesn't make common sense that
How
he
does
would
it not
do
make
that
common sense? I mean, I'm
because think
saying
about
this is what I'm saying. Okay, Audrey, this is
it.
what I have to. You just gotta. I can't do the weeds, sweetheart.
That's not weed.
I understand.
That's common sense. And I'm telling you
Yeah,
why.
but it's
If
weeds though,
he, if
because
it,
it is neither here nor there.
wait,
Whether she said that or not, we already know that it was a lot of lies in the case. Okay, but I'm saying if you're making a point, it has to lead to something,
so
and
you
that's
guys
why
aren't breaking down what they said. You're just saying
it
what,
doesn't matter. Why does it matter what they said? Like
because you have to break it down. That's why he was convicted. The jury listened to what they said. And his
but
defense
we
did
already
not
know that
break
they
down
lied. That's
any
what
of
I'm saying. How is stating we already know they lied. Okay, they
Yeah, and
lied.
they were asked questions based on what was in the discovery. You told the prosecutor that you were in a 10-year relationship with R. Kelly, right? Yes. Okay. You told the prosecutor that he divorced Drea Kelly to be with you, right?
But
Yes.
that's not why
Why?
he was convicted.
It
Maybe that's what you're
was.
not understanding.
It was. Is what they were saying. It was their
No,
words,
that's
their
not how he
testimony.
was convicted. He was convicted based on what he was charged with. Him having a 10-year relationship with her is just part of the that would just be part of the narrative and the supporting
And
information.
it came up out of the blue. The one witness they had back in 2002 was Sparkle and Lisa Van Allen. Why didn't they testify that he's in an ongoing sexual relationship with Rashonda Landfair, even right now, as this trial is proceeding in 2008? 2011 is when their relationship ended.
I still don't see the
So if
point.
they
I'm
had a
sorry.
10-year relationship, that means they were in that 10-year relationship from at least 2001 till 2011, 10 years.
But what's your point?
According to the transcript, she was in a 10-year relationship with R. Kelly that ended in 2011. So, as we, as his supporters, we should be trying to debunk that because it's like what the lady put in the chat. He was convicted because no one cares if they can prove this Azrael or anyone else. They're mad that he was on a video with a 14-year-old and that he married a 15-year-old. That's what everyone is mad about. That's
No, no. You are in the weeds so deep. I can't. I can't
if
even
you don't
process
debunk
it. He
that.
is
If you
not
don't,
convicted because she testified that he was in a 10-year relationship with her. That is not why he's convicted. And proving whether that is true or not is not going to help people understand the facts of the case. We already know that she lied. That is not why he was convicted
you're
because of
saying
that.
you know that, but does the jury know she lied? I knew they were
It
lying.
doesn't matter if they know she lied. They convicted him on certain things that he was charged with. Now the narratives that they ran are gonna be the narratives. That's not
They
debunking. That is menial. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like that's
got.
like
I've been in. I've had a case, right? I don't know if you've ever had a case, but
uh-uh.
when you actually take it to trial, All they need is for someone to take the stand. They can say you did not do the crime. The
True,
witness
but I'm
who said,
saying
hold
that
on,
statement
wait a
is
minute,
not why he
let
was
me finish.
convicted.
The victim, in my case, said that I did not do what I was charged with. They convicted me of a lesser charge that I,
Okay.
by law, they could not convict me on because of the size of the wound. It was a scratch. The person did not get stitches. They didn't even get a regular band-aid. They got a liquid band-aid called a star strip. They had a scratch, a 3 centimeter scratch. But I was sent to prison not on aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. They said I hit him with a shovel. Had I done that, their head would have been taken off, first off, right? So they convicted me of felony battery.
Okay.
So with that, that means that's a misdemeanor because I have no prior conviction.
Right,
With
but
the
you
size of
I
her
think but you
wound makes it a
comparing.
misdemeanor. No, what I'm saying to you is all they need is for someone to take the stand. They can actually take the stand and say, no, R. Kelly didn't rape me. Just like what Demetrius said. He said, no, R.
Don't say
Kelly
the
didn't
R
have
word.
sex.
No R
I
word.
didn't see R. Kelly have sex with Aaliyah. I didn't see them do anything funny. I
Right.
just
Now that
exactly,
is
you know what I'm
valid.
saying? He
If
just
he
took the
right, but
stand.
what you're saying with the him saying he was in a 10-year relationship is a moot point. Now,
No,
if
they were tainting the jury. Read the transcripts and
right,
listen
but
to it.
it was this, but that's not what that's you
It
not understanding
convicted
what I'm
them.
saying.
It put
What
it
I
in their
said
mind.
earlier in regards to how they walked him down is how they got him on Rashonda.
But you're not
Everything
saying
else,
how they walked him down.
what?
The tape is the same exact tape, and this
That's
10-year
you not
relationship that she's
listening.
claiming she was
I
in.
can't help you if you're not listening. And that's what I'm saying. You gotta be able to focus on what I'm saying.
Okay, so what
And
images
see the
where
thing
did
is
they
you
walk
because
him down?
you're hearing what I'm saying, but you're not believing it. You're trying you think that I'm just talking
I'm
out
trying
the
to figure
side
out
of my
what
neck.
you're saying because it doesn't seem like you're helping. It just seems like you're saying what they're saying. You're just repeating what they said in the trial transcripts, but it doesn't help R. Kelly get free.
But what are you saying that's helping them get free?
It's debunking the lies of the
You
videotape,
okay, but you
the
debunking the
10 years.
lie ain't doing nothing. Cause you're debunking something that has nothing to do with his trial. You
You're put,
debunking something that is a moot point.
the
Like
whole
so,
point is for people to listen and read, and then they'll go and do their own research, just like I
but
did
there's
my
no.
own
Why
research.
would they go look up? Why would they go look up
The
him
trial
having a
transcript,
10-year
the discovery.
relationship with Rashonda versus looking up what I was saying in regards to how they were using places and location to identify her age?
Because anyone could produce a video or a picture. It doesn't mean that R. Kelly was even in the video or the picture.
It doesn't mean that, but understand. See, that's what I'm saying. You have a problem with comprehending things. So you have to first understand when you understand how to comprehend, because I'm not saying what somebody is saying to be frivolous and to be wasting my voice.
Well,
I'm
we do
telling you
know.
what happened in the trial because that is how he got convicted for Rashana. It's
Okay.
not, and it's
Well,
not make believe.
we do know
So
that
I understand
Sharonda.
that you probably been on channels where y'all do make believe and y'all do okay, let's do this scenario and that scenario. We don't do that over here. When
So, what
I'm
facts do
speaking
you
to you
have?
with facts, okay?
What facts do you have?
What I just said.
What are those facts?
Okay, I can't, y'all.
You're saying the
I
trial
can't.
transcripts are facts.
Audra,
That's the
I'm
only facts you
sorry.
have.
I can't do you, sweetheart. It's I can't.
But it sounds like you're trying to be a detractor for him and not a supporter.
Okay, well,
That's
I'm
how
glad
it's coming off.
if that's how you feel, then why are you here? I don't see why you here.
Okay. I heard you before talking about the 17-year-olds and it's it's okay in my community, right? So I was thinking, okay, how can she be a supporter? But now I'm hearing you say that
But we didn't say, we said it was customary. in our community. That's what I'm saying. You don't, first of
what
all,
does
you
that
don't
have to
comprehend
do?
well. You try and spin people's words, and then you like a non-believer. So I'm saying, if you think I'm a distractor, why are you here?
No, what I'm saying is, what does that have to do with R. Kelly's case? There's no proof that he ever had sex with any of these women underage.
This y'all got to be. I think y'all are y'all
That's what
doing?
I'm asking. What is
Are
your
you
proof?
guys doing the what y'all call that? Y'all got me on bloopers or something? I think y'all got me on bloopers. What y'all call that show?
God.
Okay, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm just gonna be quiet.
No, because I mean you are insanely ignorant, and I hate to say that
Now
to
you're
you
just throwing
because you
out
are,
names.
because
You know,
you don't you because this the thing. You probably been on channels where you could focus on bullshit,
why would you say
and
something like that? Ask CC
because you
Love. I
are.
know he's been on
Because for
channel.
you to sit up here and say that I'm a distractor,
Someone on
when
here has
I'm
heard me
one of the
before.
main people that have bringing
No,
the
no.
real facts about what's going on this trial, lets me know that you are severely ignorant and you have a problem processing. And I hate to say that to you, but that's what it is. Because you, I don't know, you just don't comprehend
So,
well. And
Scott, since you
then
say you know,
when I say something to you, you act as if I'm just speaking out the side of my neck.
because it sounds like you're saying, okay, Valerie Payton is your cousin. So it sounds like you're coming off just like how Daddy Lolo said that he was in this relationship with
Valerie
Rashonda.
Payton is my
Maybe you know
cousin.
something I don't know.
Valerie Payton is my cousin.
You said it earlier that you're kin to Valerie Payton. You said you
Okay,
know
I
her.
gotta go. I can't do it. I can't. Thank you, Audrey, for coming. I I can't. Thank you for coming. Please subscribe. I can't though. I can't. I'm gonna have to drop you down. Just please stick around and listen, okay? All right. Are y'all for real? Are y'all got me on bloopers? Y'all got me on bloopers. Is that what y'all did to me?
That's
Please, yeah.
crazy.
What happened? What was that?
Why would Audrey said you
She
said
believed
Valerie?
me. So she believed me when I said Valerie Payton was my cousin, but she didn't believe me when I gave the statements about how they walk Kells down. She didn't believe me when I stated the information about the marriage certificate. She didn't believe me when we talked about the whole thing with the letter. Do y'all got, what's the name of that show? I can't even think of it. Is that what y'all doing to me? I can't believe this. Whose channel do she be on? Where did she come from? I think she was on Angie channel though, wasn't she? And I know she heard me talk to Angie because yeah, she said she saw me over there. I don't understand, y'all. Wow. Like that was crazy. I'm scared for real. Like I feel like, because if you feel like I'm a distractor, why are you here? Lord have mercy. Yes, punked. I am on punked. Justin Shelton. Y'all got me on the episode called Punk because there's no way this chick was in my chat. You want to sit up here and bump something that is irrelevant, that has nothing. I can't. I need one of y'all to talk right now because I'm outdone, and then we gonna get out of here because I cannot. I need a drink, and man, I need me a watermelon smoothie or something because I just don't understand. Okay, he was on our first. Okay, that makes sense because I know Big Bad be letting he lets the scenarios go. Shout out to Big Bad. I get it. I get it now.
Yeah,
I get
yeah,
it. Okay.
Audrey was definitely Justin definitely right. She was on the first time
She
on.
was on Big Bad. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
Big Bad lets people definitely express themselves. Okay, okay, because this is my thing, and y'all help me understand. Bye. He didn't do it. Bye. Goodbye. He didn't do it. It was a publicity stunt. Bye. Hold on. Let me block you and help you get on your way. Doop. Oh my God. He said Dean was on there. Yeah, Dean was on there, but Dean is a solid individual. That's what I'm saying. Dean, Lil Mac, everybody be on there. But that's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna let her be what's the word I'm saying? I'm not gonna let her devalue Vi Channel either. But go ahead, somebody say something because I cannot. Oh Jesus, help us. Whew.
Oh man, that was funny.
She believed when I said Valerie Payton was my cousin, y'all. Now, how many times did I tell her you have to know me, you have to listen to me talk? I don't understand. Like, I'm outdone. I'm serious. I'm really outdone. I'm seriously outdone. Like, she's like a stalker or something. I don't know. Look, look, Just B said you were real patient. Though I was trying to, Just B. I was trying to be patient with her because I'm like, maybe she's got a point. Then when y'all was like, she was right about certain things, I said, well, let me listen more in depth. But she kept going into some weeds that I don't know. I don't think she understands. We've talked about this case inside and out, and I don't know. Oh my gosh, she's typing. She said, you said that you're Valerie Payton cousin, that you were from Chicago. Maybe you should watch what you say. You are a distractor and not a supporter. Oh my God. Y'all got me on punks, right? You guys have me on punked. Did you all believe when I said Valerie Payton was my cousin?
That's Scott. I didn't even know you had said that. But in
But I'm
case,
saying if I said that to you right now, would you believe that?
hell no.
Okay, that's what I'm like. I'm just like,
I'd have been like, Scott, then you definitely too close to that case. You ought to be like, you
right.
gotta know more than something that we don't know. Valerie Payton, that you would have had Valerie Payton come on the channel.
Exactly. Why would I do a live about Valerie Payton and talk about this whole thing with her, then say I am the cousin? I don't know. I'm sorry, Audra. I have to block you and ban you, sugar. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. Yeah, I just had to. I had to give her the hammer, y'all, and I wasn't trying to do that. But you're not going to minimize my work, and you're not about to come over here with no foolishness. Like that was really like clown behavior. Oh my God. Where did she come from? Like, who sent you? What they be saying? Who sent you? Lord, well, we're gonna pick it up tomorrow, y'all. What is the topic gonna be? Because I can't. Father Jesus, like, you know what? And hopefully you can hear Audra. You need to start you a channel, sugar, because then on your channel, you know what you can do. You can talk about all the weedy information. You could actually save R.Kelly and you could free him with your commentary. Okay. Y'all make sure it probably won't let me see her no more. But if you see her, let her know that. Start a channel so you could free R.Kelly through your commentary. Okay. Because how many times did I just say earlier, bloggers is not gonna free him, his attorneys are. All we can do is bring awareness to the case. Like, and I had sympathy for the girl because she was saying she was like a
Or we
ward
could,
of the state and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to feel her. But
or we,
then you got like some highs and lows. Like I think she's a mental health patient. That's what it is.
all we could do is just change the public perception on him. Like,
Yes,
we get people to stop looking at him like he this monster. But
that's the
that's
yes.
Skylar. I'm gonna tell you something. I said it before. This is how they got the public to turn to R. Kelly. If
Yep.
they, if they had just came out with the surviving R. Kelly, and they just said, "Oh, the women just slept with him," but it was fact that they made him seem like he was a piece of shit by him treating them like people. You know what I'm saying? It
Yep.
was the, it was the, oh, he had me trapped. He's a monster. He beat me. I'm
Yes.
telling you, if them women just came out and said, "Yeah, I slept with R. Kelly," I don't think the world would have cared. They'd be like, "Man, that's something we've been knew about R. Kelly," and just made a joke like everybody been doing for years. You get what I'm saying? But it
Right.
was the fact that they was like, "Yo, them, you saw them women, them women crying," and then it's like, "Yo, he doing this." That's when people was like, "I like." There's one thing you like them young, but then it's like you out here treating these women like they worthless. That's what made everybody turn their backs on him. And it was like when you look at it, that was a clever move on their behalf. Because as I said, I really feel in my heart if they just came out and just said, "Yeah, I slept with R. Kelly," but at the same time they said, "Oh, yeah, he treated me very great. He did this, whoop de whoop de people that just made a joke about it, like, "Yeah, Kel just like him young," and went on about their day.
Yeah, but you know why you right? Because one of the people, that's one of the arguments that Miss Mo said, where every time she'll bring up a statement, she'll be like, but he shouldn't have mistreated them. He shouldn't have harmed them. They still shouldn't have been mistreated. You see what I'm saying? So
Facts.
you're right. That them thinking that he was harming them and doing them wrong, and they put the extra stank on it, saying that he was putting handcuffs on them and having them doodle in the can and all that stuff. That's really what, like you saying, was the turning point. They couldn't
Facts.
take that.
Yeah, now you gotta look at it. Like, as I said, for years, even up until that documentary, for years, everybody always made a joke out of the P tape. They made a joke out of, "Oh yeah, R. Kelly liking him young." Once that documentary came out, because I'm pretty sure that documentary came out. What they said, January 3rd, 2019. January 2nd, I guarantee if you brought R. Kelly name up, people would just made a little joke out of, "Yeah, R. Kelly he pissed on a girl or he like him young," and that was that. It
Yeah.
was once that documentary came out, you saw them tears, the sinister music. He got me held hostage. I'm trapped. He's beating me. It was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Dang, it's one thing you like them young, but then it's like, damn, you really treating these women like that? Like, that's what everybody was like, yo, like, you got what I'm saying? And that's how they got the black community to turn their backs on 'em.
And that's sad because we believe anything. It's just they really believe those, and that's what I don't understand. Is it because they were females saying this about a man, or because they was females saying this about R. Kelly? Like there is something in the equation that people that believe that attached to, and that's the part that because even I don't know. Did you hear the live the other day? And it was somebody from OCOV on here. Well, no, it wasn't on here. It was yeah, it was on the live because Levi was on there, and they were talking, and we were asking her questions, and she was stating something about her personal experience with her brother, and
Mhm.
we were asking her comparison questions, and in her brother's case, she was saying yes, he would get a new trial. But when we asked her the same questions and presented the same information regarding R. Kelly, she was saying it just needs to be looked into. Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
And I get what you're saying.
yeah,
It's the I always say that, Scott. I be like, yo, people are selective on who they want when it comes to, you know what I'm saying? Like, as soon as you hear anything with sexual assault, anything, people just start looking at you weird. But I said, if it's your dad, your brother, your uncle, you gonna feel the extra sympathy for them. You gonna go, "Oh, he ain't do it," or look at it from this perspective, da 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 da. But then when it comes to anybody else, it's, "Oh, fuck him, he did it, he belong where he at." I'm telling you, people are very selective on how they want to treat, you feel me, sex crimes and things of that nature when it
yeah,
comes to, feel me, because I always tell people, like, it's like, I believe strongly in this. If I felt R. Kelly did all these things they did, I don't feel there's no prison time for. I feel like he should burn and die where he stand. It ain't
right,
no, oh, lock him up. No. Because I said, if R. Kelly was out here doing something like that to my daughter, I don't need no police to go tell me what to do.
Hello.
Or, come on, man. That man would have died right where he's, man. And it's like, yo, everybody had so much access to him. It's not like he moved bougie. You need to access 7 different security codes to get inside. Man, R.
But see,
Kelly, somebody.
but you're right though. And I don't know, did you hear Jeff speak? It's like it's like when we speak about real live experiences. Jeff even said, I'm from Chicago. I forgot how he put it, but he is he's known in Chicago. Okay.
Mhm.
And he was saying that if that was the word on the street about him, they would have rolled down on him. And no police would have been able to stop it. That's what I'm saying. It's like they hear people give real life experience that really was out in the streets, really, you know what I'm saying? Really with live eye-to-eye accounts of seeing him and knowing what was going on. That's why I'm trying to explain to her. She trying to argue me down about she knew he was married. I promise you, in Chicago, we didn't even know this dude was married. And I can't remember when it found out, but it was like years later. I think when it was almost time for, I don't know if the tape came out. I don't know if it was the divorce time, but we found out later on that he had been married a whole bunch of years before that. You see what I'm saying?
You know how I found out he was married, Scott? I remember what his divorce happened with 2009. I'm somebody that always be on my Google feed. Like I'm always on the internet. That's how I knew R. Kelly was married. It said, oh, he's getting a divorce or whatever the case may be. Aside from that, if I never seen that on Google, I'd have never knew because like it was not like R. Kelly was married to anybody famous. Drea only got a name or clout off of him.
Yeah, but it's like so you found out basically when he was getting a divorce then, right?
Yeah, in 2009 when I was in high school. Like so
that's what I'm saying. That's probably when we found out. It's like he wasn't walking around telling people he was married. Like, I'm sorry, it didn't happen.
Facts. It's not like in an interview, oh, you know how people sometimes mention, oh, yeah, my wife does this for me.
Yeah, he wasn't doing none of that.
Yeah, so it's like a lot of like 90% of people said, like, when you listen to, they was like, oh, Kelly was married. Like, a lot of people didn't know that. Like, nah, yeah. I 100% agree.
That's just, I don't understand. Like, I feel like I need to go get dipped in some holy water. Like, I really feel like, oh, girl's like demonic or something like that. That really got me shook, G. Like, real talk. I ain't never experienced nothing like that because I gotta chalk it up and just based on my assessment, she got a mental health problem. Because did you see how she would go from, and I'm not talking about her again after this. She would go from, yeah, well, you said this, and then she would go to, well, yeah, then the murder, this white guy's murder trial, and wherever she was talking about, and then she would go to another topic. Did you see her do that?
That's facts.
I was like, am I tripping? And then, but at the same time, she would throw an insult at me, jump to something else, then jump to something else. Then when I would try and talk, but hold on, let me just get, you see what I'm saying? I promise you, I'm a little scared right now, G. I need to, man, Father, I'm gonna pray tonight. Lord, why? Because you know what? That's like laws of attracting, Dean. How did I attract this chick? You know what I'm saying? I gotta figure that out because she heard our conversation yesterday. But see, that's what I'm saying. You heard bits and pieces, but at the same time, you got a comprehension issue because you believed when I said I was Valerie Payton's cousin. But you didn't believe nothing else I said about the case. Like legitimate stuff that really happened. That's what's crazy to me. So it's like you believe when I do some run a camp propaganda piece and bust out with a lie. You believe my lies, but you ain't believe my truths. I'm scared, Dean. I'm scared. But bless her heart. I'm going to pray for her and me. because I really wanted her to be able to stick around and learn and listen. But the thing is this, you have to be able to listen. And if you already have your own understanding and you're not willing to judge, you know what I'm saying, based somebody else's, I don't know. Let's just bless her heart.
Nah, I definitely understand, Scott. I definitely understand where you're coming from. Yeah.
Oh, Miss Toy, what's going on? Let's see. I'm from Indiana and I've been an R. Kelly fan since he first came out. I was even shocked when they said he was married. I'm like, since when? I promise you, Toy. Like nobody knew that. That's why I'm like, hey, where did she come in with? We how she know? She was like, I knew. How you know? Like, did you have a secret back camera on R. Kelly where you knew he was married? Like that dude like covered that up like real good. But at the same time, I probably would have too if I was in the music industry. Because I mean, it's certain things people don't need to know. And like, even when Michael Jordan was getting married, I don't know where you did you live through the Michael Jordan era?
You talking about me, Scott?
Yeah.
See, I'm 28. I'm more. See, I'm gonna tell you something. My favorite movie of all time is Space Jam, and it's crazy.
Okay.
I'm a R. Kelly fan, and then you get what I'm saying. I'm a R. Kelly fan, and then the music, the song go with the movie. You know everything,
Yeah.
but it's like me when I started like me. I'm just so much like I'm kind of biased to it. So I just love LeBron though. I'm a LeBron. Yeah,
Yes, I'm
yeah.
a mole in a
I grew up more on LeBron, but see
Oh
y'all.
no. You grew up on LeBron. Who you think is the best? Look, we got to go off topic. Who do you think is the best?
Who I think is the best? I got him as 1A and 1B. I can't put. I really can't put one over the other. I got Jordan and LeBron at the top.
Now wait, let me ask you this. Did
I got
you
Jordan
how
is one.
much of Jordan's basketball career did you see? How many
I
years?
see. I when I started watching basketball, I started remembering basketball. I started watching around. Yeah, I remember Jordan came back. I was only able to watch Jordan really like to remember 2003, which was his last year.
Oh, so you didn't see the three peats. You didn't live through that era.
Nah, I didn't live. Remember, I was born '94, so I couldn't.
Okay.
I didn't,
Oh yeah. You weren't even born when the
yeah.
okay. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. And it's understandable. And I have to when and see that's why I was asking you because you all really didn't get to see his full career from college
Hmm.
into getting into the NBA and how he really truly built that team, him and Phil Jackson. I have to give Phil Jackson credit too. And how Michael Jordan is great because, and we're going to get back on top of it after this. Michael Jordan is great because he built that team up to their full potential. You see what I'm saying? And they was all able to be great because while they was all superstars and great basketball players, professional basketball players as individuals, him and Phil Jackson had the ability to get each of them guys to play at their maximum potential, and that's why they was unstoppable. And just watching that is why we give him credit over LeBron. Now, LeBron is great in what he does, but LeBron doesn't have that same ability to build a team. And he might be able to bring motivation, but just overall, oh yeah. Oh, I ain't forgetting Scotty. Yeah, Scotty was in, yeah, he was a factor.
It's crazy, and it's crazy. Scotty was with Kels right before Kels got knocked. That's crazy. I don't know if everybody seen the video.
He was with him right before he went down.
Yeah, they had the video because the album Kels was about to drop. The song, I don't know if you ever heard the song that Ron Osley got, the Friends and Family song. Kelly was originally gonna keep that song himself, but remember he wound up getting locked up, so that's why he gave it to Ron Osley. And they had a
Okay.
video. It was R. Kelly, Scottie Pippen, and Michael Blackson all in the studio together. Cause remember, like right before he was about to Kels got locked up, he was gonna drop a blues album. Yeah,
Okay. Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, him and Scotty was together right before he. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing because, and it's funny he say Scotty because when it was Dennis Rodman, Michael Jordan, and Scottie Pippen, I mean, that was just, I mean, my God, the intensity just, and that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. I get it when you guys say LeBron, you grew up off LeBron, so that's a fair
Exact.
assessment.
It's just like how I tell people, like when somebody comes and asks me who I think is the greatest artist ever, I'm gonna say R. Kelly and Chris Brown because I got to see. You
Yeah,
get what I'm saying? R. Kelly,
yeah,
older person is gonna say, "Oh, Marvin Gaye and Michael Jackson."
exactly.
You get what
You're
I'm saying?
right.
But it's like I didn't really get to when I see Michael, like it was it was Wacko Jacko. Like that's the Michael that we. You get what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
just
I
like
see what you're
see like me. I grew up with like live with my grandmother, so it's like me and her used to watch the Cosby Show every night on Nick at Night. The way it felt to me was like, even though the Cosby Show came on in the '80s, but those episodes felt like they was coming out while I was watching them when I was growing up. See, growing up in my era, like not a lot of kids like Bill Cosby because they got to see the coon Bill Cosby that everybody quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? Around the pound cake speech and all that. At
saying.
that time, Bill Cosby was like the black community started looking at him like, oh nah, you shitting on us. Like you got what I'm saying? Like so, but I still like me, I'm a Bill Cosby fan because my grandmother showed me him in a different light. You get what I'm saying? But in my generation, a lot of people ain't really like Bill Cosby like that.
Yeah,
So it's like you get what I'm saying? Like it's all about generations and eras. Like you gonna
it
see
is,
different.
and that's when I hate to bring this up. The way she described the crack era, like
Yeah.
sugar, like, and this is the thing. And let me, God, we just all over the place, but I guess it's cool. We just chopping it up.
Mm-hmm.
The crack era, okay. To say you lived it and that you was a product of you was a product of the other era, because she stated she was going in foster homes and stuff. But this is the thing, and I need to explain this to everybody. And most of the people that follow me already probably heard this. So I repeat stuff, but sometimes, well, I guess when new people come along, I have to repeat it again. It was different for everybody, but I gotta put on the record that during the crack era, it was not either you was selling crack on crack. That is 1,000,000% bullshit. Okay.
Now you right.
That only affected certain, not, let me not put it like that. It affected the entire community. However, there were people, like regular people, like, how should I put it? There were middle class. They
Talking
were,
about your everyday working
yeah,
like
you still
your
had your
function.
everyday working
Yeah,
people.
like
Like
your
everybody wasn't a
they
cluck.
they will call them your functioning fiends, like what the case may be, like your
Yeah.
like
I
that the
mean,
ones that
you had your functioning things, but you also had some people like me and my family that had nothing to do with no damn crack. You see
yeah,
what I'm
that's a fact. Like not for nothing, like not for nothing, like my mom, see, like my pops, like he was into the streets. At a point that was him, but my mom, like she didn't want nothing or have nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like
saying?
my mom was like. Like you got what I'm saying, there's some people that don't like even though like you got what I'm saying, like it was around, like you got what I'm saying, but there's some people that really like nah, it's like you got what I'm saying, like some people like they didn't want nothing to do with it. See, like I don't know how she grew up or where she grew up, but like a lot of people that lived in the projects, it was in like they seen so many of their people on, like you know what I'm saying, like
Oh
I
yeah,
noticed that a lot of people
yeah,
like crack really was a project drug. Like you get what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like that's what really had a stronghold on. I'm
yeah.
not saying people that lived in regular houses ain't you know what I'm saying? But
We
when
let's
you
say
go to
low income communities.
exactly.
That's where it ripped up in
It-
Chicago.
it-
It ran it down, and then like you say in projects too, and those were the communities that was truly affected the most. the most. However, it affected everyone, because when things happen, people have a tendency to believe because it's not on my block, not in my neighborhood, it doesn't affect me. That's a lie, because it does.
Facts. And it's just like living in today age, like Sky, like like what I'm saying, because like me, where I live, like right across the street from me, literally is a projects, and it's like when you go into P's or whatever the case may be, it's just crazy. You see like so many people, moms that smoke crack.
Oh
So
yeah,
I could only imagine what it was like in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s.
man. Let me tell you. See, this the thing, and that's why I was gonna get y'all, and let we gonna say my dysfunctional life. So when I was growing up, running the streets, okay, during the crack era, uh, it wasn't tricking if you got it. Okay, so basically, guys was tricking off on females. You see what I'm saying? They was.
Mhm.
It wasn't no thing like how girls is the B word and they hoes and they ain't shit. It wasn't that back in the day. They was taking us out. If you was able to get with a drug dealer, when he, got his money, or got paid his re-up, whatever, sometimes they jag that off. So if you was able to go to the mall with him, then he might buy you a coat. You might get a pair of gym shoes. You see what I'm saying? You might get some jewelry. Like, there was a song out that was even saying it ain't tricking if you got it. Like, those was the fun times, you know what I'm saying, where guys was splurging on women, they was splurging on their friends. Like, it was a lot of money in the community.
No, it's a fact. It did.
But
And my mom always said it damaged the community, but she was like, yo, you would be surprised how much money was just flowing through
oh,
community.
sick.
My mom said, yo, you could be dead broke. And
Yes.
if you knew somebody that was in the drug game, you could make
Yes.
$5,000 within a matter of 2 hours.
Yes.
She
They
said
had
literally so.
projects that was making millions of dollars in a week. Okay. Project buildings making, and then trap houses on the west side of Chicago.
Like
I'm talking about them guys was rolling. Do you hear me?
like
They
like
was
like
rolling.
no funny shit, Scott. My mom was telling a story about one of my uncles. She said, yo, no funny shit. She said, yo, he had one building, like we're not talking about the whole project, we're talking about just one building doing 60,000 a day.
Yeah,
She
that's
was like, so
real.
she said, yo, no, she was like, yo, and she said sometimes that 60 would be even on a bad day.
Yeah. Now imagine that. People can't even fathom how much money that was. And these are guys. I'm telling you, I'm from the south side. When I was going to the west side, I was seeing young guys like 16, 15, 14 riding in full grown Monte Carlos was hot back then. Cadillacs was hot back then. And I'm talking about these guys didn't even have their licenses and had on the money hats. You know what the money hats is?
Nah, what's the money hat, Scott?
It's like a hat, and it'll have like the brim will have like snakeskin, or it'll be like
I know
money
what you're talking
embossed
about
in it. Okay, yeah, we call
now.
them money hats. Like sometimes they'll have a symbol on them, but they used to wear the money hats, and I think like Guess jeans, Jabos, of course Jordans and stuff was like hot then, Pele's, but they just everything was materialistic. And then it was weird because it was so much money. And then it's like some years went by, people start catching on. Then you start seeing the deaths, a black on black crime, everybody killing each other. Then you start seeing the arrests kick in, where these ballers who was rolling at one time went to jail. And it's almost like the next time you would see them, they was clucks. And it's like, dang. Is that they used to be like so and so? Did you hear about him? He a clock right now. You know what I'm saying? He a irk and jerk, and we were like for real. And it's so crazy because almost every baller that we knew winded up being a victim to the drugs. You see what I'm saying?
Now that's a fact. A lot of people say that, like, and they were saying like also today, like you see how today, like you could see a crackhead in the street and probably won't know he smoked crack. He was like,
Yeah.
yo, back then, I heard in the crack era, they saying, yo, after like a week or two,
Hell
he
yeah.
said, yo, they look dirty, like
Yes.
dirty. It's like, yo, he was like, yo, he was basically like saying, like, he said what they smoke today ain't crack, because he was like the crackheads they know, like they say, yo, after a week or two they start looking dirty,
Yes. Do
like
you remember Bobby Brown and Whitney Houston's reality show?
facts.
Okay. Crackheads, I don't know what was in the drugs, but they really would believe that they would still be looking good, and like we didn't know they was on drugs.
Facts. It's like, yo, it's like the delusionalness in them. Like
Yes.
they think in their mind they look perfectly fine, and you like, yo, you forgot I know you. I knew you my whole life.
Right.
You ain't that. What you look like now is not what I know you for looking
Right.
like before. But they
It's
so
like, because
they.
I remember that because I remember Whitney Houston in that program, like she just really thought that she was popping. I'll never forget it.
Yep, like Sky when she said crack is whack, crack is cheap. I'm in my head like, what? Whitney?
But guess what? How you know it's whack? Huh, Wit? How you
but
know it's whack? Because you
but
tried it.
but
Okay.
but but yo, I don't know if Sky, if you ever been around other. I didn't watch crackheads try to downplay other, like they'll be like, oh me, I don't do no heroin. Like fuck that shit. And then you got
Oh
heroin addict would be like smoking crack. Like I don't smoke no crack. Then you got a meth head would be like, what? You got what I'm saying? They all try
yes.
to downplay each other drugs, and I'm in my head like,
Yes.
y'all look crazy. Like
There, it's nuts. And I'm gonna tell you this, and I'm gonna break the story down for y'all another day. But it was my friend's auntie was a cluck. Okay, she was on crack, and we used to go to her house and stuff. And when I tell you, this lady, it's almost like, now I don't know how she was prior to the drugs, so I don't know if she was already swift prior to getting on the drugs, but the schemes that she was coming up with, she came up with a scheme to call the phone company, have the phone company call back, and she ran a script when the phone company called back to trick her husband out of getting one of her friends out of jail to get the bond money. And I'm telling you, we were sitting there watching her do it, and we kept looking at each other like, gee, do you see this? Like she sat there and we watched the whole thing play out, and it worked. Her husband gave her the money, and she went and bought some more crack. Because like you can call the phone number, like back in the day, you can call the phone number to make the operator call you back. Okay, she did that. The operator called back. She played like when the operator called back, it was her cousin or whoever talking about, I'm in jail. I need you to come get me. G, I promise you. I'll never forget it. But it's like she would have elaborate schemes.
Yeah, I always tell people, Scott, ain't nobody got more game than a crackhead.
No,
Nobody.
they don't.
I don't care
Nobody.
I don't care how much game you think you got or how slick you is.
Yes.
A crackhead
Would
could
do circles around you.
They could have ripped you off 5 days in a row and still figure out how to get you on that 6th day. And you just in your head like, yo, I gotta be the most dumbest motherfucker
Yes.
ever. Like,
and it's sad. Yeah, Justin said he watched Snowfall for the history of the crackhead. And you know what? Snowfall was so accurate. And you know why Snowfall was so accurate? Because it really showed that the government was bringing in, allegedly government was bringing in, you know what I'm saying, the narcotics to the community.
God, my mom told me before, ain't no black person gonna sit there and go in their kitchen and be like, yeah, I'm gonna take cocaine and baking soda and mix this together. You're like, what black person gonna sit there to
Thank
go, you have to
you.
think that deep? And
We
my
weren't
mom
even paying attention in chemistry class.
Exactly. And my mom was also saying, she was like, yo, she was literally saying, like, yo, she was like, yo, certain guns you would see in the neighborhood. She was like, yo, just over the snap of a day, like, she was like, yo, you started seeing like automatic. She like, yo, guns that we never see in the community. She was like, yo, clearly she was like, they coming from somewhere. Like, she was literally saying, like, yo, you could find crates of guns in the neighborhood.
Oh yeah.
She was like, yo, people like, she was like, a black person bringing them guns in the community. Why would they be dropping off crates of guns? She's like, that's money to them. You gonna sell them guns? You're not just gonna leave them there. Like, you get what I'm saying, for somebody to come and find them.
Yeah, you gonna sell them. Actually, that's what I'm gonna do tomorrow, because I have been wanting to pull that up for you guys, because it was, oh my God, time keeps going by so deep. I gotta say now, it's gotta probably been at least 20 years ago, in that same area that I was talking about that got heavy predators and stuff in it. There was railroad cargoes that were being left on the tracks, full of guns, assault rifles, ammunition, dynamite, you know what I'm saying, all type of ammunition and stuff, 3 separate times. And what I'm gonna try and do in between tonight and tomorrow is see if I could find the articles. I might just post it in my, I'm gonna do that, maybe I'll post it in my community chat, but you guys won't believe that 3 separate times they found railroad containers with guns, ammunition, and assault rifles in it, just left on the railroad track in the bad neighborhood in Inglewood. Like, really? You see what I'm saying? And you want to sit up here and figure out why we killing each other, why we taking each other out? Like, come on. It's like really insane. But I mean, that's what happened. And it's like, because we think about it, the average person got some type of felony or some reason that's not going to give them the ability to get a license, you know what I'm saying, a license to be able to carry. And you can't even possess a gun if you don't have your said license. You know what I'm saying? Most guys in Chicago got some type of jail record or something preventing them from getting it. But I'm going to try and pull that up. And you guys might want to do that too. Just do Google search for, matter of fact, let me see if I can find it real quick before we get out of here. I'm going to look that up. Let me type in guns left on rail tracks, railroad. Let's see if something comes up, because it might come up. Inglewood, Illinois. That's cool. Let's see. They trying to say stolen from. That's a lie. Many more songs stolen from the church. They trying to say they stole them. Yeah, here we go. 2014. Let's see. Police defender used the base. How Chicago gets his gun. Story of Inglewood. Okay. Why do I got the coughs? That girl put the root on me or something. Okay, let me see. See if I can share it. This might be something different though. 30 round magazine, semi. See, they lying. This ain't the one, because there's one that specifically says, let me see, can I share this? Okay, let's see. StreamYard. Present. Share screen. Okay, let's see. This ain't the article that this is, let's see what it says. Let's put it up there. Okay, let me go read it. It says May 9th, 2014. This certainly isn't what Chicago needs. More high-powered guns on the streets in the wrong hands. On Friday, federal investigators say It was probably a burglary group that stole the Smith and Wesson M&P 15 sport rifles. They were in a shipment of 50 high capacity guns, but the rest were left behind. The guns were stolen several days ago. They could have been gym shoe or computers. It happened to be firearms. You hear that? It
Fact.
happened to be firearms. And not just any firearms, the style gun that has been used in several high-profile crimes, including the Cornell Square Park attack last fall. 13 people were wounded when a gunman opened fire on an outdoor basketball court. Among those shot was a 3-year-old boy. The guns were in a rail container parked overnight in this South Side yard. The shipment originated from Kentucky and was headed to a federally licensed gun dealer in Minnesota. They are bulky and hard to carry, said Ahern. The semi-automatic rifles are popular with sportsmen and gun enthusiasts. They come equipped with a 30-round magazine designed to fire what is known as NATO rounds. The 13 guns taken in Chicago are among nearly 200,000 reported stolen, lost, or missing every year in the U.S. Anytime you have a firearm of this magnitude in the hands of a criminal, yes, it is very dangerous. Of the 200,000 guns that go missing every year, about 6,000 are stolen, most from federal firearm licensees. Do you see that? It happened to be okay. So why did they just happen to be sitting there? If you know that these guys is breaking in, I'm gonna find the rest of it though, because I want y'all to see, because it happened more than one time. But I'm glad this was up there. But yeah, you parking these containers there with ammunition. Come on now. Do better. That's all I can say. Go somewhere and do better. People need to stop. But let me give you the final words, and we're gonna get up out of here. We've been on here a long time. He says Derrick Rose from Inglewood. Yep, he sure is. Derrick Rose is from there. Natalie Holloway, you remember her? Natalie Holloway, not Natalie Holloway. Oh my God, that's the girl that got killed. Natalie, what's Natalie's name, y'all? Oh Jesus, the singer from Chicago.
Natalie.
Oh God, Natalie. Oh God, I'm tripping. That lets you know I'm super tired. I can't even think of the girl name. The girl who her mama got killed, her nephew got killed.
Jennifer Hudson.
Jennifer Hudson, thank you.
Yeah, I'm like, I know Jennifer.
Yeah,
Hudson,
I said Natalie. Yeah, my brain is fried. Jennifer Hudson, she's from Inglewood. Let me see who else from Inglewood.
I know Anthony Davis is from. I think he's from Inglewood too.
You said who?
Anthony Davis, that played with LeBron. He went to Simeon.
Oh, he went to Simeon. Okay, he probably was then. Yeah. I'm trying to think who else.
I know Dwayne Wade. He from the. I don't know if he's from the South Side or the West Side.
Yeah, Dwayne Wade is like from. It's weird. He is like from the original. What would you call that? Almost not 63rd. Well, yeah, he was from like over in that area. He was over from.
Quick question: Where's Kels from? He from Ida B. Wells Homes, but I also remember he did the little GQ thing, and he was saying he from 63rd in Michigan.
See, this is the thing.
Yeah,
I've seen, and it's crazy because his mom and them was moving from different places, because they said he lived in the 50s. Then they said he lived in the gardens in the hundreds, the Argyle Gardens. So I thought he was from there, but he was like in the 50s. Then, like you saying, they were saying like he was in the Wales, which was on the low end.
Yeah.
So I really think if anybody could, we could. I mean, I don't even know if you keep moving around. I don't even know. Like, do you just say where you first started, where you first lived?
Facts. That's what I want to
We
know.
need somebody like when y'all go to them channels that Bruce be on there. Try and get somebody to ask them because I was giving the Algare Gardens the credit
Mm.
because I remember Bruce was that Bruce on there saying that? Bruce was on there with that pimp. What's dude name? I can't think of his name. With Sharon Wimbush, and he was
Um
talking about um
Andre, to my Andre Young, the Gorgeous Dre.
nope, the one that uh
Um I know who you talking about. P Simple P.
Simple to P. Yeah.
Simple P. Yeah.
If you listen to that interview, and I actually want to go back because he was dropping some good history. He was really talking about them growing up in Algare Gardens, which is
Mm.
also known as the Wild Hundreds. But that's why I was giving credit based on that interview. But like you said, they was moving all over the South Side. So I don't know who, I would like to know who they give credit to say like where they would say they from.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. Real interesting. Well, yeah, we gonna find out. But yeah, I'm about to go to bed. But what's your final words and hopes and praise or
What you call it? It was a nice blessing to chat with you guys at Sky. I love the vibes. I hope you feel me. Your channel just continue to grow and go up, and we keep shedding light. And you feel me? I'm just hoping we change at least one person's mind and perspective as the day go on. And I would just hope they just free Robert Sylvester Kelly. That's all I ask for. We need at least four more good albums out of Kels. That's
oh
and
yeah.
it's like and it's crazy. Me and my lady always talk about it. Like now, it's like I'm just so mad that I never went to go see Kels in person. Like
Me too.
it's like yo, you take little things like that for granted. Like you be like you thinking like
Yeah,
yeah, it's gonna always be there, and then it's like damn, now a situation. It's like yo, like
yeah,
you don't want to talk negativity, but it's like damn, I might not ever get to see a R. Kelly concert. You got the
that's true.
motherfuckers, you got them in prison. They get to see all R. Kelly concerts they want.
Yeah. And that's the irony of it. And even though like I would be playing and being facetious and stuff when I would talk about, getting on that bus, I sometimes regret it now. Like you should have got on it. You know what I'm saying? Like you should have went to see him. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, man, or even when he was in the clubs, like you should have went up to him and said hello. But like you saying, you take it for granted that he's here and he's just another one of the guys. You know what I'm saying? And you just never think anything like this will happen, man. And like you saying, he is just too great to be just to be gone. Like he's like Kobe Bryant, man. I miss Kobe. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, definitely understand.
Oh,
Like, like I don't care what nobody say. We ain't gonna never
mm.
ever get another R. Kelly. Whether
Never.
you take the good with the bad with the good, whatever. It just you ain't
No.
gonna never get that.
Mm-mm.
Like that level of talent is
Yes. It's
gone. Like
sick.
that level of talent is gone. Like you ain't gonna never be like
Never.
the, that man. Like yo. And it just
Mm-mm.
amazes me to see. Like I always I always tell my lady, I'll be like, "Yo, Kelly got to be lying to me about not knowing how to read." Cause it's just the way he could just put together a song.
Yeah.
Some of the words he used, I'd be like, yo, he like some of the words. I'd be like, yo, he can't be that illiterate. Cause like some of the words
Yeah.
he's the type to say some words that you'd be like, yo, your average illiterate person would not know. Like, but you get what I'm saying. But my girl say she'd be like, yo, the mind is a crazy thing on how it works.
Yeah. You ever heard of the term idiot savant?
Yeah.
That's kind of how I believe he is. You know, that he is just so musically inclined, and that the levels that his mind allows him to go to are just superior to none.
Yeah. Now
You
a lot of people around say he you feel me, he has immature ways, like you like he's very what they
childlike, they say. Yeah.
yeah, childlike. And I could believe that, because like even not even just only him, there's a lot of grown men his age. You will be
Yeah.
surprised, like even just looking at this R.Kelly sector, you will be so like, I'd be in my head like, yo, some of y'all be like, yo, y'all be forgetting y'all in your 40s, 50s, and this is how the way y'all acting.
Yes.
Like you get what I'm saying? So it's not just only him, but it's just like everybody is gonna everybody is just gonna screen in on it just because he came out and said he can't read. So it's like it makes it look a little more, you feel me, more childish. But it's like he ain't the only one. It's like, trust me, it's just men in general. But
It is. And I have to apologize to y'all too, because I sometimes regret. I ain't gonna say I regret it. I don't. People upset me, and I have to. I sometimes say stuff that I probably shouldn't say, but it is some nut bags on this internet, you guys, and do better than me. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, I strive to do things the righteous way. However, it's like when people, sometimes I let them get my goat. I just don't like bullshit, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. I don't like bullshit. I don't like nobody like making fun and trying to poke jokes with me in a malicious way. Like if you're trying to have fun, I love joking. You know what I'm saying? I love it. But when you try and be malicious and I feel like you trying to attack me or do me harm, I'm gonna defend myself. I don't know nothing else. That's how I was raised. I don't know nothing else. And that's what it's gonna be. Now, that's what I'm saying. Being older, it's not a good look to be going around letting everybody have it. But we got some real mental health patients on this here internet, and I'm standing on it, especially from what I see tonight. This stuff is insane. Some of you guys are insane. This is this. I mean, because real talk, what I experienced today is insanity. And almost what I experienced yesterday with dude was insanity. Like, and I hate to close with this, but dude, you assaulted me, then you went to shoot your shot, and then you try to like walk me down too, and make fun and try and go back and forth with me. And then, because real talk, like, if you try and do that to me, you gonna meet pressure. And then when you meet the pressure, the more you keep poking me, you know what I'm saying? You keep trying to walk me down, the more pressure it's gonna be. And then as I defend myself, the more aggressive that I get, then you want to try and come back and judge my aggression. Like, that might work on a kid, but I'm a grown woman and I see what you're trying to do. And you gotta be stupid or dumb to think you're going to upset somebody, and then when they defend themselves, just because they defending themselves in a way that you don't want them to, you're gonna try and act like, oh, they over aggressive, or like I'm some type, or I'm the problem. You know what I'm saying? When you like I said, cause and effect. You know what I'm saying? You
facts,
steady looking for it, you asking
facts.
for it, you doing subliminally reaching for it. Then when you get it, you want to try and overjudge it and act like I'm the one being irrational. No, no. All you got to do is shut your damn mouth and move around. Because this is my thing. It's some people that I don't like on the internet. You don't see me going to their channel, sitting up in their channel, talking to them. Like, if you don't like me, if you think I'm a distractor, whatever the hell you think, I'm what they say, a fence straddler, whatever. If that's what you think about me, why I wouldn't listen to me. I don't listen to people that I don't like. Most of the people I don't like, their voice disgusts me, even to a point. Like I can't even fathom hearing a voice. And it's almost to that point. But I don't know. People, that's what I'm saying. This is a mental health patients on the, some of y'all need to get some diagnosis, because if you want to be combative with a person and you're going back and forth with them and you get you get defense, you get pressure, you get the aggression you want, or did you not expect aggression? Maybe you expecting. I think that dude wanted me to be like, oh, okay, all right, you're right. I'm what was he calling me? I'm a fan. I'm an R.Kelly fan. Maybe he thought I was supposed to be that because I'm a female. But understand, once again, learn my commentary. Understand when I say I am she and I am him, you might want to take some time to think about that, bruh. Especially if you're listening right now. But thank you, Dean, for coming to the channel. I appreciate what you said.
Nah,
I like it when you hear. You very intelligent brother. You able to think out the box. Please don't ever start drinking the Kool-Aid, because these people are crafty. These people will try and put something in your Kool-Aid. I promise
fact, facts,
you.
God.
So, just be
But
careful where you go on these channels, and always have your own man and real talk. And I say this to everybody that can hear the sound of my voice. You as an individual have to come up with your own realistic understanding that happened in all of these trials. Okay. Whether you believe he did this, he didn't do that, they did this or that, but please just make sure it is in the realms of reason. Like, you have to have, I'm sorry, I don't even know how to put it. You just can't be too far off track. Like, you have to be able to do some analytics and do some what's the word I'm looking for? Critical thinking, but just be able to gather information and make it make sense. Because, and this is the crazy part, because even when I would used to go on different channels to try and gather information, people thought we were supporting the channel, and it's like, no, I'm over here to further get further information and ask questions I need to better assess what I need to know. And it's just like, if unless you able to go into the belly of the beast and talk to them and get the questions that you need, you're gonna have loopholes in your shit. I want to know everything I can know, because you see what happened now. They trying to put cease and desist on people. People done got quiet. They trying to make sure people don't talk. So that's when I'm just like, I don't know. But
trust me, Sky. It's more to it than we would ever know. It's like, yo, some as I always said, like Kelly, he knows why he's going through what he's going through. We like, you know what I'm saying? I really feel like his situation is really an industry situation due to money and his catalog. That's just my personal opinion. You're not gonna
yeah,
ever get me to believe this is about young black females or women in
never.
America.
You
Hell
know how
no.
you know it's
Even
not?
if, and I tell people, even if these was white women, they still wouldn't care. Because at the end of the day, that man made, as Donnell Jones said out his own mouth, you talking about Job Records, the house that R. Kelly built. And that's a big statement, because Job Records inside some of the biggest stars. But for a man to say, yo, R. Kelly built that label, that says volumes. That man made that company billions and billions of dollars. So
Yes.
for him to be going through what he's going through, this is, I really feel like this is all of a money situation, and he
Yeah.
did not want to play by their games. And it's, I really feel like they I feel like they came to him, yo, sell us that catalog, sell us your masters, sell us. And he
Mm-hmm.
probably like, no, like, you got, I'm saying, it's mine. And them people like, word. All right.
Yep. He
I was
probably
like,
said
oh,
something slick to him. But you know how
exactly.
you right? You right, because, and this is what people don't like. See, because I keep it real, true, and direct. If it was about young black women and getting justice for them, they wouldn't have never dropped that Chicago trial, bro.
Exactly.
They dropped that shit like a hot cake. Once
Exactly.
they found out that they felt that he had the 30 years in New York, they felt that it was already a wrap. So they was like, okay, we already got him. Sorry, ladies. Have a good day. They didn't give
Hmm.
a shit.
Exactly. Because if it's about these women, you want them to get some type of
Yes.
you want them, you know what I'm saying? Like, get some type of justice, some type of relief to get off their chest, tell they, you know what I'm saying? Because whether or not people, you going on trial and going in front of, you're telling your story. So it's like you're basically, yo, I want some type of jury on my peers to believe me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because by when you get that conviction, that shows some form of like, yeah, I got belief. Like, people believe in me, you know what I'm saying? And it's just on his end. If he
Yeah.
never got convicted, because that's why some people go to trial, is to show like, yo, yeah, jury of my peers believed what I was saying. You get what I'm saying? But
Yep.
by y'all dropping that, that just clearly just said, yeah, fuck them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Fuck them women. Like, we don't care. Like, we kiss me. That's why I always say I feel like this is some manufactured RICO, and
Yeah.
it's all about his catalog and his situation.
Yeah.
You can't
Manufacture that bullshit.
shit like you, as I said. I tell people I maybe could be wrong, but I said you not gonna get me to believe this is about young black women in America. I'm sorry.
Never. Because we know it's not. And we saw that it's not. That was an example of it. And also, I forgot, I need to get this on the table too. It's not, I'm not challenging that there could be a one man RICO. That is not what I'm challenging.
Facts. Me too.
Yeah, but they,
I,
for some reason, people think that. We're not challenging that. My thing is, why would you have a one man RICO? Because to me, and this is where everybody playing with words again. When we ever saw the RICO presented, it was to include, it was basically a charge brought in order to bring down the top of a organization. Okay, any type
mhm.
of organization, a business, okay, whatever, illegal business, whatever business. But everybody was charged, including the head honcho.
Mhm.
Why create a RICO to get a guy and not get the people under it, and then say that they not doing no criminal activities? But if he is, if what he is engaging in is criminal, then how could
Right.
in your engagement be non-criminal?
Exactly.
Because it's all under the gas of a conspiracy. That's my point. But for
Facts.
some reason, they wasn't grabbing it.
I agree with you, Sky. Like it don't make no sense to me. Absolutely. Like that's
Yeah.
just me. Like, you know what I'm saying? As Angie said before, she 100% right. DA can choose who they want to prosecute.
Yes.
But this is my thing. It goes back to everybody one thing they want to say. Everybody around him knew what was going on. They the ones that was booking the flight tickets and know he was sleeping with them. So if they knew he was sleeping with them, they just as guilty as that man. If they didn't know he was sleeping with him, then you can argue, yeah, why you don't prosecute them. You get
Yeah.
what I'm saying? But if y'all deeming them, because the prosecutor is on stand deeming them, or y'all knew what was going on.
Working in
I,
concert and
exactly. Work.
associated effect.
Thank you.
Those are the things that was said to me.
Exactly. So you got what I'm saying? So why is that man the only one sitting there for
I don't get
everybody
it.
else's faults? Like, you got what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't get it. I promise you I don't. And I couldn't get them to explain it to me neither, because if you saw the live, I was asking questions and I'm like, okay, even if they non-criminal, if they doing non-criminal activities, why are you creating a RICO to bring him down?
Facts.
Just charge him for what he
Charge
did.
exactly. But see, Sky, they would have never got the time they wanted to get out of him.
I see. Yep, you're right.
You got what I'm saying? They would have only got what you would
Yep,
have got, what, some statutory rape charge. The man
yep.
never been in trouble. They could
He
have
probably got 7 to
somebody
10.
not even somebody due to him being old, a lot of things in that factor.
Yeah.
You could have looked up on
No
a judge that
previous
would have said,
no previous cases and
a
charges.
judge could have looked up and said, yo, this man, we could give him probation.
You right. That's true.
You
They
get
could have
what I'm
gave him a
saying?
walk.
It's a lot of things you get what I'm saying. You gotta sit there and look at it. For his child pornography case back in the day, I didn't even know until I was reading an article. They offered the man, they came down from what, 15 to 10 to 7 to 8 months. And R. Kelly even said out his mouth on this recent one, he was kind of said he was doing he was speaking to somebody, he was talking to Andrew Wyatt, and he was kind of in his head like, yo, like I kind of sort of regret not even taking pleading to the state case, because he said in the state case, the new state case recently, he said they offered him a year. But he was like, I'm not, he said, I didn't do nothing. So he's like, I'm not taking it. And
That's my question.
and
Have
then
did
off
you
a year, you're not gonna do a full year. You're gonna do it 8 months.
uh-huh.
Into, you got 6 months, depending where the case may be. I know, because I'm from New York. I know where you do 85, like you do 85% of your time in certain
Yeah.
cases, or if it's a city bullet, like 1 year, they make you do 8 months. I know in Chicago, it's like different. Sometimes be 50% of your time. The man would probably only did 6 months. But it's just to go to show you, that's why I feel like it's all over money.
Yeah.
You gotta try to stick him to get,
Yeah.
you got what I'm saying? You gotta sit there and think about it. You lock his ass up only for a year, the man be right back out and could go file and go about getting his masters, his catalog. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Getting his ducks in a row. He be back out in no time. You
Yep.
get 30 years over his head. You not sitting there thinking about how I'm gonna
Hell
acquire my
no.
catalog and my, you get what I'm saying?
Hell
You
no.
you a
Did they
person,
offer him a plea? Did you all hear anything about him getting offered a plea in this New York trial? That's what I've always wanted to know. Did they
they
offer
said,
him a
but
plea?
they said, yeah, they said in the feds where the case may be, supposedly Andrew Wyatt, he was also talking about it. They offered him a global, like Chicago, New York, was they basically offered him 10 years.
Huh.
He would have took anywhere from like, because in the feds they go by guidelines. His max would have been up to 10 years though.
Huh.
So he could have got anywhere between probably whatever, like, you know what I'm saying? Because in the feds they go by, I don't know what's his minimum, but I'm pretty sure zero wasn't his minimum. It could have
Right.
been, let's just say, anywhere from 3 to 10 years. That's what Andrew Wyatt was saying in one of the interviews.
Huh.
But he was on some, like, he didn't want to take it. I know right now, certain, in certain situations, he probably could be sitting there like, damn, I wish I took that 10
Yeah,
years.
because he'd be damn well halfway through that.
In
If
fact,
we
and
he
off
would
of
be
10,
like
he would only do like
right, he
seven
probably would be close to doing like you saying right now at this point, doing 2 more and being at home.
facts.
That's
Been
sick to
down since
think about, man.
2019. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, that makes me sick. And let me say this, just be Audra, she's saying she put on it. I don't know. I just know I can't wait for Audra to drag you. And I'm not even going to insult that young lady. Okay, like you putting the cables on me to do. But I'm gonna tell you this: she doesn't have the credentials, the foundation, the capability, the credibility, anything to drag me. The same thing I would say to her is the same thing I said to them other two clowns that were trying to play with me. Okay, and actually, she's really on the lower level than the federal cocksucker. Like I truly believe, even though being the nut that he is, I believe that the man is real brilliant. And the commentary that he brought in regards to the R. Kelly case was monumental and definitely effective. And you know what I'm saying, it was brilliant. But this young lady is really at the epitome of him. Okay. And that could just I hope in me saying that really gets you to understand how I'm rating this young lady. I give credit where credit is due, whether I fuck with somebody or not, whether I like somebody or not, and that's just what it is. Like, she's really like bottom of the barrel, bottom feeder. So I hope she doesn't try it. You know what I'm saying? And even if she does, she probably really won't get a response. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, real talk, the young lady is like, it is what it is. I'm done with that. But thank you, Dean, for coming in. I like talking to you. You have a great personality. And she said, I think he likes you, Sky. Okay. Every time I try and get out of here, my thing is this: if you like a girl, they say that's what fifth graders, when you was a kid, if a guy used to like you, he did used to like hurt you. I remember that. He would like hit you or try and do something to hurt you to get your attention. But we talk about 20, 30, 35-year-old men on these things. Like, if you like me, you don't get my attention by insulting me
Facts.
and shooting your
But
shot. Like, I'm just confused,
but
man.
but you know what's so crazy? I'm about to dip. I don't want to hold you any longer, Scott. But it's kind of true, cause I be catching it like, with a girl I don't like, I could be so like sweet and nice to them. I won't. But a girl that I like, I could call them all types of names.
For
I ain't call
real?
them bitch. No, I ain't gonna call them bitches and shit like that.
Yeah.
But I call them like, just you just joke with them in a way like, you got what I'm saying, like you just joke with them.
Why?
I don't know. I guess it's a male thing. It's kind of true. Like when the, like, but it's like it's all on how you do it though. Like I'm not gonna do it in a way where I'm like I'll make you feel totally disrespected. Like you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like it's like you gonna call them names, just flirting with them, but it's like it's all on how you do it. I'm not gonna do it to where you gonna feel uncomfortable. You gonna
Or
feel
be
just
on defense. Because
yeah.
that's
You
what
got what I'm
happened.
saying?
I got put on defense.
And it's also in certain situations, it's all on how you say certain times. It's all on how you say it. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like sometimes the tone can mean. You know what I'm saying? It can mean a lot of
Yeah.
things. Like you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but it's like certain niggas just don't got no game. So it's like they really don't know how to go about certain things. Like you know what I'm
And see,
saying?
people make fun too, like real talk. Like, bro, like you attacking me on this R. Kelly thing. Like, people don't understand. Like, I'm serious about this shit. Like, I really get into it with my friends. Like, I don't know if you heard my commentary, but I got a friend that we can't even talk about Kels because we get into it so bad. We had to have a standoff and say, okay, we not finna talk about this topic because we not finna be friends. You know what I'm saying? We gotta agree
Yeah.
to disagree and leave
Fact.
it at that. So when
I,
you come attacking me down this Kels road, I'm sensitive to this shit. I ain't gonna
Nah,
lie
nah.
about it.
I'm the same way, Scott. I don't know if it's just because I'm so much like I said. I tell people I grew up heavily on R. Kelly. Like I don't know. I
Yeah.
tell people. I always tell people. Like me and my lady, we was kind of having this debate the other day. I was saying like, yo, because some guy asked a question. He was like, yo, who did more for the black community? Michael Jackson, R. Kelly. I said, obviously, Michael Jackson, because he got humanitarian awards. Sir, you got what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Yep.
But I'm saying, but when you go to a true black cookout of functioning, I said to my lady, you go and hear "Step in the Name of the Love" before you hear any Michael Jackson song. I guarantee you
True.
that. I was like, yo, R. Kelly
Yep.
he had the black community in a chokehold. Like
Chokehold
when
for
I was like,
decades.
I was like, yo, Mike, don't even wrong, Mike, you know what I'm saying? And I was
Yes.
like, oh, people got to realize, people got to look at it. R. Kelly's the only man in history, musician wise, that you could say that ever. Twister said out his mouth too. He said, yo, that's the only man that came close to a Michael Jackson.
Yep. That's true.
And I really felt in my heart, this is where I feel like Kells would have been. Kel's an icon. We not disputing that. It don't get no bigger than him. But I felt what kind of put a nail in Kells for him to even touch that Michael Jackson level. You gotta look at it. Early in his career, things was already, you feel me? The Aaliyah thing. 10 years later. You gotta look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Jackson's accusations ain't come out till you gotta think about Michael been famous since a kid.
Yep.
His situation didn't come out till when he was 30 something. So you got to look at it. You grew 30 years to love this man.
Yes.
Kels, it was like, yo, he already had bullshit in the beginning of his career. So some people was easily like to throw Kels away. You get what I'm saying off the
Yeah.
rip. If all of this came out 30 years later, I think it would have been a little different situation. You got what I'm saying? Like, let's
Yeah.
just say everything on R. Kelly just hit us all at once. People would have gave him more of the benefit of the doubt.
Well, see, this is the thing, and I say this to people, and some people get it. I truly, and that's why I really am adamant about it. I believe part of this discrimination came because he was a black man out of Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And I truly believe that had a lot to do with it. Also, because they couldn't fathom that this guy out of Chicago, this man from nothing, is the freaking
Facts.
king
King of arm.
of
Facts.
R&B.
Facts.
No, you got to go, bruh. You see what I'm
Facts.
saying?
Like it's like a lot. Yo, Sky, you ever see like you ever notice when you listen to Chris Brown, Tank, Genuine, Timberland, all of them say R. Kelly is the king. Then you know when you listen to an old head, they always got like some, oh no, Marvin Gaye or Sam Cooke. No, 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 no. Everybody they king in their own rights. But can nobody say they put the numbers up and had the consistency and the longevity and did the things that man did in R&B and even outside of R&B? Kelsden made hits for hip hop
Mm-hmm.
artists, for pop artists. Kelsden wrote for reggae artists. I'm like, yo, your average R&B artist wasn't doing that. Like the man
Yeah.
was just all across the board, just different. Like you can't take that from him. He was
You
like
get no higher than Michael Jackson.
exactly. Like
That's
that's what I
the
say. He
epitome.
exactly. I say Kels is the only person you can say that's touching him. And what I
Yeah.
say is, all right, when you look at it from a musical standpoint, why I got him over Mike as far as talent wise, this is why I'm gonna say that Mike didn't write his own stuff. Can't nobody
Mm-hmm.
go in Cal's face and say, you ain't write that, you ain't produced that. You
Facts.
get what I'm saying? Like he could say, yo,
Facts.
this is all me. Can't
Yep.
nobody take that from him. And
Yep.
I always feel like in order for you to be the greatest, you gotta write your own shit. That's just my opinion.
Yes. And I'm trying to tell you, like, for decades, he had the radios. When I tell you, it was a time when, what was that song? Summer bunnies got me crazy.
Oh, that
Oh
was on the 12th play.
my God. When I tell you,
See,
Dean,
I wasn't even born yet.
for real?
Yeah, I wasn't.
Okay, I'm telling you, we used to be riding, okay? Kels had the radios on lock. V106, 106.3, 89.7, like 88 points. I can't remember all the channels, but what I tell you, when that song came out, you would turn the radio station. It was on every radio station. It made me hate the song.
Yo,
I literally,
I'm gonna tell you this, Scott. 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006. I know people hated R. Kelly because it's all you heard on the radio. You
oh God.
like, yo, he was on everybody hook.
Yes.
Like, yo, and then on top of that, R.
Yes.
Kelly wanted to take his own songs and remix his own songs.
Yes. And
And
that
then
download remix, the gangsters of the gangsters was bumping that.
like
I
like
promise you.
like
They was
nah
bumping tails.
like you can't deny his talent unmatched. Like he really could give you the old, he could give
Yep.
you the mid, and then he could give you the new. Like he know
Yeah.
like that man, like one thing you could never tell, he knows how to go with the times.
Yes. That's what I'm telling you. I'm putting the root on all these people who are anti-chaos, because like the when they say it just doesn't reap. Like, he's too great to be
To, to
suffering such a stupid loss. Like just the
fact.
way it's got they went about it, man. It's just not righteous. It's not just. And I'm sorry. And yes, I'm just talking off the hip, but I mean it. This is my personal emotional side.
Nah, like,
It's
like,
just not right.
like,
Freedom.
and like, it just to me, it's just a sad ending. Like it was just
Sad.
like
That's what I'm
sad.
saying.
Like
It's
it's
sad.
just
Like
like
you just
it's
wanna.
just like yo, he went from, as I said, like all around,
Yeah.
all on an all around scale.
Yep.
That's the greatest artist. Like you
Ever.
told ever like you got what I'm saying? Cause the man, like I tell people, everybody dominates their own genre. It's a difference when you can go dip into other people's genre, and it's like, damn, man, like you made a better track than him, and it's like you know what I'm saying, you don't even make country music. Like Kelsden did
Yep.
it all, like, and it's
Oh
like,
my God.
and
What was that song? That he did with the country guy. What was that song? Oh God. It was a guitar playing. Oh God. I can't think of it. But when I heard that, and that's what I'm saying, his ability to master other genres is like sick.
facts,
Like, what are
facts.
you doing, bro? Like, where did you come from? That's what I'm just saying. And it's like you got these haters out here trying to.
Like Scott, another thing I tell people at my graduation, middle school graduation, I sang the world's greatest and I believe I can fly. Like I remember that
Dang.
vividly, like like I believe I could fly, yo, that song every time I hear that song, like it just sends chills through my body. Like, yo, my
Yeah.
mom could sit here and tell you, she'd be like, yo, what? She'd be like, my son love that song. Like, man, like, yo, my mom always talk about, she'd be like, yo, I remember my son he would get on top of the coffee table, jump off, think he was Michael Jordan singing the I Believe I Could Fly. Like she always mentions that. Like, like I Believe I Could Fly was just like, it don't get no greater than that. Like
It
like
doesn't.
that song was just inspirational to the bone. Like
And did you hear how he was saying how he came up with it when he was talking to that Andre
oh
guy?
yeah, like he was saying like Mike came to him, said he wanted to do, and it's crazy. Like me, even my lady we was talking about, she said her mouth, she was like, yo, when you look at it, don't get me wrong, Space Jam still a classic.
Still.
But that song exceeded the
Yes.
movie. Like that song
Yes.
came. I tell people, you can argue Michael Jackson's biggest song against R. Kelly's biggest song, and you can make a good argument that I Believe I Could Fly is bigger than Michael Jackson's biggest song. And a lot of people might say Thriller is his biggest song.
Yeah, you're right.
Cause I Believe I Could Fly, like everybody, like yo, I don't think there's not a person in this world that don't know I Believe I Could Fly.
Uh-uh. It's
Like
global. It's definitely global.
facts. Like
And that dude is just that's what I'm saying. It's just the talent is just so sick. And for these, I don't know. Well, you already see what type of people we have in this world. For some reason, I'm attracting them during this time, and I got to go talk to the Lord and be like, okay, what am I doing? Did I step on somebody's dog tail? Like, what is happening right now? Because these past couple days, like, real talk, man. Like, what are we doing? And where are these people coming from?
no, I agree with you, Scott.
So I'm gonna get it chopped up, but we gonna get out of here because you look. I can
Nah,
keep talking to you for days and hours.
no. I already know, Scott. Now enjoy yourself. On the next live, I'm tapping back in. Peace.
Okay, thank you.
All
I
right.
appreciate you for coming up. Y'all, that was Deem. I like him. Nice, intelligent young man, very focused, able to think outside of the box, which is what we do over here. We don't do weeds. We don't do fairy tale talk. We don't do make believes. We don't talk about every single period and dot in the case. Okay. the whole thing is being able to generalize, make generalizations that we already know. People lied in the case, they lied in their testimony, they lied in the transcripts. We don't have to beat the cow, kick the cow, then cut the cow up into pieces, then revive it, and then do the whole thing over again. There's certain things that you can generalize. I don't know how else to say it, but I can't do the weeds over here. You got to stay on the fence, at the top of the fence, and you got to be able, yes, that's what I was being accused of, a fence straddler. You got to straddle the fence. You just can't go off on your own willy-nilly theories and make believe. I mean, you got to come, I'm sorry, you just got to come close to the mark. You know what I'm saying? And I guess that's the same thing that they be trying to say about me. But I know I'm not that off key. I promise y'all. I promise y'all. Some people might think that, but them people that I was arguing with yesterday, they might think that, but I feel that same way about them. So we looking at each other like, you wrong, you wrong, you wrong, okay? Because I promise you, yeah, I don't have no mental health problems like that now. I might got one, but that ain't it. But I want to thank you all for coming out and hanging with me. For some reason, I'm not really tired. But you know what I'm going to do? And that's another thing, too. I got to admit it. These phone calls really put me in a place like when I hear Kels on the phone, I really feel some type of way and I really feel bad and be emotional. So I was, as I was making my way through the young man's live, Andre, his live when he was talking to Kels on the phone, like I feel some kind of way because I got empathy for Kels, you know what I'm saying? And so it's hard for me to get through listening to, I still haven't heard the interview that he did with Storm, but I'm gonna get there. You know what I'm saying? I just gotta toughen up and just sit there and listen. Cause I just truly feel that man should not be behind bars for no freaking thoughts, no lying thoughts. Like this case is just crazy, y'all. And no manufacturer RICO. I promise you. This is insane. This is a grave injustice. And I would say that even if it wasn't Kels, the one that's behind bars, just the way this whole thing was done. And my thing is this: if people, and this is, you look at the documentary and sit there and don't ask why, you got a problem. Because if you can't understand that the documentary within itself, we're going to use that word, was a distraction and what the girl called a distractor and a something else. That's what it was. Like, that's my one question, and I'm about to leave. Why did they have to create that documentary right before his trial? And that's my question to everybody who is in opposition to Kels. Why did they create that right before his trial? If the man was so guilty, why did you need a propaganda piece to taint damn near every juror in America so the man can't get a fair trial? Like, we see you, we see what it is. And you know what, people, that's why the world is crazy, because everybody has different perspectives. Because just even me talking about it, for somebody to sit there and act like that was a normal happenstance, like that just happened to happen and it's okay, that's just insane to me. That just lets you know everybody has their own mind. Some of them are functioning and some of them are not. But the documentary within itself, the creation of it, the timing of it, it's just like, that's what I'm telling you. It was what did I say? I said this something the other day, that this case was like a perfect storm. It was a perfect storm created at the perfect time to take R.Kelly down. You caught the man with no money. You caught the man with bad legal, with bad a bad legal team. I mean, it was so many things that were going on. You was able to get the documentary out uncontested. The timing of just everything, y'all. Oh God, we gonna pray. But y'all pray for the mental health people that are out here too. Like, that's a serious topic. Even though I had to joke a little bit, but real talk, that young lady really needs some help. And if somebody knows her, I really, I please help her because she needs help. Like, and I think I don't know. Same thing with the dude yesterday. I thought the young lady liked me, and I felt like, okay, she wanted to be here and be around me, but at the same time, when a person is throwing shots at me and insulting me, you automatically, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I'm just not where y'all from. You put me on defense, man. I don't even know what else to say. If you, and that, let me just say this going forward to anybody that's out there. If you trying to get close to me, if you trying to shoot your shot, if you trying to be on this channel, if you trying to get on this panel, if you trying to do anything in the name of Sky Life where you want to have me have a listening ear to you, you cannot put me on defense, okay? I come from a place where I don't trust anybody, okay? That's just the nature of it. And if you are, so with that being said, I'm already looking at you with a question mark and you questionable. So if you keep pursuing and you trying to get close to me and you pose as a threat, you're going to meet resistance. And if you continue to pose as a threat, the aggression is going to rise and you're going to feel the pressure. Like, I don't know what else to say, okay? That's all I'm going to say. But just be cool, man. Like, quit being weird. These are some weird people. Like, I don't even know if I'm weird or you weird right now. Like, the past 2 days have been weird. Like, I don't understand. Where you like somebody and you throwing shots like, child, okay, I gotta go, y'all. But I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'ma just I guess I'm gonna watch a couple of catch up on some of my watch later videos. But there is a new channel that I open, and it is The Sky is the Limit. SKYYE. The Sky is the Limit. That's what I need to do. I need to try and open up that channel tomorrow. I might do that. We'll see. But that channel is going to be different than this channel. I want to do some different things, do some more positive things. But all y'all mental health patients, don't come over there. I'm not doing y'all at all. I'm zero tolerance on that channel. Over here, this is more the urban channel where we could do some of the foolishness with the color folks. I'm not doing y'all over there. Coloreds, I'm talking to you right now. Don't come over there being colored, because I'm going to send you right back over here to this channel. Don't do it. If you don't know how to at least act like you got some sense, don't come over there. And I mean it. Hey, Angela Jackson. We about to get out of here. We going on. Ooh, I ain't never been on this long. I don't think 6 hours. And Krills don't really understand what happened to him. Oh, he don't understand what happened to him. R. Kelly really believes that how should I put it? Because you got people out here trying to misconstrue my words. I gotta watch what I'm saying. I mean, I gotta say it and retake it back in my mind and before I say it again. Kels believes that he should get a just trial. And the crazy part is he should. But for the simple fact that he's R.Kelly, I just think that I just don't think they. I don't know. I just don't think they're gonna do it, y'all. Like it is like almost like I don't know if you ever read the book The Scarlet Letter. It's like they done put the Scarlet Letter on this man, and they don't want to give him redemption. You see what I'm saying? And it's like the only people that are going to be able to even give him some type of redemption and redeem him and build up his character and his image is us. So all the bloggers out there, y'all maintain, because I'm seeing that we got a bunch of Looney Tunes running around here spreading rumors and just being straight, them being a distractor, not only a distractor, a hater and a demon monger, like that, like straight up. This girl is from Beelzebub, like you was a spawn of Satan or something like that. Like a real talk, y'all. Y'all think I'm playing. I'm really gonna have to pray that demon away. Like that was a demonic demon. I ain't even feel that way about the federal cocksucker. Like real talk. I promise you. Like that chick was like straight Beelzebub, Metastopheles. I promise you. Like I feel weird right now. But let me get off of here. And thank y'all for coming. Thank you for coming to Skylife. Thank you all the moderators for moderating. Thank you all the subscribers for subscribing. If you didn't get a chance to subscribe, make sure you do, because I am going to turn the comments to subscriber mode only. So if you are not subscribed to the chat, you will not be able to comment in the chat. And that's probably what I'm going to have to do, because it is some freaking nutbags. But, well, I guess she can't come up, because then I will be able to block it. Okay. But yeah, we gonna have to do some changes around here, and I'm gonna have to have demon alert or something like that. Somebody bring the holy oil next time we go live. We need to do a seance, an omen, or something, because this is pitiful. But I'm getting out of here, y'all. As always, do everything in God's divine order. Do everything in the spirit of righteousness to ensure that righteousness prevails. Skylife loves y'all. Most of y'all. I gotta change my words, because there's them demons. I'm not claiming them demons. I'm not taking them demons. I ain't doing nothing with them demons. Y'all gonna keep them demons. Metastopheles, be gone. I rebuke you, devil. Don't come over here bothering me. I'm God's child. I don't claim you or anything that you're trying to bring. All right, you guys. Skylife loves y'all.